Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA WhatIf 2.0, with another fanfiction. This is the move of what if Nagisa was trapped for 200 years? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 200 years is a long time. It feels even longer when you've spent those 2 centuries paralyzed but conscious, trapped in your own body as time moves on without you, no aging, no moving, no sleeping. Nagisa Shiota knows this now. He also knows that his fellow Class 3E members feel the same way. Most importantly, he knows that the man who has kept them in this state is going to free them today. The man was called Shiro, once upon a time. He goes by a different name now, but in the eyes of Class 3E, he'll always be the man who had experimented on their beloved late teacher. Nagisa still remembers the vivid relief he'd felt when Shiro had hit the weaponized barrier surrounding their classroom and, seemingly, disintegrated. He also remembers the horror of finding out that Shiro had survived using an active invulnerability quirk. Only 1% of the population had shown quirks back then, but with Class 3Es luck it figures that Shiro would be able to plunder the abilities of others. Not that the class had known that at the time. It had been an accident. A small and confused child, an uncontrollable quirk, a group of teens with 2 of their teachers on their way to visit a mountaintop grave. It hadn't been a big deal then. Not until said quirk was stolen, before it could be reversed, by a face they'd come to know all too well. Shiro had demanded to know if the class were unconscious and unaware of the outside world. It was a stroke of luck that the child hadn't known much about their new quirk and had stammered out a quick, unsure affirmative. Nagisa wasn't even sure the kid had fully understood the question. Shiro had killed the kid and their parent, the only 2 eyewitnesses. He'd taken the frozen kids to his base and separated the teens from the 2 adults. The years had come and gone, a mind-numbing experience. Society changed around them, which they noticed when Shiro began using more words like hero, villain, and occasionally it's one for all. Quirks became the norm, and the freaks were now those without them, not those with. Nagisa had done his best to keep his mind sharp, carefully observing the part of the room visible to him, memorizing everything Shiro had said to his plain little assistants, and playing mental games with himself. He could only hope the rest of the class was doing the same. It had been the only thing keeping Nagisa from teetering over the edge of insanity. That, and the fact that he had been lucky enough to be frozen with his eyes open. All the same, there was a part of Nagisa that had wondered if they'd be stuck like this forever. Truly a different kind of torture. But for those 200 long years, he had learned. He'd observed, he'd listened, and he'd remembered. And Nagisa waited. When Shiro unfreezes him, Nagisa drops to his knees. His body may have been preserved, but his mind isn't used to commanding his legs to support his weight. Shiro doesn't bother tying up the students. He has an abundance of quirks, after all, while the teens have none. He gathers all of the confused students into one room and stands at the front. His face has changed. Melted off, more like, which the teens know is the fault of All Might, Japan's #1 hero. His voice, though, his voice is the same. I'm sure you all have many questions. Before you ask them, however, I have some things to say. Shiro flicks his head around, blank face turning toward each student's eyes for a millisecond as if he can see them. You all are going to need to stay here for some time. You see, I took the liberty of finding all of your parents, who were affected by the same quirk as you all. It doesn't seem like it, but you have been frozen in time for around 200 years. His voice is soft and sympathetic. He's a good actor. Nagisa can read people, though, it's always been one of his strengths. Although he knows it's coming, his breath involuntarily hitches when Shiro says, "You could see them again, you know. Your parents. One of my assistants is nursing them back to health, so stay with us until then." That's right. He thinks they have no idea what's going on. Maihara raises a trembling hand. Nagisa can't tell if the shaking is real or forced. Sir, will you let us stay here then? Until they heal? Yada's small voice adds, please? Nagisa hadn't been the only one planning out the best course of action, then. He's so glad his class has faced the dangers they did in Class 3. Of course, Shiro says kindly. My name is All for One, but you may call me Sensei. That's right, like my own little army I can call upon whenever I need them. Shiro had been talking on the phone. Nagisa would never find out who was on the other end, but that didn't matter. He and the rest of the frozen students could gather important information from Shiro's words. No, none of them have quirks. It's better that way though. They're all skilled, but still disposable. He'd paused as the person on the other end of the line spoke. A chuckle. They were trained by the Reaper. They pose no threat to me, but they'll be good minions. He'd hummed at the response he got. Simple, I'll give them the need to stay. They can, let's see, I'll let them visit their parents and siblings or something. Nagisa had strained his hearing as Shiro walked out of the room, laughing. No, all their immediate relatives died years ago. They don't know that though. They can't risk leaving if they think there's still a chance. It wasn't surprising, but that hadn't made it hurt any less. Nagisa couldn't even cry. Not in the state he had been in. He thought he would have, though, if he hadn't been frozen. Nagisa ends up rooming with Karma, Sugino, and Kimura. Shiro had acted apologetic about the cramped arrangements, but Class 3 had insisted that it was fine with the grateful reassurances expected of a group of uncertain teens being helped by a kind stranger. They're glad he looks different now. At least he isn't aware that they know exactly who he is. They subtly check for security cameras as they set up their futons. One in each room save for the bathroom and a microphone in each of the main living areas and kitchen. There are 3 exits in the building they're in, a front and back door, and a balcony door with a fire escape on the 2nd floor. Nagisa counts 12 windows, 3 of which are too small to crawl out of. There's a small chemical lab on the 1st floor. It's locked, but Nagisa can see through the window portion of the door that the room contains the largest window, around 8 by 4 feet. He makes a mental map and memorizes it. The day crawls by. Shiro is civil, but the students can see past his facade. They know far more about him than he realizes after all. It's the 2nd day when things get put in motion. Karma, Nagisa, Itona, Nakamura, and Okuda gather in Itona's room as night approaches. They huddle together, looking to anyone watching the security cameras like frightened children finding comfort in one another. Itona? It's done. Itona angles his phone screen away from the security camera, allowing the others to steal a peek. Ritsu winks at them from the screen. I shut my phone down earlier that day before we froze, so I was able to turn it back on. I've also tinkered with it several times to add battery adjustments. It should last until morning, maybe 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. Longer if I keep it off when we're not using it. Nagisa is so glad they have a gearhead among them. Nobody else's phones work, so they're reliant on Itona's. For now. What's our window of time? Karma asks. Itona turns back to his screen. Ritsu? From 11 o'clock until 1 o'clock. The rest of the class is ready? I've informed everyone of the plan. Karasuma and Irina are in the room at the end of the hall on floor 2. I've seen them in the cameras. They seem tired but unhurt. Once I got past the encryptions, I sent a Morse code message with the blinking light on the camera to inquire about their health. Irina blinked back that they were disoriented but unhurt. As for bindings, they are both handcuffed and the door is locked from the outside. Nakamura's lip twitches upward. Shiro is really underestimating them, huh? Karasuma probably has lock-picking materials in his shoes and sleeves. Same with Irina. Nagisa can't help but smile a little bit as well. It's been a while since he'd heard her real name. After Korosensei's death, the class had collectively decided to drop the, admittedly affectionate, nickname. $10 says it's because they don't have quirks like he does, Karma adds. Okuda clears her throat. We're straying. Does everyone remember their parts? They nod. I was able to scour the lab through the screen. Maihara stood between me and the camera, so it should look like we were just conversing. He has what I need. She glances at Itona's phone, 9:32. 1.5 hours to go. Ritsu, have you relayed the plan to Irina? Ritsu salutes cheekily. Yes, ma'am. I also gave them the time, so they should be able to keep counting. Good. Their door is the same as ours, other than the lock. Yes. Kurahashi says it's hickory, one of the more durable woods. But with Karasuma, it shouldn't be a problem. Karma giggles. You guys, we're talking about defeating a quasi-immortal, ridiculously overpowered sensei. This is turning into somewhat of a habit, don't you think? They share a small laugh before quieting. He's not wrong. Nakamura takes a deep breath. Look, I know we agreed this is the best time for this, but it just all feels kind of rushed. Nagisa knows what she means, but we're prepared. We've got backup plans too, remember? Tona nods. Besides, you heard what he said, it has to be tonight. Hey, you, Shiro had called absent-mindedly, snapping in the direction of his assistant. His face had been glued to his screen. Which one is the muscular guy with the bicolored haircut? The assistant had consulted his clipboard. Terasaka Ryoma, sensei? Shiro had made a considering hum. Nagisa hadn't liked the sound of that. He will likely be one of the best candidates for the test Nomu. They're all quirkless, so if my predictions are correct, they will be able to fit more quirks than my other experiments before losing brain function. Terasaka, though he's the tallest and heaviest. His body should be able to handle the strain of a couple strength quirks, and if it works, Heat grinned, the expression particularly creepy due to the lack of eyes and a nose. He'll be one of the heaviest hitters in Japan. The male teacher is also an ideal candidate, but he's too skilled and unpredictable to let out of the room now. Maybe if I combine a couple students, he'd broken off, mumbling, before straightening. That's right, killing All Might, it's within reach. I can feel it. Shiro had absently touched what was left of his face. It's almost time. We'll unfreeze the brats tomorrow, and in 4 or 5 days, my preparations should be complete. We'll take him to the lab then, the one across town. The assistant had nodded and written something down. Shiro had walked past each frozen student, inspecting them with a smug tilt of his lips. He'd looked triumphant as the thought of having a small army of these nomus he'd mentioned. It had been the look of someone who had complete control over a situation. If only he knew. Nagisa had been glad at the time that he was unable to move. He was certain that his horror would have shown clearly on his face if he'd still had control over his expressions. Science may not have been his strong suit, but this wasn't hard to understand. Shiro had been talking about turning them into lab rats, stuffing them full of quirks until they were brain dead. Tomorrow, when they would be freed, they had to start planning. It's 11:09. Shiro is working at his computer in the basement where his office resides. It's 11:13. Shiro is entering the kitchen for a drink. It's 11:14. Shiro feels 2 knives slice down the back of his neck, severing his cervical nerves. Why didn't he sense anything? He catches a flash of blue in his periphery. He falls to the ground. That's okay. These children are foolish. He will not be beaten so easily. He has several healing quirks in his arsenal. He tries to access them. But why is his head so foggy? Why does he feel so much pain? It's everywhere. He can't think straight. Grasping at his quirks is like grabbing a cloud. He has quirks to fix himself. Why isn't he fixing himself? No, he is just too slowly. He tries to call for his assistant. He's not sure he can hear himself speak, or if he's making any noise at all. If his mind were clearer, perhaps he'd be trying to figure out what was happening. Perhaps he'd question the wine that he'd just drank, which tasted more nutty than he remembered. Perhaps he'd realize that the camera feed he's been watching has been on loop for some time. But between the pain running throughout his body and the fog in his head, he doesn't. He can't. He stays on the floor, unable to move, as his vision slowly goes dark. It's 11:17. The entire operation takes just 17 minutes. The students and their 2 teachers don't stop running until they're at least 2 miles from the building. As they stop to rest, the teens turn toward their teachers. Irina's hair is slightly tousled, her pantsuit clean but wrinkled. Karasuma is holding his left arm carefully. His shoes are also scuffed from kicking down their door. He clears his throat. We couldn't get there in time because of the assistant. We took his files and left him borderline unconscious, but his quirk had to do with intelligence, so I'm sure he'll figure out a way to get up in around a minute. As for Shiro, the class holds their breaths. He isn't healing properly, but with help from his assistant, I won't be surprised if he survives long enough to get help. I'm sure he has connections with quirked healers that can also dissipate the effects of the hydrogen cyanide. On that note, good work, Okud. She blushes, peeling off her gas mask. We got lucky. He had quite the chemical collection in there. I kind of wish I'd taken more things. Karasuma turns to Itona. Can you have Ritsu locate the nearest government building? I'm not familiar with this area, and a lot has changed. We also need to find a place to get clothes and food. As far as we know, it's just us now, from our time, I mean, so it would be pointless to find our old places. We can figure that out later. Ritsu gives them directions and they set off. It's nearly 20 minutes later when they spot a government office. The students wait outside while Karasuma and Irina head inside. The two teachers return from the building with twin expressions of frustration. It's no good. We were declared dead ages ago when we were never found, and they're unwilling to rehire us due to the fact that we don't have quirks. They told us to go to a police station to register and get ID'd and such. Irina nods. Between Karasuma and I, we've got enough money to at least get a charger for Itona's phone and some food. Let's find a library or somewhere else with charging outlets. Ritsu raises her hand on the screen. I've just located a building, a base of the Special Defense Force that's been abandoned in favor of a better location. My intel says that they don't remove the entry code for those who've died, so both of yours should still work. Karasuma straightens. Perfect. Can you show us the way? The base is on the edge of a city called Mizudafu. It's 4 stories tall, with roof access. Karasuma puts in his agent code into the keypad and lets out a quiet sigh of relief when the light turns green. He pushes it open, using a key card in his pocket to unlock the second door. Whoa, Sugino breathes. Nagisa surveys the interior. The room they're in has a low ceiling with somewhat drafty air. A tall desk rests in the corner, a thin layer of dust coating the smooth surface. The open doorway leads to a larger room with a staircase on one side and a large table taking up the center. There's a wall-to-wall whiteboard as well, indicating that it's a meeting room. Nagisa spots a restroom sign and back door symbol on a sheet of metal hanging from the ceiling. A couple of his classmates run up the stairs, laughing and whooping. Nagisa opens a window and peers up, where Karma grins down at him from the window above. Nagisa? He turns at the sound of Keanu's excited voice. She's at the window next to Karma, which leads to the fire escape running down the building. There are actual rooms here. Good, maybe they can stay here for a while. Nagisa takes the stairs to the second floor where there are 3 bedroom-sized rooms, 2 offices and a bathroom. And he can get us the fake IDs. For now, we can act as the kids' parents, but that's Karasuma's voice. 20 though? No, 27. Ritsu doesn't have a body. That's far too many, but since we're not in the system, the fake IDs mean we could just have more than one. We could each have several personas if worst comes to worst. That's Irina. I mean, the kids are mature enough that they don't always need supervision from the both of us. They're smart and Kora-sensei taught them well. Nagisa releases his breath quietly. It's true. If any class can survive in a world where they don't exist, it's probably them. He steps into the room. Is there anything I can do to help? The two turn to him, gazes softening. Just keep doing as you're doing, Irina tells him. You did great with the escape plan, and your classmates really respect you. Karma appears next to Nagisa. What are we going to do about schooling? Karasuma steps forward. Where we left off, you would be going into high school soon. I know you're all more mature and experienced than the average teen, what with our situation, but we need to get reintegrated into society and avoid suspicion. We can choose those later, and you kids can leave the paperwork and logistics to us. Nagisa nods. High school? Sensei? Shiro's assistant had sounded out of breath. He'd run into the room, eyes gleaming. I've just received a tip. Nedzu has asked All Might to teach at UA High School next year. Shiro's mouth had dropped before he'd burst into laughter. Oh, this is too perfect. This is our chance to take him down. If I'm right, and he's weakening, it shouldn't be too much of a challenge. Especially considering that I'll be able to use the students as hostages. Maybe it's time to think about recruiting. And of course, I can also use the students to fight him, not just as hostages. All might? Weakening? That hadn't sounded good to Nagisa. He'd told himself that when they were free, he'd make sure he'd do what he could to keep society from crumbling. He'd seen it nearly happen once, and he wasn't very fond of the feeling. Nagisa remembers this conversation and makes up his mind. He sees a shift in Karma's expression too, and guesses that he's remembering the same thing. At least now he knows what high school he wants to go to. He doesn't want to let Shiro hurt anyone else, not if he can do something about it. And, well, it's been a while since he's gone to school, but he can say for sure that he's unlikely to forget anything he'd learned that year. Plus, it wasn't as if he hadn't spent 200 years unable to do anything but sit and think. Aizawa Shoyuda is not easily impressed. He's worked with many heroes and taken down countless villains, and it's not often that someone catches his eye by exceeding his expectations. The thing is, Aizawa knows hero society inside out. This is why he knows that things aren't black and white, no matter how hard society tries to make them out to be. He's met many so-called villains who wanted nothing more than to feed their starving family, or ones who didn't know any other kind of life. He's met vigilantes who were rejected by society and just wanted to help people in the ways they could. And maybe most importantly, he's met pro-heroes who are more innately villainous than the low-level thugs and criminals roaming the streets. There's one thing that most people have in common, though, and that's the way they treat quirks. In this world, quirks are everything. People tend to let their quirk determine their worth, their usefulness, and their path in life. A lot of it is caused by societal pressures, of course. Someone with a visual ability may be pushed to join the entertainment industry, while those with abilities that make people wary of them are often shunned to the point where they need to resort to illegal actions to survive. One thing Aizawa's noticed is that more often than not, people use their quirks to limit themselves. He's seen countless cases of children wanting to become a hero, a policeman, or a doctor, and only deciding not to because their quirks isn't suited for it. It makes him groan every time. In the end, those people are limiting themselves, and they shouldn't blame it on their quirk. After all, he doesn't see why someone without any special ability at all wouldn't be able to do any job they wanted. All in all, Aizawa has long since been disillusioned about the different sides of hero society. This is why 3 specific participants in the UA Hero Course practical exam catch his attention. It's not because they have flashy, powerful quirks, quite the opposite. He's never been a spotlight kind of guy, and these 3, they seemed closer to his style of fighting than anyone else. The first is a slim, athletic redhead. Aizawa checks his file. Name, Akabane Karma. Birth date, December 25th. Middle school, homeschooled. Quirk, Karma. Quirk description. Any person who harms him will have something of equal scale happen to their body within the next 24 hours. He peers at Akabane's test scores. A nearly perfect score. Aizawa looks back up to the monitor and finds the redhead again. He's running around the city taking down robots, but it's not his speed nor his stamina that Aizawa notices first. It's the quick, efficient way he's earning points. Forceful jabs to their weak spots. A feint to make one robot destroy another, climbing on top of a 2-pointer to steer it into a group of robots. Weaponizing the weapons. Aizawa likes this one already. His quirk doesn't work on robots, and even if it did, he'd need to get really hurt in order to inflict damage on any of them. It's the first time he's seen a Hero Course contestant completely disregard their quirk, almost as if he's used to not being able to use it. In a way, it makes sense. After all, it's a quirk that requires him to get hurt to be of any use. He turns to the next file that catches his interest. Name, Shiota Nagisa. Birth date, July 20th. Middle school, homeschooled. Quirk, bloodless. Quirk description. Can emit an unsettling feeling that affects those around him. It's undoubtedly a useful quirk, especially considering the disorienting factor, but it's effectively useless against hunks of metal. And yet, the blue-haired boy doesn't falter. He flits from robot to robot, grabbing scrap pieces of metal to jam into the circuit boards under their arms. Shiota had gotten good test scores as well. Not as good as Akabane's, but fairly impressive nonetheless. He seems to have done far better on the questions that required logical, real-world thinking and scenarios. Interesting. The third participant that Aizawa notices is a girl with long blonde hair. He'd noted her quirk early on while reading the students' files. It's a non-combative quirk and wouldn't help her at all in this situation. This doesn't stop her from parkouring over the robots' heads and knocking them over using their own weight. Name: Nakamura Ryo. Birth date: August 24th. Gender: female. Middle school: homeschooled. Quirk: night vision. Quirk description: slightly enhanced vision in the dark. Aizawa is slightly suspicious, given that the three teens who have caught his attention have all been homeschooled. Not only that, but the fluid, confident way they move. They look trained. He can't help it. Aizawa is intrigued. What the fuck? Ken's voice is uncharacteristically quiet. The other staff follow his finger, which is pointing to a spot on the screen where two students are laying on top of a fake building with. Are those guns? Is that even allowed? Holy shit, why do those kids have rifles? Nedzu quiets the room with a wave of his paw. I checked their files. They both have licenses to carry these specific firearms, given by a government agent. They're not lethal to humans, however. The bullets are a special material. He turns back to the screen. On robots, though, Snipe, meanwhile, is practically salivating. Look at it. Y'all see this? Their aim is better than that of Ma third-year students. Nedzi nods. If you'd like, I can talk to them about enrolling in your advanced firearms class. They can join the third years. Midnight whistles as a shot from the girl goes straight through a robot's tread, halting it in place. I thought aim quirks were pretty rare, though. Nedzu chuckles. Oh, only the boy, Chiba Ryanosuke, has an aim quirk. It's actually documented as rather weak, indicating that he's just had a lot of practice. The girl, Hayami Rinka, has a quirk that improves her balance. Midnight quiets. It makes sense, remembering how the girl had scaled the side of the building with no fear. On the other hand, she's never seen someone with such accurate shooting abilities who wasn't aided by their quirk. Nedzu watches the screens intently. He takes in the explosive boy with a ridiculous amount of villain points, the timid boy who's only earned rescue points, the two young snipers, and the rest of the homeschooled group that's been showcasing an unprecedented amount of professionalism and experience. It seems this year will be interesting. Karasuma and Irina had looked over the high school applications they were handed. They'd flipped through them before looking up. So, quite a few of you want to attend UA, huh? Irina had called forward those who said they'd apply. Why don't we all introduce ourselves and our quirks so we can get used to them? Karasuma had given a nod. You can all keep your names. I've buried all records of you from the past, so for all intents and purposes, you're just normal, homeschooled teens that were absolutely not born 200 years ago. The class laughs. You're all orphans, and have been adopted by various identities of myself and Irina. We're both still government agents, by the way. He'd put air quotes around government agents and Irina had put a finger to her lips in a playful shushing gesture. It was a good thing that Karasuma had been skilled at paperwork forgery and that Irina had some hacking experience. Nagisa, not for the first time, had been glad he had such cool teachers. Karma had been the first to step up and explain his fake quirk. Wow. That's perfect for a sadist like you, Nagisa had teased. Let me guess, you're going to be the Karman that gets those who hurt you? Of course, Karma had grinned. And if I can't hurt them back for some reason, you can just do it for me. Karasuma had rolled his eyes but then conceded that it was actually fairly smart. Hopefully it will dissuade anyone from really trying to hurt you. Nagisa had gone next. Everyone seemed to like his choice of fake quirk, bloodlust. That fits you well, Irina had agreed. Brings me back to the time with Takaoka. Maihara had nodded. You can be pretty creepy sometimes. This way, nobody will question it. Nagisa had just laughed awkwardly. I can't tell if that's a compliment or not. Hayami and Chiba had explained their quirks next, and Chiba mentioned that after hearing of Shiro's plans, he wanted to join the hero course to protect the UA students. Aside from Nagisa, Karma, Ryo, Chiba, and Hayami, there were some members of the class who had decided to apply to other UA departments. I figure I can keep building things if I join the support course, was Itona's explanation. UA is obscenely rich, so they've got to have some good materials. As for my quirk, I've made these contacts that change color. I'll just put down that I can change my eye color at will. Okuda had shuffled her feet. I've heard there's also a portion focused on chemical support rather than mechanics. I'd find that interesting, I think. I've decided not to come up with a fake quirk and just say I'm quirkless. Irina had hesitated but ultimately nodded. If you're sure. Remember that at the moment, quirklessness is extremely rare in your generation. You may become a target for bullies. Okuda steels herself. I can take care of myself. Karasuma had to hide a smile. Her confidence had come a long way. Kurahashi had gone next. Being as empathetic as she is, she'd claimed that she could probably fake a minor emotion-based empathy quirk, meaning that she'd be affected by others' strong feelings. Selling beetles on the mountain at Kunijigakaka has made me curious about the industry, so I'll be applying to the business course. Takebayashi had said he'd join the same course. His inclination toward statistics had made his choice entirely unsurprising. He'd gone with a minor intelligence quirk. Yada had slung an arm around Megu. I was going to do the same, to make use of Irina's lessons on blackmail, deception, and negotiation, but decided to try for general education instead. Same with Megu. Starting now, my quirk is persuasion. She'd winked. They decided that Ritsu can be Megu's quirk, though she'd still talk with the other Class 3 members with the phones Karasuma had managed to get them. It was a good thing that their base still had supplies stocked up in various places. The others who'd said they'd be applying for general education were Terasaka, Hazama, Isegai, and Maihara. The rest of the class had decided to go to smaller-name high schools in or near Mizudafu. This is perfect. We have a few of you in a well-resourced school to gather information, not to mention the one that may become Shiro's target. It's also good that some of you are staying at lesser-known schools to avoid suspicion. Karasuma had hummed in agreement at Irina's words. Irina has put down Enchantress as her quirk, pretty self-explanatory, and I've decided on enhanced reflexes. It shouldn't be too odd with my training. Terasaka had raised a hand. What about weapons? I don't know if it's just me, but ever since the year with Korosensei, I've only felt comfortable when I have a knife or other weapon on me. The class had nodded. They all knew what he'd meant. Don't worry about it. There's weapons stored all over the base. I'll show you where in a moment. He'd stopped and sighed. I'm talking about giving a bunch of kids weapons. I sound crazy. Irina had let out a giggle. They're not just any class, though. Karasuma's gaze had softened. No, they're not. Do I really have to wear the tie? Karma complains. It takes so long to put on. Maybe I'll just bring it with me. Nagisa sighs and ties it for him. It's the first day. At least try to make a good impression. What? Karma teases. You don't think my natural charm is enough? No, Nagisa deadpants. He ignores Karma clutching at his heart dramatically and instead turns back to his own reflection to adjust his uniform. They'd been relieved when their acceptance letters came, all 5 students sitting comfortably in the upper half of the point range for the practical exam and close to the top on the written part. Itona and Okuda had, unsurprisingly, blew their support test out of the water and apparently made a rather eccentric friend. The two of them, along with the management and general education students, had already left for UA on the early train. Rio pokes her head into their room and sighs. Come on, we're going to be late. Hurry up. Chiba and Hayami are waiting. They barely make it on time. Chiba and Hayami part ways with the other 3 at the Class 1B door, the sniper's assigned class. Nagisa stops in front of the room 1A. It's only a year of assassin training that keeps him from stepping on the yellow sleeping bag that rolls past them into the room. It unzips and a man steps out, turning to the trio that's still in the doorway. Don't bother sitting down, we're all going to the training grounds. Put these on and meet me there. The man motions to a box on his desk and walks out of the classroom. So this is UA. The man, Aizawa Shoyuda, turns out to be their teacher. He announces that they're going to do a quirk apprehension test. Missing the amused looks the 3E trio send each other. Aizawa says the person who comes in last place will be expelled, but Nagisa would bet his left kidney that he's lying. As it is, he only bets 500 yen against Rio. Not, per se, that he isn't going to expel whoever comes in last. He just doesn't think it's the only criteria. It's mostly likely going to be time for their teacher to judge their effort, creativity, and potential rather than their current talent level. The statement is to motivate them to draw out their best performance. Nagisa is sure of it. Of course, that doesn't mean he isn't putting forth his best effort. The first test is the 50-meter dash. After seeing a brunette with pink cheeks use her touch-based quirk on her clothes, making them seemingly float, Nagisa has an idea. He whispers it to Karma and Rio, and they nod. Nagisa sidles up next to the girl and introduces himself. She says her name is Uraraka. Well, Uraraka, I actually don't have a quirk that would help me out on these tests, and I was kind of hoping you'd do me a favor. When it's Nagisa's turn, Karma picks him up by both wrists before moving to the start line. Aizawa is confused but waits. At the go, Karma spins around, releasing Nagisa when he points down the track, and Nagisa flies like a missile. Rio, standing on the other end, catches him with an oomph and gives a thumbs up to Uraraka. Release. His time is 3.4 seconds. The blonde boy with explosions dancing in his palms snarls. What the fuck was that? You think it's okay to just cheat like that right in front of me? You think you're too good for the rules, I bet? Aizawa pinches the bridge of his nose. It's not cheating, Bakugo. That's called using your brain. Nagisa made the decision to ask for help, knowing that he didn't have any advantages in this field. Bakugo scoffs, crossing his arms. Nagisa can see the minuscule narrowing of Aizawa's eyes, and realizes that the only reason he's allowing this is because he's curious, maybe even suspicious, of the trio. Karma eyes Bakugo with a glint in his eye. No. Nagisa knows that look. That's his, oh, you get angry easily? It'll be fun to rile you up, then look. It's often pointed at Terasaka. The tests continue. Despite being quirkless, the 3E trio all have impressive athletic abilities and manage not to drop to the bottom where a freckled boy, a girl with AUX cords hanging from her ears, and a boy with a lightning bolt in his hair currently reside. During the endurance run, Karma has the luck to go after a girl called Yayarozu, who'd created a motorcycle to ride. Karma just laughs and uses it for his turn as well. Yayarozu looks uncertain of how to feel but settles for a hesitant smile in his direction. She seems surprised but grateful when he advises her to be careful of what she makes during a fight, since anything she discards can be taken and used against her. Aizawa eyes the pair thoughtfully, but doesn't say anything. During the ball throw, Karma and Nagisa simply copy the form they've seen Sugino use when the boy plays baseball. They get respectable but not particularly standout scores. Karma unsurprisingly gets the higher of the two. Rio, on the other hand, has apparently spent the time in between events conversing with Dark Shadow, a bird-headed boy's quirk. Tokoyami had been surprised at her treatment of his quirk, mentioning that many forget that it's sentient and has feelings and opinions. Dark Shadow, in turn, is all too happy to stand near the circle when Rio launches the ball and give it a good whack as it begins to slow, increasing her score by 100 meters. Aizawa looks at Tokoyami, who shrugs and says that Dark Shadow does what Dark Shadow wants. Bakugo cedes the entire time. When the tests conclude, Karma is in 10th place, Rio in 12th, and Nagisa in 13th. This reinforces Nagisa's idea that they weren't just being judged on their performance, since he likely would have gotten closer to last place if that were true. The kid in last, Midoriya, bursts into tears when Aizawa, pro-hero Eraserhead, apparently, tells them that expulsion was just a motivational ruse to make them try their best. Karma, on the other hand, bursts into laughter at Rio's scowl. She huffs, pulling out some coins and counting out 500 yen into Nagisa's hand. Aizawa sighs, rubbing his temples as the rest of the class gapes at the trio. Nagisa tunes out the strict boy's lecture about making bets at school. It doesn't seem like Aizawa minds much, anyway. Netsu sits in his office, drinking tea and digesting what he's just learned about his new students. He does that a lot. The tea drinking bit, he means. After all, he can't say it's often that he finds out 14 of his students, alt adopted by the same couple under different names, were born over 200 years ago. It had been difficult to figure out, but with Netsu, it's hardly possible to hide things from him when he gets curious. His hunch had led him to dig around a bit. Once he'd found the original files dating their existence in the time when quirks were an oddity, as well as their missing persons reports, he'd put the pieces together fairly quickly. The lot of them likely didn't even have quirks. He sees it now. All of the quirks they've listed on their files could be faked one way or another, and yet it would be nearly impossible to prove it. The question stands, what to do with this information? He isn't about to make it public. Not yet anyway. Who knows what the media will turn it into? He could confront them about it, or just observe the way things play out. He also wants to meet these kids' guardians. He wants to know how they got here, what they're planning on doing, and what their motivations are. The thing is, this whole situation is a grand puzzle. And if there's one thing Nagisa loves, it's puzzles. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. All Might booms, coming through the door decidedly not like a normal person. Nagisa knows that All Might is the #1 hero in Japan, but he's also incredibly tacky and incredibly loud, and Nagisa has an incredibly painful headache. He kind of wants to shush him. Not that it would go over well. All Might goes on to explain that for their first hero course, they'll be changing into their hero costumes and doing battle training. This is what Nagisa has been looking forward to. It's clear that the rest of the class is excited too. He can see Karma and Ryo smirking at each other. Nagisa can't say he's that surprised when he gets some double takes as he walks into the boys' locker room, but nobody stops him. He's guessing the uniform he's wearing is enough. As he opens his suitcase, nostalgia and pride war in his mind. He pulls out the blue fabric. All 5 of the 3E Hero Corps students had designed their costumes together, and anyone who looked at the group would be able to tell. Nagisa had based his design on their PE assassination uniforms from Kunijigakaka. First, he pulls on a thin, form-fitting navy shirt that covers everywhere up to the top of his collarbones and down to the edges of his wrists where they disappear into tactical gloves with built-in brass knuckles. He slides his legs into blue-gray cargo pants with knee pads and multiple pockets, tightening his belt. The hooded half-sleeve jacket he pulls over his head is the same color as his pants. He'd requested the fabric to be slash-proof and fireproof, and the top jacket had been woven with Kevlar that can reduce the damage of a bullet exponentially. You can never be too safe. His combat boots are snug and comfortable, and have little attached knives that slide out of the heel when he flicks them outwards. He also sticks a small skin-toned earpiece behind his ear, courtesy of Itona and Ritsu. The 3E members had decided to keep in touch without the school's interference as well. A tiny golden E adorns his collar. Karma's costume is similar, with only small personal changes he'd requested. They also have a vastly different assortment of weapons on them. Wow, are you guys planning on becoming a hero duo? Karma shakes his head at Kirishima. We've shared an unforgettable experience together, and we want to honor it. There are a couple others who'll look similar. You'll see. They do, see, when Ryo steps out of the girls' locker room in an identical outfit, save for her shorts. You all look amazing. All Might declares. Nagisa's glad he'd had the forethought to pick up some pain medication from Recovery Girl. The ache in his head is already fading considerably. All Might explains the rules and has them draw lots. Nagisa is thoroughly unimpressed. Why does the pro-hero think this is even remotely a good idea? Other than himself, Karma, and Ryo, the Class 1A students likely have had little to no training before this. And he decides to pit them against each other inside a building far enough that he wouldn't be able to jump in immediately if there's a problem. His students don't yet have a good understanding of each other's quirks, nor has he ensured that they know basic self-defense. This seems more like an activity for the 2nd or 3rd week of school. Not to mention, if Nagisa had designed this training lesson, he'd have organized the teams himself. He sees the merit in them being random, but the matchups only need to be unknown to the students beforehand. He'd separate the students who'd gone to the same middle school to avoid friends who know each other while being paired together, and the same goes for the opposite. After all, any kid holding a grudge could easily use this opportunity to pull something that normally wouldn't be allowed. But back to All Might. Nagisa looks at the name he pulls, glancing around until he meets the eyes of a boy with hair that's split down the middle, one side red, one side white. He walks over. Todoroki, right? I'm Nagisa, your partner. Todoroki studies him before giving a curt nod and turning away. Nagisa checks who they're going up against. Shiro Hanta and Kirishima Ijiro, huh? Nagisa's group is first up. As the Chiros, they're given time to plan while Shiro and Kirishima set up. Just stay out of my way and leave this to me. Nagisa stares at Todoroki incredulously. Seriously? I'm going to freeze the building and you are going to get caught in it if you don't do as I say. Nagisa snorts. That seems like an awfully quick way to lose the exercise, or at the very least, show All Might that neither of us can work on a team. I don't need to, Todoroki says stiffly. I will be the strongest on my own. I have to. Wow, there's a lot of issues to unpack there. Nagisa points out, if this were a real-life scenario, freezing the building could set off the bombs since we don't know how it's operated. We'll lose the battle trial if you do that. Well, he amends, if All Might shows a little competency, that is. Todoroki clenches his jaw. Then what do you propose we do? We make a plan, Nagisa replies easily. Both of us. What's your quirk? That's not the question you should ask, Todoroki. You know, my biggest assets aren't my quirk at all. If the question is, what can you do? I'm skilled in close combat martial arts, strategy, and can use the various weapons support made for me. My quirk is basically, freaking people out. Don't give me that look, it's what it does functionally. Todoroki thinks it over. Okay, then we'll do this. Karma watches his friend from the control room. Poor Kirishima and Shiro. He hears someone whisper. They've gotta go against Endeavor's son. He feels his lip twitch minutely and turns slightly to face the pink-skinned girl. It's not him they should be worried about. When Nagisa and Todoroki enter the building, it's from different areas. For one thing, the window Nagisa crawls through is 4 stories higher than Todoroki's. When he gets inside, he taps his comm to let his partner know. I also hear footsteps passing me, heading down to you. Judging by the somewhat clunkier sounds, I'm gonna guess Kirishima. Since he's coming from above, that means Shiro is probably setting up tape traps on the top floor where the bomb is. I'm going in. Are you okay with dealing with Kirishima? He waits for confirmation before crawling back outside the building, pulling himself up through a 5th-floor window silently. He sees Shiro staring intently at the one door in the room, stance ready. When Nagisa drops into the room, Shiro catches sight of him in his periphery and turns to face him. The window? Perfect for a cowardly hero like you, Shiro smirks, getting into the villain persona. But this is as far as you get. He shoots tape from both elbows toward Nagisa. Shiro's quirk is mighty useful, but once you know what it is, there are weaknesses you can exploit. Nagisa grabs the tape strands, one with each hand. He allows the ends to wrap around each arm before gripping the taut strips between them and yanking hard. Shiro shoots forward, surprised, and Nagisa gives him a quick chop to the back of the head. As Shiro lands in a heap on the ground, dazed, Nagisa wraps the capture tape around him. Shiro of the villain, oh, and Kirishima too. The villain team has been captured. Hero team wins. All Might's voice sounds in Nagisa's earpiece. Todoroki doesn't speak on the way back to the viewing room, but he does nod once. At Nagisa. Shiro, on the other hand, runs up to him. Shioda, right? That was awesome, dude. Didn't even see it coming. Nagisa, he responds automatically. Please call me Nagisa. It's what I'm used to. Okay. The other battle trials go about as expected. Karma and Azui beat Jairu and Kaminari quickly and efficiently. What's up with that? Jairu had said, awed. I couldn't hear Akabane's footsteps, even with my enhanced hearing. Karma, the boy corrects. You too. Though Mina ends up being beaten by Ryo's team, the two apparently both share a love for gossip and exchange phone numbers after the exercise. Everything is fun and lighthearted until Midoriya and Bakugo destroy the building and each other. And himself, for Midoriya. What kind of quirk breaks your bones? Nagisa doesn't see how All Might hasn't realized that the match had turned personal the moment the two were paired against each other. He tells All Might his suspicions, pointing out the panic in Midoriya's eyes whenever Bakugo starts letting off explosions and his instinctual flinch, and All Might agrees to talk to Midoriya. Nagisa's not stupid. He sees the way All Might clearly seems focused on the green-haired boy and the way they interact. He looks at the boy in a mentor-like way, A look he's seen on Korosensei when it comes to the E-class. He sets his suspicions aside for the moment. The cafeteria is filled with chatter. Nagisa, Ryo and Karma enter through the double doors and look around for familiar faces. They catch sight of Irina and Okuda, sitting at a table otherwise empty save for a girl with bubblegum hair and a lavender-haired boy who looks like he hasn't slept since the first Quirk Wars. As they make their way over, Shiro calls out to Nagisa. "Hey, can we sit with you guys?" He shrugs. "Sure." Shiro, followed by Mina, Kaminari, Jairu, Kirishima and Bakugo, who's being practically dragged along by the redhead, join the trio. When they reach the table and sit down, Itona looks up. "Couldn't find the oaf?" He hands a Swiss Army knife to the bubblegum-haired girl, who's fiddling with a palm-sized something. Seems he's found a fellow gearhead. "The oaf?" Kirishima questions. "Terasaka, probably." Itona nods, so Ryo continues. He's sitting at a full table with Chiba, Hayami, and the Gen Ed kids. At this, the tired boy seems to tense minutely. A Gen Ed student, perhaps? Mei snaps her fingers absently in Itona's direction, still fully focused on her invention. Itona pulls a screwdriver out of his pocket and hands it to her without looking up from his food, taking the Swiss Army knife back and sliding it into his jacket. The awkward silence is broken by Mina and Ryo giggling at the sight of something at the other end of the cafeteria. They hurry in that direction, whispering. Karma turns to Bakugo, who's angrily stabbing at his food. "Looks like pork." "Whoa, buddy, I promise it's already dead." His teasing voice makes the other boys' heads snap up. Bakugo snarls at him, and Karma smiles lazily. "You know, you kind of remind me of Terasaka in a way. Brute strength, not much brains, angered easily, sound familiar." Kirishima has to hold Bakugo back from taking a swing at Karma. Nagisa knows that Karma's just trying to get a rise out of him. They both know that Bakugo is extremely intelligent. His pride, though, it always seems to win out in the end. Just as Kirishima loses his grip on Bakugo, a loud alarm begins to blare. They're told that it means someone breached the school's security. Nagisa shares a look with Karma and the two of them slip away into the crowd. Once they're out of the chaotic cafeteria, they ask Ritsu on Karma's phone where the intruders are. She tells them that the cameras near the teacher's lounge seem to have been tampered with. When they reach the door, a hooded figure steps into a smoky purple mass and disappears. They don't notice the two students watching. Knocking on the door labeled principal is scary. Nagisa supposes it's because of his previous standing at the very bottom of his school in the class called End. Maybe he'd have negative thoughts associated with principals forever. The first thing Nedza does when they walk in is gesture to the seat in front of him. "Have a seat." When Nagisa explains what they saw to Nedzu, his reaction is not what they expect. He folds his paws and hums thoughtfully. "I appreciate that you came to tell me. To be perfectly honest with you, I noticed that the camera feed was off as well, and when I entered the system, I noticed a friend who'd snuck in." He turns around his computer monitor, showing it to Nagisa and Karma. Ritsu waves back sheepishly. "I suppose now would be a good time to tell you that I know of your secret." Nagisa and Karma tense but don't make any other movements. "You can relax. I'm not going to do anything about it." The yet remains unspoken but hangs heavily in the air. "In fact, I'd like to propose a deal. Would you mind giving a call to your legal guardians? That way I can ask you all at once." Once Karasuma and Irina are on the other end of the line, the phone in speaker mode, Nedza begins. "I was initially intrigued when all of the students that were homeschooled according to their files were all extremely impressive in the areas they tested in during entrance exams. It wasn't until I dug deeper that I found older files, extensively buried, well done by the way, that dated your births a couple centuries ago. I brushed off the similar concerns a colleague of mine showed and hid the files from him." Karasuma's doubtful voice sounds through the speaker. "Why didn't you tell anyone else?" Nedza grins, and the boys lean back at the sight of his tiny, sharp teeth. "It's more fun to keep these puzzles to myself." Nagisa shakes his head to try to clear all thoughts of how unhinged his principal looks. Irina sounds as distrustful as her pseudo-husband. "What do you want from us?" "Like I said, I'd like to propose a deal. On your side, you'd get full discretion and protection from myself. I'd stop anyone from snooping into your past business, as well as help you obtain any resources you may need. Karma narrows his eyes. And in return? Nedzu looks him in the eye. I have 2 requests. First of all, based on what I've seen, you and your companions are experienced and intelligent. I'd like you to protect my students. There are many pro heroes teaching here, of course, but it would be lovely to have someone looking out for them in the times that they can't. He taps a nail against the smooth wood of his desk. And the second demand? Request? Nedzu corrects. And it's this. I still have no knowledge on how you're here when you were all born when quirks first began appearing. His eyes glitter as he leans forward, the tilt of his snout greedy for knowledge. I want to know everything. Once Karasuma and Irina agree to Nedzu's deal, not seeing much of a choice, he leans back in his seat. Now that that's settled, there's some things we need to be ready for. I'd like to hear your story, but right now there are more pressing matters to discuss. His gaze darkens a bit. When I noticed the camera that was tampered with, Miss Ritsu here helped me clear out the fake footage and we were able to see what happened in the teacher's lounge. The figure, whom I was unable to identify, used their quirk to make copies of several documents, including the schedule of Class 1A, the lesson plans and notes for our upcoming field trip to the USJ for rescue training, and perhaps most notably, the plans for this year's sports festival. It's not a stretch to assume that someone is planning to attack UA for reasons unknown. If the documents they took are any indication, we should be prepared for multiple attacks. Though we may not know who's behind them, we do know where and when they'll attack, if at all. After a muffled, unintelligible exchange on the other end of the phone, Karasuma speaks. We have information. Hip, of sorts. It may not be the person we are thinking of at all, but it's entirely possible that a man we are acquainted with has the goal of killing All Might and wants to use his position here against him. Nagisa watches Nedzu scribble something down. He hums, looking pensive. Someone from your past, huh? He leans forward and Nagisa can see steel in his eyes. I'm listening. Are Karma, Ryo and Nagisa all absent today? Midoriya startles at the question, glancing at their empty seats before turning back to Azui. I guess. I'm surprised, don't we have a field trip today? Azui nods, tapping her chin. It doesn't seem like something they would skip. I hope nothing's wrong. Aizawa sighs. Nedzu has informed me that they have business with him and will join us later at the USJ. They're fine. Bakugo's mind, meanwhile, is racing. There's something off about those students. Not to mention, a meeting with Nedzu? What could those extras have done to earn his attention? The year's barely started. As Aizawa reassures his students, the prohero's mind wanders to his conversation with Nedzu. The principal had waved away his suspicion, only saying that he had some things to discuss with the students. He'd promised to fill Aizawa in later, when he needed to know. Aizawa internally winces. Nedzu's plans, though, sometimes it was a better idea to stay out of them. Nedzu's voice had suddenly turned impossibly sharp. He called himself what? All for one, Karasuma had repeated. A beat of silence. Nedzu had released a long breath and steepled his paws. Karasuma had talked with him over the phone, but he was still adjusting to the sight of the mouse? Bear? Stoat? Whatever the principal is. He'd been trying for the past hour to ignore Irina's taps on her chair spelling out in Morse code how much she wanted to pet Nedzu and how soft he looked. It had been very distracting. Sitting here with Irina made him feel like this was a parent-teacher conference. Only, Nedzu was the superior and he was one of the pseudo-parents. All for one is somewhat of a legend in the underground. I would say myth, but I know that he is very much real. A colleague of mine was severely injured by him a few years ago. We knew him before we were affected by the quirk, when he still went by Shiro. He's always been formidable. When they told the principal how they'd escaped, his eyes had hardened and he'd seemed less than pleased. Not, Karasuma guessed, because of what they did to Shiro. Rather, it was likely that what gave Nedzu pause was the fact that it was a class full of young teens that had seemingly no issue with poisoning and stabbing a man. Some of my students heard him planning ways to stop us by force if we'd asked or tried to leave. He also had a quirk that would alert him if we were to do so much as step outside. There wasn't another way. Karasuma had wondered if he'd looked as stiff as he'd felt. Irina had seemed tenser than usual beside him as well. With all due respect, Nedzu, if we hadn't escaped when we did, our students would have been turned into lab rats. We had no choice. Trust us on that? Something had flashed in Nedzu's gaze at the mention of lab rats. After a long pause, some of the tension in his shoulders had dissipated. I believe you. I do hope you can understand some of my concerns. Of course. However, Class 3E will bring no harm to anybody at this school. Irina's gaze had softened almost imperceptibly. They're good kids and they've been through a lot together. Nedzu had let them finish their story before asking them to bring willing members of their class to his office the following day. We can get started planning for the USJ attack when they're all here. I've notified Aizawa that we're pushing the trip back an hour. We may need to inform him of your circumstances for extra security, as he can help if the rest of Class 1A starts to get suspicious. He's a trustworthy man. However, I'll leave that decision up to you. Irina and Karasuma had looked at each other and nodded. They'd consider it. Nedzu had continued. If the attack is connected to All for One, or Shiro as you call him, his goal is to kill All Might. While to most it may seem unattainable, the man is crafty. I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to weaken number 1, at the very least. I want to avoid that, so I'm going to arrange for him not to show up until the villains are dealt with. There's also the small chance that these nomes you mentioned are already usable in this attack. Do you have a counter if this happens? Karasuma had nodded. As of right now, Noma do not have free thought. They're more like mindless beasts, only following orders from their master. All we need to do is take out the one giving the orders, and they become harmless. Very well. Do you have the weapons and materials you need? Karasuma had shaken his head. All right. I'll pull some strings and I can have them ready in time. Since we're going for minimal casualties, I assume tranquilizers will do. Karasuma assures him that tranks are perfect. It's a good thing the class has experience with combat. As they'd stood up to leave, Nedzu had given a little smile, eyes glittering. Oh, and Miss Irina, I'm quite flattered that you think I look soft, it's the keratin, you know? However, I do my best to avoid actions such as petting. That would imply that I'm a domesticated creature. And I assure you, I'm anything but. Irina could believe it. Everyone in position? Yep, Rio responds through her adhesive calm gender, semi. Karma snickers. So they're using their old code names, then. Nagisa sighs. We're both ready, English. I'm heading to the control room now. Once he gets there, he listens to Nedzu's instructions, one hand at the tiny device behind his ear. Nedzu tells him to use the fingerprint sensor. It's the reason I scanned your prints when we started planning, he explains. I've already added you to the database, so you should have access. He's proven right when the surveillance screens, as well as a panel of bright keys and labeled mechanisms, were to life. He pushes the buttons, pulls the levers, and adjusts the knobs Nedzu instructs him to, and slowly the USJ changes. The water is drained out of the flood section in a foamy spiral. The conflagration zone and avalanche zone are deactivated and stabilized, and the temperature in the large dome evens out. Despite their hopes that they can take care of this quickly, they want to make sure that the villains don't have anything they can use to their advantage. By the time everyone is in position, it's nearly the point when Class 1A would have arrived if they'd kept their schedule. It takes 8 minutes for something to happen. Down there, in the plaza, Nagisa's voice has the assassins snapping to attention. On a screen, Nagisa can see a smoky mass coalesce in the center of the building. The first person to step out of the mist is a figure wearing formal clothing and an intricate mask. They're followed by a bulky, tall creature with an exposed brain and a beak. As it stands awkwardly by the masked figure, as if waiting for orders, Nagisa realizes what it is. There's a Nomu here, he whispers to Nedzu, although there's no way for anyone to hear him from outside the control room. He shudders, realizing that it could have been Terasaka, or any of them, down there. It seems to be obeying the masked person. A large cluster of people with menacing expressions spills out of the portal, and he hears Nedzu hum. From what I can see on the monitor that I've connected with, I recognize some of those faces from police reports. They seem to be street thugs and common criminals, mostly. Not particularly powerful on their own, but crafty enough to escape arrest. My guess is that they were supposed to have dealt with the students while the Nomu took on all might. The group spreads around, presumably searching for the students they'd been told would be there. In about 5 seconds, most of the thugs are on the ground unconscious, victims of a certain pair of snipers' exceptional aim. Rio sends tranquilizing arrows at the remainder, her marksmanship allowing her to graze their bodies without causing much damage. For having such little practice with a bow and arrow, she's startlingly capable. Hinata then drops from a high-up beam and takes care of the rest, agile body flipping around as she slashes at the confused criminals. They crumple one by one, hostages to the paralytic agent coating the knives. Soon, the only figures standing are the smoky purple figure, the masked person and the hulking, beaked beast. Before the masked figure can regain their bearings and order the Nomu to act, an arrow from Rio flies toward them in the air. They quickly lift a hand, and to Nagisa's frustration, as soon as their fingers graze the weapon it turns into a teal marble and drops to the floor. Kurogyri, the smooth, masculine voice starts, presumably directed at the one with the warping quirk. They don't get to finish their sentence. As the figure follows the trajectory of the arrow to see who had shot it, a marble-sized capsule rolls to a stop at their feet. Before anyone can react, it bursts, sending a large cloud of gray smoke straight into their face. Apparently, and luckily, the mask is just for show and serves no function against gas. The person slumps to the ground, unconscious. The purple misty mass hovers for a minute before scooping up the stationary, blank Nomu and the masked figure and vanishing. They've escaped. On the plus side, we have some criminals we can question and arrest. Netza doesn't sound too bothered, just thoughtful. He's probably relieved the operation was quick, clean, and resulted in no casualties on their side. They've also gained some good information. Kurogyri, warp quirk. Unknown name, marble compression quirk. Nomu, which they'd known likely had multiple quirks and of which they now know the size and appearance of. I wish I could have used the chili gas instead of the modified anesthetic, Karma complains. You made chili gas? There's horror in Hinata's voice. Okuda made it for me, actually. Nagisa sighs. Okuda, you have to stop enabling him. She just snorts good-naturedly. It's entertaining, though. A sharp inhale from Ritsu has Nagisa checking his phone. This is bad, she mutters. Bad? Ritsu? What is it? She pulls up a scan. Look at this. I knew I recognized the look of its skin. This is an evaluation of the Nomu's exterior. It's a match. Nagisa's confused. With what? Who? She corrects. Korosensei. The Nomu's been injected with antimatter. I don't know how we never figured this out. If my predictions are correct, it should have the same abilities, super speed and regeneration included. It likely has more quirks as well, like enhanced strength for example. The only thing it lacks is free will and autonomy. Korosensei, when he'd been the Reaper, had been quirkless. Shiro had said that quirkless bodies can accept more quirks without losing brain function. If the goal was to have a way to control the overpowered creatures, to ensure that they'd follow orders, while being as powerful as possible, that could only mean one thing. Korosensei had been a failed Nomu. What should we call this place? Rio had wondered out loud. It had been the first time someone brought it up. I've been saying base in my head, but wouldn't that sound weird to anyone listening? She'd made a good point. You could just say it's home or something, Isegai had suggested. Saying something like HQ would be even more suspicious. Rio had pulled a face. It's more like a hideout than anything. Before we cleaned it out, it was barely better than an abandoned building. Maihara had snickered. Oh, I don't know, maybe because it was an abandoned building. He deserved the book thrown at him, Rio swears. As they'd argued over the specifics of the work they'd done to turn the place into something respectable as a living space, Irina had poked her head into the room from their kitchen, which wasn't technically a kitchen yet, but they were working on it. It reminds me of when you guys had to remodel that school. You were all running around carrying things like little busy bees. Bees fly, not run, Hazama had pointed out helpfully. Kurahashi, on the other hand, had gasped, snapping her fingers. That's it. The hive. Huh. Get it? Busy bees, so our home can be the hive. Like a beehive? That's stupid, Hazama had said, but she'd been interrupted by Irina's squeal. That's cute, I like it. Nagisa had accepted then and there that their place was now the hive. Once Irina makes up her mind, there's rarely a point in fighting it. By the way, Rio had asked curiously, how are we going to deal with the kitchen situation? Government bases don't really need them, and it's not like we can just hire a renovator when this building is supposed to be empty. Irina had given a sly smile. I've been working on contacting some old friends. Or their relatives, at least. Kimura had furrowed his brows. I don't know if you've noticed, but we're, in the future. I don't think I even remember the names of my great-grandparents, let alone anyone beyond that in my family tree. She'd brushed off his words. Oh, let's just say that these people place a lot of importance in family trees. Well, that wasn't suspicious at all. What? You make it sound like you know an Italian mafia boss or something, Mahara had snorted. Irina had closed her eyes and hummed. Dimentiki che conosco dai sei lingue. Ritsu translates, you forget that I know 10 languages? Nedzu has some police he's got connections with come pick up the unconscious thugs littering the USJ floor. They're handcuffed and led away for interrogation as they wake up. Unfortunately, they don't know much about their employers, just that they were aiming to kill All Might and were paying the criminals to deal with the students. Just as Nedzu had hypothesized. Nagisa stretches an arm above his head, hearing one side of his spine crack satisfyingly. Chiba grimaces and inches away. As everyone gathers at the edge of the USJ, Ritsu pulls up some stats she'd collected. From what we know, the Nomu, while injected with antimatter like Coruscensii, likely has vast differences in its skill set. When Shiro turned the Reaper into Coruscensii, there weren't enough quirks strong enough for him to create all of Coruscensei's abilities. He was most likely able to manufacture and manipulate a few quirks on his own. On the other hand, quirks are now common enough that he could have skipped that phase entirely on this Nomu. We know that their goal is to kill All Might. Assuming that Coruscensii was a sort of prototype, it seems like Shiro wants to make them as powerful as him but still lacking the autonomy to escape or disobey him. Hayami fiddles with her sniper rifle. What do you think its abilities are? My guess is that since speed made Coruscensii practically invulnerable, it likely has a form of super speed. However, I believe it isn't as powerful. The smart thing for Shiro to do if he wants a heavy hitter to go up against All Might would be to sacrifice a bit of speed for some strength quirks, maybe even a type of shock absorption or shock nullification quirk. They would be the most useful when going up against All Might. I'm also assuming that with the inability to think for itself, mental quirks can be taken out of the equation when considering what it can do. As Ritsu goes into depth about the Nomu's predicted abilities, Nagisa makes a mental note to buy some notebooks when they get back to the hive. He should really pick up his note-taking hobby again. It could be useful when separating Coruscensei's known weaknesses from the Nomus. A quiet shuffling noise has the group snapping to alertness. Nagisa sees it the moment Karma does, a patch of the ground seeming to flicker, a faint silhouette of a man visible for a split second. He's barely 5 feet from Nagisa. Camouflage quirk. He must have used it to escape arrest when he regained consciousness, meaning he's disoriented but unhurt. As everyone whips out their weapons, Nagisa pulls out his tranquilizer handgun and barely has to aim before pulling the trigger. He seems to glitch before fully materializing, a knife falling from his limp hand. There's a collective sigh of relief, and guns and knives are put away one by one. That was close, Karma comments, trailing off as his eyes slide past Nagisa. Nagisa stiffens as he hears a hoarse rib bit from behind him and slowly turns around. Midoriya, Todoroki, Jiru, Bakugo and Azui stand there, staring at the group. Shit. Midoriya stretches as he steps off the bus. The trip had apparently been pushed back, but they'd shown up a few minutes early. Aizawa moves to talk to ProHero 13. Midoriya practically squeals, it's actually them, and the class devolves into idle chatter. Midoriya finds himself ranting to Azui about the space-themed hero when Jiru shushes them, squinting and plugging one of her ear jacks into the ground. After a moment, her eyes widen. Did Aizawa say we were going to be joined by anyone today? Todoroki, who's nearby, steps closer. He said it would be just us. Why? Gyre hesitates, pointing to a side entrance of the UFE. There's voices coming from inside there. After exchanging glances, they look at Aizawa. He's still talking to 13. We should tell AI. Cowards, Kaken sneers, pushing past Gyru to the side entrance. If there's a villain, I'll just blast them to the moon. Slowly the others follow him. Midoriya hesitates, but what if Kaken gets inside and has to face trouble alone? When he steps through the door, he nearly bumps into Todoroki's back. They quietly turn a corner and peek into an archway leading to the interior of the dome. The first thing Midoriya sees is a tall, dilapidated building covered in scorch marks. The area in front of them seems to be an imitation of an urban landscape, maybe one that had been on fire at some point. Faint voices reach the group from somewhere further down along the curved wall. Mental quirks can be taken out of the equation when considering what it can do. It's a feminine voice. After a moment, it continues. We can't discount the possibility that the Nomu is only programmed to respond to the showman with the mask, but we need to keep a lookout for anyone else in Shiro's group who may be able to as well. That's valuable information, considering that there's no way the Nomu would just follow anyone's orders. There's a pause, then a rapid shuffling sound accompanied by a few curses. A noise that sounds oddly like a muffled gunshot rings, causing Midoriya to stiffen. The group creeps forward from behind the scrap of building to see Nagisa, Karma, and Ryo. There's also a few others Midoriya doesn't recognize. Is Nagisa holding a gun? Are they villains? Is that a dead body on the ground? That was close, Karma says, voice quieting as he catches sight of the group. Azui lets out a ribbit. Shit, they aren't supposed to be here yet. Nagisa checks the time. They're 15 minutes early. As Bakugo opens his mouth to speak, Karma nudges his way past Nagisa to the front of the group. He gets right in Bakugo's face, making sure to meet the eyes of Midoriya, Gyru, Azui, and Todoroki as well. His voice is quiet but more serious than Nagisa's heard it in a while. Listen up. Nobody is in danger. This is all approved as part of a deal with Nedzu. If you want answers, keep your mouths shut and act normal. We'll explain everything later. If you say anything now, things will get even more complicated. Do you understand? Midoriya practically wilts under Karma's intense stare and steady words, stammering out an affirmative. Nagisa's expression is severe as well. He needs them to understand that this has to stay between them for now. Azui nods, followed by Gyru and Todoroki. The heterochromatic teen makes a fist. As long as you tell us everything. If we were to ask, would Nedzu say you're telling the truth? You can ask him yourself later, Hayami interjects, stepping forward. But right now, you need to rejoin your class. Chiba nods. We should get going too. Nagisa, Karma, Ryo, you guys head outside. We'll be out of here in a minute. Bakugo tries to protest, but the others herd him toward the door. When they slip into the small crowd of students, 13 is giving a speech about quirk use. The class finally steps into the USJ, none the wiser of what had transpired there just minutes ago. Nedzu sets down his teacup at Nagisa's soft but urgent voice drifting through the speaker connected to 3's comms. Nedzu, did you catch all that? It was Bakugo, Midoriya, Azui, Todoroki, and Gyre. I didn't see any others. He sighs. I wish we'd had more time. I didn't expect us to slip up so soon. Indeed. Well, it can't be helped. Bring those 5 to my office after school. I suppose some explanations are in order. Yes, sir. Have Irina and Karasuma decided whether or not to tell Aizawa yet? Nedzu hums. They've agreed. The planned time was going to be next week, though we may need to do it sooner. I'd like to prevent any more mishaps in the future, if possible. Aizawa would be able to help in more ways than one. Picking up his phone, Nedzu dials Aizawa's number. It rings once before he picks up. What is it? Aizawa. I have a request. 3 of your students. Karma, Ryo, and Nagisa. If any of them need to leave early or get any emergency calls, let them do their thing. Don't put too much attention on them during class either, if it can be helped. This may be the most suspicious instruction you've given me. Nedzu chuckles. I promise there's a good reason. I'm currently working some things through with their guardians. Technically true. We will fill you in tonight or tomorrow. Alright. Is that all? It is. Thank you. Aizawa grunts and hangs up. Netsu calls Kan and Yagi to relay the same message. Miss Sugar Pink, licker lips. Nagisa fumbles with his phone while the class snickers. Shit, bubblegum bitch is his ringtone for Irina. Seriously? I'm so sorry, Aizawa, I'll turn it Put it on speaker. Huh. Answer the phone, Aizawa drawls, and put it on speaker. It did interrupt our lesson after all. Karma and Ryo's laughter doesn't help at all. He sags and hits answer. Nagisa, why did that take so long? Nagisa hears a whispered ooj from Mina about him having a girlfriend. No. Because I'm in class? There's an obvious pout in Irina's voice. Well, you're no fun. Anyway, take Karma and Ryo to the hive. Alessandro is here. Alessandro? Wait, isn't that Alessandro Bonacci? Filippio's great-great-great-great-grandson. You know, the mafioso? The room falls dead silent. Nagisa fights the urge to facepalm. Aizawa tenses but doesn't speak, making a mental note to get an explanation from Netsu as soon as school ends. Right? To help with the kitchen, right? Turns out that saving Filippio's life all those years ago had led to a fast friendship between the two, one that had obviously been documented, with the message that there was a debt to be repaid. Irina must have spoken about it with Alessandro, meaning they're likely on good terms. Nagisa's glad that the Italian mafia has so much emphasis on family ties. Yep. Among other things, of course. Oh shit, Nagisa hopes she doesn't expand on that. They don't need everyone knowing the Italian mafia is helping them forge IDs. With how obvious they're being, Nagisa is shocked they haven't completely blown their cover yet. I'm glad I haven't forgotten any Italian. It would have been embarrassing if I'd been rusty. A beautiful woman like me should know such a romantic language, after all. Same old bitch sensei, Ryo mutters. Unfortunately, Irina hears. Hey, we are not bringing that back, understand? Wait, Ryo? Am I on speaker? Can everyone hear me? Nagisa sighs as Karma answers for him. Loud and clear. Aizawa. That's your name, right? Listen up. You keep an eye on my kids, okay? I expect no harm to come to them under your care. Her voice loses its whiny quality, dropping an octave in pitch. Am I clear? Careful, Ryo teases. Your mom is showing. Irina scoffs. As if I'm old enough for that. As soon as she hangs up, there's an uproar, students clamoring in confusion and talking over one another. It takes a minute and some quirk use for Aizawa to get his students back in their seats. He studies Nagisa for a minute before sagging. You three, you're free to go. Really? Netsu has informed me that you three have special circumstances. We will be discussing them later, by the way. Nagisa takes in his glare and doesn't doubt it. They leave the room and walk down the hall to the open class 1B door. Ken pauses in his lecture as they knock and peek in. Can I help you? Ryo grins. We're here to pick up Hayami and Chiba. She turns to the seated students, finding the two near the back of the room. Irina called, we need to get back to sort out some things with Alessandro. Chiba and Hayami stand, looking to Ken for permission. He sighs. Alright. Netsu has told me something like this would happen. Will you be returning today? Nagisa shakes his head. We'll be back when school ends for the meeting with Netsu, though. Are we bringing the others too? Nagisa ushers Ryo out of the room. No, they decided on their official status earlier, so we can do the forms for them. Isagai texted me everyone's preferences. Grab a copy of the notes on the way out. We're doing the activity first thing tomorrow, Ken calls. Whoa, Karma whispers. Your teacher actually teaches? Ryo snorts. Nagisa counts out the bundle of cash Alessandro had given him. Each student had been given a passport, driver's license, whether they could drive or not, birth certificate with modifications, 100,000 yen, and a copy of Karasuma's key to the hive. They all had citizenship to Italy as well. Fun. Karasuma and Irina had been given the same, as well as credit cards connected to a subsection of one of the Bonacci accounts which redirects funds. Compared to the last time Nagisa had been aware of adoption laws, Adults are now allowed to adopt 6 children. Irina and Karasuma decide to pen their relationship as unmarried so that they can adopt 12 of the students altogether. It's an awkward arrangement, but the remaining 15 students had gotten forms detailing their status as emancipated minors with dead parents. This includes Nagisa, Terasaka, Okuda, Itona, Takebayashi, Hayami, and Chiba out of the UA students. As much as they'd wanted to go the legal route, the sad truth is that it would only make it easier for Shiro to track them down. After all, it'd be difficult to keep the news of 29 missing persons from 2 centuries ago suddenly appearing from spreading. Having their real information in the government database, like their birthdays, would make it free information to anyone skilled at hacking. It was better to fake it. The kitchen is around halfway done. Alessandro's men have already left, but the room is still full of metal parts and smells like paint. They're coming back tomorrow to finish up. Karasuma? The man calls something unintelligible from the floor above, so Nagisa hurries up the stairs. Karasu, there you are. I'm guessing you've been keeping up with today's events? Karasuma sighs, shuffling some papers against his desk. You're right, I have. Let me guess, we're explaining when school gets out. Nagisa nods. We have an hour before we should head to UA. Aizawa and the teacher for Class 1B will be there, as well as the kids who've seen us. Who from 3 is coming? Hayami steps into the room. We were considering having every 3E student who attends UA to go, but decided that it's too many people. The 5 of us from the hero course will go, as well as Hazama, Terasaka, and Isegai. The rest weren't interested in going and just asked to have access to the audio feed. Very well. Let them know we need to leave by 1600 hours. Right away. How much are we going to tell them? Karasuma runs a hand through his hair. We'll keep it vague, don't worry. We'll say enough to explain what the 1A students saw, but nowhere near as much as we told Nedzu. He agrees. It's hard to tell how trustworthy the students are right now. Have a seat. As the students shuffle into the office, Nedzu pours tea into fancy china cups. Is this everyone? Karasuma shakes his head. Hazuma, Terasaka, and Isegai from the general education course are on their way. They just got out of class. What do Gen Ed sissies have to do with this? Bakugo sounds annoyed, but his words aren't as vitriolic as usual. You'll see, replies Ryo, and Bakugo calms down. Nagisa has noticed that Bakugo seems to hold a sort of respect for Ryo. She's one of the few people who can respond to his insults with smooth and witty comebacks, turning arguments into something closer to banter. You could say she could both dish it out and take it, and Bakugo regarded her in a slightly better light for it. When the 3 arrive, Nedzu begins. I understand that you 5, he glances at the 1A students, have seen some things that raise questions concerning these students. Here he looks at 3. I also wanted to explain everything to Ken, Aizawa, and All Might here since they will be teaching you all frequently. Nagisa notices how All Might is the only one Nedzu doesn't call by name. Karasuma takes over. I am a government agent, as is Irina here, and we've also taught a class of middle schoolers. This includes the students you see here. He takes a deep breath. This is where things may start to seem far-fetched, but I assure you it's true. This all happened over 100 years ago. Despite the watered-down length of time, there are confused noises from several people. We were all affected by a quirk which froze us in time, and were only recently freed from it. During that time, our captor Shiro thought we were unconscious when in reality, our brains and senses were active the whole time. We used what we learned to escape from him once we were freed, and we've been staying together in a building since then. Irina nods. Some old connections were able to help us navigate some of the trickier legal aspects of having been declared dead. When some of our students got into UA, we made a deal with Nedzu to ensure secrecy about our situation as well as provide extra protection to the classes we have students in. As for, Bakugo cuts her off. Why would we need to be protected by kids the same age as us? Because, Irina emphasizes, as young as they look, they've all had far more time to live and think than any of you. Their emotional and mental maturity far surpasses their physical maturity, and that kind of experience is important. Midoriya raises a hand timidly. I don't mean to be rude, promise. I was just, thinking about what you said. And if you came from over 100 years ago, wouldn't that mean that quirks were only observed in about, maybe half the population? Less, actually, since they started becoming exponentially more common in each generation? He flinches as Karma swivels his head to meet Midoriya's eyes. I was just wondering how many of you guys actually have them. Quirks, I mean. He ducks his head. Nagisa takes note of how observant Midoriya is. Oh, those? Hazama waves a hand. None of us. There's a beat of silence. What? Nedzu is the only one who remains unsurprised. But then hero work is dangerous. All Might protests. Quirkless folk such as yourselves should leave it up to those of us who are more capable. Nedzu looks disappointed in the hero. Nagisa can relate. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Midoriya shrink in on himself ever so slightly. What's that about? Karma rolls his eyes. If Eraserhead has to fight a villain with a mutant quirk, is he helpless and weak? If Midnight's opponent wears a gas mask, should she quit being a hero? Why wouldn't someone with really good aim be just as good on the battlefield as Snipe? He clicks his tongue. Plus, don't tell me you think you'd lose to Pro Hero Lunch Rush or Pro Hero Recovery Girl in a fight. Not all heroes are offensive. Nagisa hears All Might mutter something about not underestimating Recovery Girl and has to hide a smile. Aizawa shoots an appraising look at Karma. Nagisa thinks he sees a hint of approval. Rio clears her throat. Nedzu is small and doesn't have an offensive quirk, but if I was told to fight him, I'd piss myself. Nedzu chuckles. Too much importance is placed on quirks, he agrees. Despite all that, Nagisa, Rio and Karma did really well on the battle trials, Azui croaks. All three of their teams ended up winning. How did you do that? Karasuma and Irina exchange glances. In our time, we had a difficult situation with a villain. Nagisa inwardly winces at the word. Korosensei was no villain. He was powerful, and at the time heroism wasn't an established profession. Irina and I were two of the government agents assigned to the case, and since the villain had ties to the middle school we attended, we worked with the class to try to apprehend him. Yeah, it's probably better to say that Irina was a government agent and not an assassin. Well, she joined Japan's Special Defense Force just after Korosensei's death, so it's not too far off. Karasuma continues. The villain was kept a national secret to avoid mass panic while he was dealt with. The class has the skills they do thanks to training from the two of us. They needed some form of defense, after all. Aizawa sets down his teacup. Was he apprehended in the end? Nagisa doesn't think he's imagining the tightness in Irina's voice when she says that he was. Did the public ever find out about him? Would I recognize his name, for example? Nagisa surveys the room to see how everyone's taking this. Nedzu, the only one with the full story, just smiles serenely and folds his paws together. The rest are listening with a varied mix of confusion, caution, and disbelief. Karasuma shakes his head. His name was never released to the public. They got the moon fixed too. I'm sorry. Never mind. Anyway, in the end we got lucky to capture him. Todoroki's face doesn't change, but his voice is uncertain. You mean the entire government was barely able to catch one villain? If only he knew. He had multiple quirks. All Might pales, and Nedza gives him a look as if to say, we'll talk about this later. The hero sinks further into his seat. How is that possible? Ken interjects. Before anyone can speak, Jaire's eyes widen. She holds up a hand, putting a finger to her mouth. She writes something down, passing the scrap of paper to Nedzu. It says, there's someone standing outside the door, listening. I'm not sure how much they've heard, I've only just noticed. Nedzu hums before nodding to Karasuma, who silently steps over and swings open the door. Shinso? Isegai looks surprised. What are you doing here? The teen backs up quickly. He looks conflicted about what to say. Nedzu sighs and beckons him forward. Shut the door, please. How much did you hear? Everything since Isegai, Hazama, and Terasaka came. Terasaka narrows his eyes. Did you follow us? Shinso lifts his chin defiantly. I heard you saying something to Isegai about his gun near the end of class. Of course I would find that suspicious. Hazama elbows Terasaka in the side. Seriously? Ouch, he mutters. Sorry. Speaking of guns, what was that at the USJ? Nedzu turns to face Azui. We received an anonymous tip about an attack on the class during the field trip. We pushed it back and had some of 3ES students, he gestures to the group, as well as their guardians incapacitate the villains that showed up. It was a part of our deal. He shifts his focus to Shinso. If it's not clear by now, the weapons they used were all tranquilizers, functionally harmless. There's a palpable sense of relief. Karma snorts. What, did you think we were a little murder gang? Jairu looks sheepish. Well, I guess that does sound a bit far-fetched. Nagisa tries not to think about the profession he almost ended up in. That's a tale for another time. Thank you all for meeting on such short notice. Nedzu's gaze sweeps past the occupants of the room. After the Class 1A students and Shinso had sworn to secrecy about Class 3E, Nedzu had dismissed them and called in the staff in charge of the sports festival. Most of the 3E students had left as well, and the teachers present had changed out of their costumes. Classes had ended a while ago, and it's weird to see the pro heroes in regular clothes. Yamada is wearing a faded Cowboy Bebop shirt with CU, Space Cowboy, printed on the back. Kayama is in sweats, the same as Aizawa, and Ishiyama is wearing a baggy t-shirt. Kand is in a red hoodie that reads, Antisocial Social Club. Ooh, Nagisa wants one. Shizenji is in a floral button-down. They seem confused as to why 3 Hero Corps students are there as well. Nedzu gestures toward them. This is Ryo, Nagisa, and Karma from Class 1A. Ryo and Karma's legal guardians work for a branch of the Ministry of Defense, based here in Mizudafu. They've received an anonymous tip about an attack on the sports festival, and these 3 were with them when the tip came in. I've gathered us here for a few reasons. Nagisa is glad he was able to convince Nedzu to let him stay despite not technically having legal ties to his guardians. It's fairly believable that he was hanging out with his friends when they got the call, anyway. First, I'd like to ask that nothing we say leaves this room. It would only cause unnecessary panic among the student body. The tip is not a definitive warning, it's speculation from an unknown source. We haven't yet discerned whether it's reliable or not. Bullshit. Nagisa doesn't like where this is going. I've upped the security surrounding the stadium, as well as the cybersecurity within this. Wait. Nedzu turns to Karma. You talk as if the sports festival is still being held. There's tension in the air as Nedzu blinks. It is. Karma stands so suddenly that his chair screeches as it's pushed backwards. Are you serious? Nedzu nods. Your reasoning? With added security there will be minimum reach. The tip said they have a warp quirk. What can security do about that? Kayama shoots a warning look at the redhead for interrupting Nedzu. Canceling the sports festival would send the wrong message to whoever is behind these attacks, says Nedzu smoothly. It would be akin to admitting that we cannot afford to fend off any attackers, therefore making UA look weak? Karma scoffs. So you're placing reputation above your students' safety? That's an idiotic decision for someone so smart, he argues. Aizawa is the next person on their feet. Don't speak to Nedzu like that. Nagisa is torn. He's never seen Karma this riled up, and showing such blatant disrespect toward the staff will do nothing in their favor, but Karma's right. This isn't like the USJ. As a nationally broadcasted event, there's no way to postpone, modify, or relocate the sports festival in any beneficial way. They have solid evidence that Shiro will attack, and unlike last time, the festival comes with an entire stadium of potential hostages. Risking that many casualties doesn't seem worth it to Nagisa. He shares a glance with Ryo, and neither tries to stop Karma. Irina and Karasuma seem to have the same idea. Nagisa meets Karasuma's eyes, and the man gives an almost imperceptible nod. It needs to be said. The sports festival is an important event, Ishiyama interjects. It shows the world the next generation of heroes. People want to know that they're in good hands. Plus, Ken adds, it's a crucial experience for all the students participating. Disbelief and exasperation wore on Karma's face. Don't you think that when it comes to protecting the world, the next generation of heroes has to be alive to do so? The very fact that it's displayed to everyone on TV just allows villains a free show of all their quirks and weaknesses. They're still young, and this is the worst time possible for that with Shiro out and about. He whirls around to Aizawa. Are you seriously okay with this? It's not like before. People might get hurt. You're not in control of the situation this time. We should at least wait until we have more information to hold it. It doesn't matter what I think, Aizawa responds. The final call goes to Nedzu, and I trust him. I thought you were better than this, Karma mutters. Yamada stiffens. That's your teacher you're talking to, show some respect. You don't even know that the attack will happen, or that it will be a big deal. You don't know anything, Karma snarls. Stay out of my way. He stalks to the door, turning back one last time to meet Aizawa's eyes. I've only ever respected one teacher, and it's not you. The door slams shut behind him. Karasuma had told the students their official story on the short walk from the train station to UA. We have two, actually, one for the students who saw you and another for the staff in charge of the sports festival. We're not telling the staff, other than the hero course homeroom teachers and All Might, about the whole Shiro thing. Ryo had raised a thin eyebrow. That seems like a hassle. Why don't we just say the same thing to everyone? It would be more convenient, no? I wish it were that easy, Irina had sighed. There's a few issues though. We were originally planning to invent a story of those of you seen at the USJ actually being involved with the government and working on a case. However, we decided that it would ultimately raise suspicion surrounding you guys and prove that you're involved in something of that nature by choice. It's far better for the 1A kids to think that you're all normal students who were thrust into a terrible situation and couldn't do anything about it. It places less attention on you than, say, letting them think that you're part of the government and have an active role in all this. She had sighed again, and Nagisa hadn't noticed until then how tired she looked. I was against the idea of telling them about Shiro at first, but after giving it some thought, the fact remains that Nedzu would never send children into danger if he thought they were incapable of handling it, whether he helped them or not. They've already seen you dealing with Shiro's men at the USJ. The fact that you were frozen and yet could still hear his plans is a good cover as to how you'd be able to deal with him, at least for now. You know what he's capable of and are already involved, hence the deal with Nedzu. Karasuma had cleared his throat as they'd reached the UA gates. It's already a pain that the students know, and we don't need the information spreading any further. Nagisa had winced a little. They had gotten careless. We don't know how it may get back to Shiro, so we've agreed to keep it as private as possible. Nedzu has agreed to only inform the rest of the staff if he deems it absolutely necessary. Hayami had hummed. It's a good thing we have the principal backing us. This would be a lot more difficult, otherwise. They'd gone over what they'd be discussing in the second meeting. Nagisa had wondered how the staff would react to the sports festival being postponed in favor of gathering information to stop any potential attacks. He'd blinked up at the cerulean sky, slipping his hands into his pockets. I hope it goes well. When Ryo and Nagisa catch up to Karma, he's got his hands curled into fists and is taking deep breaths. Ryo is the first to speak. Are you gonna tell us what that was about? Karma sags against the nearest wall, tilting his head back. What? You think he's making the right call? No, of course not. I've never seen you that outwardly angry before. No matter how you look at it, that wasn't a normal reaction for you. After a moment of silence, Nagisa walks to Karma's side, sliding down the wall until he's sitting on the ground. Ryo does the same on his other side. Karma laughs bitterly. It's a hollow sound. I think it's starting to get to me. There's a pause as he gathers his thoughts. Of course, under that quirk, I knew what was going on, but I didn't even know if we were going to get out of it. Now that we have, and there are all these new people, a new society, it's starting to sink in. He pauses to take a slow breath. They're gone. Everyone we knew. They all died ages ago, and we just got stuck. This isn't our world anymore. I mean, it is, but we should have died over a century ago, and I can't help but think about how out of place we are. I mean, this is our life now, but it still feels temporary. Ryo rolls a rock against the ground under her shoe. I know what you mean. And Kora-sensei, Nagisa murmurs. It hasn't even been that long. Well, if you cut out the time that Yeah. I was upset, Karma says slowly, consideringly, because they don't know. We were so close to saving him. And we could have, with that drug. You heard it too, there was a less than 1% chance of him exploding. My point is that even though things are going in the right direction, I mean, you can prepare all you want. They could prepare for the sports festival by tightening security 1,000,000 times over. But the point still stands that the worst could still happen anyway, Nagisa finishes. Murphy's fucking law, Rio mutters. Nagisa snorts. Karma nods. They could prevent it. They could prevent it like we couldn't, back then. They have the chance to save people and they're throwing it away. I just don't understand. Their priorities are all off. All they need to do is postpone the event or try to investigate before it happens. It's frustrating, Nagisa agrees. But wow, I didn't expect you to talk to Aizawa like that at all. Karma groans. I don't have the best track record with teachers, I know. He seems all right, Rio interjects. A little rough, but well-meaning. Nagisa nods. Just give him a chance? They get a sigh and good enough for now. Netsu's decision is final. He'd also insisted that Shiro must already know that the 3E students are at UA because of the USJ attack. There's no reason for you all not to participate, were his exact words. He already knows you're attending UA? Nagisa doesn't think it's a good idea, but Karasuma and Irina's input had been acknowledged and then disregarded completely by Netsu. So here they are, listening to Aizawa drone on about the importance of the sports festival which is taking place in a couple weeks. What? Hey, why are you blocking the door? Nagisa stops packing his bag to see what's happening. There's a crowd forming outside the classroom door. Bakugo growls that they're there to scout out the competition for the sports festival. It's likely because the top 3 scorers in the practical exam, as well as Endeavor's son, are in Class 1A, Azui speculates. They're bound to be curious. A boy pushes his way to the front, and Nagisa recognizes him from their usual lunch table. Shinso, he thinks. Shinso declares that the sports festival is his chance to get into the hero course, and warns the students that they may lose their spots. He's joined by, that's Yada and Terasaka. Yada grins at Rio and Karma, who are near the front. Hear that, she jokes. You'd better watch your back. Karma snorts at her teasing and walks up to Terasaka, who's cracking his knuckles. What? No challenge from you? His voice turns sly. Oh, I see, you don't want to embarrass yourself for when you fumble early on in the event, am I right? Terasaka growls, but Yada places a hand on his shoulder and smiles cheekily. We'll see. Did you guys make those for us? Keano nods enthusiastically, holding up her poster with KM Nagisa scrawled out in huge lettering. There's glitter framing the edges. Mimura and Sujino hold posters with letters spelling out Geo Karma and Come on Rio respectively. Under Karma's name, it says, is a bitch in glitter pen. Nagisa catches a glimpse of matching pink sparkle poking out from Terasaka's pocket and snickers. Kanzaki and Kataoka are holding 2 posters presenting cutouts of Hayami and Chiba's faces. The 2 sport matching embarrassed expressions. They're for good luck today, Keano explains. Sujino pouts, and it's incredibly endearing. We wanted to make them for everyone else, but they said it would bring unnecessary attention to them since we're such a large group cheering for a bunch of students in different courses. Isegai pats him on the shoulder, smiling sweetly. It's all right, we know you're rooting for us anyway. Besides, this is a major event for the hero students. They could get scouted. Wait, are you guys all coming? Most of us, Sujino responds. Those attending that academy in Shizuoka Prefecture have an exam today and can't afford to skip school. Ryohums. All right. Well, we need to get going. Participants are supposed to show up early to change and everything. The UA students follow her to the train station where they wait until their train arrives. The ride gives Nagisa time to think. He still doesn't like the idea of Shiro watching them all participate on TV, but at this point they don't really have a choice. In a way, this is the starting line of their new lives. If they get scouted for internships, it will help solidify their chances of becoming pro heroes. And that's the goal now, right? Nagisa decides to do the best he can while remaining cautious of a potential attack. He doesn't care much for attention, but he does want to see how he measures up to the rest of his year. When they reach the stadium, they're ushered by a pro hero to their locker rooms. There seems to be a lot of pro heroes hanging around, which reassures Nagisa a little bit. In the changing rooms, Todoroki singles out Midoriya with a declaration that he'll beat him. "I'll be giving it everything I have too," Midoriya promises, a fire in his pine-green eyes. The tension in the air snaps with a loud crunch. All eyes swivel to the corner, where Ryo sheepishly puts her bag of chips behind her back. Denki snorts, and the class dissolves into laughter. The harsh atmosphere dissipates and the students begin to chatter until they're called out. It's about to start. "I pledge that I will be number one." As the crowd jeers at Bakugo's words, Nagisa tilts his head. That doesn't seem like condescension to him. It seems more like Bakugo is trying to hold himself to the highest standard possible, forcing himself to do well, maybe even challenge others to try to beat him. There's an unspoken "try and stop me, I dare you" left hanging. Kayama, in full costume, declares that the first round is an obstacle race. As the buzzer sounds, the start tunnel is suddenly filled with shoving and yelling due to the bottleneck exit. Nagisa lets his slim frame go limp, letting the jostling and swaying push him forward with the crowd's movement. He's not going fast enough. He crouches and skillfully weaves his way forward between legs. When he reaches the front, there's a layer of ice trapping everyone's feet to the ground. He carefully makes his way past them onto solid ground. From there he starts running. As an entrance exam robot comes into view, Nagisa dodges the limb that flashes out toward him, scrambling up the green metal. As he nears the top, he finds an adequate handhold and grips it tightly. The robot rears back, allowing Nagisa to get closer to the ground on the robot's other side. He swings his legs and lets go, using his momentum to turn midair and skid into an awkward landing, facing the robot. It locks onto a new target, so he turns around and keeps running. The next obstacle is a chasm, filled with ropes connecting platforms of earth. It's called the Fall, if Yamada's loud commentary is anything to go by. Nagisa sees Karma out of the corner of his eye, swinging one hand in front of another. It looks scary hanging under the ropes like that, but then again, Karma is definitely the type to do something like that. Nagisa doesn't think he'll ever forget that time Karma jumped off a cliff with a smile, anyway. He decides to just crawl across, looking around for familiar faces as he goes. Midoriya seems to be doing the same, and there's Hatsum from support with a jetpack? No, some other gadget. Hayami is running across the ropes. Nagisa does a double take. He knows that she has good balance, but damn. After what feels like ages, Nagisa reaches the end of the fall. He estimates that there's around 10 to 15 people in front of him. He listens to Yamada's enthusiastic description of the final obstacle, a minefield, and he can't help it. Nagisa grins. Several examinees sputter in shock as a blue-haired blur moves past them, not setting off a single explosion. Nagisa has never been so grateful that their physical education training had included running up the mountain to their classroom. Avoiding rocks and grooves in the earth had taken similar movement, and it's mostly muscle memory that allows Nagisa to lengthen his strides. His physical strength may not be the best, but Nagisa is agile and lithe. He catches up with Karma and Hayami, who are right behind Bakugo and Todoroki. As they approach the finish line, a faint scream gets louder and louder until, "Midoriya, what the fuck?" His methods may be crazy, but they're effective. Midoriya snatches first place with minimal injury. Nagisa bends over panting as he crosses the finish line. 6th place. Not too bad. He waits for everyone else to finish, and it's announced that the first 42 people to pass made it to the next round. The next round, which is a cavalry battle. Teams of 4 or less, huh? Poor Midoriya looks like he's about to cry. 10 million points is a lot. Headbands, point assignments. Everyone seems to already have an idea of who they want on their team. He looks around and spots Shinso talking to a student he recognizes from Class 1B. He makes his way over and taps Shinso on the shoulder. The boy turns around. "Nagisa, right?" Nagisa vaguely remembers replying, and after that, A fog falls over his mind as his face goes blank. No. Oh no. It's like that time all over again. He isn't in control of his body, he can't move, he has to get away. Focus. Nagisa barely registers the thought, but he realizes that the fog in his mind isn't imagined. His thoughts are sluggish and don't come as quick or easy as they usually do. He tries to shift his facial expressions, but his body is at a disconnect with his mind. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees a flash of red approaching. Karma socks him in the shoulder, and the jolt clears the haze around his mind. A quirk? Shinsu's? Hey, Karma greets, eyes sharp and suspicious. Want to team up? He did that on purpose, Nagisa realizes. He must have realized I was unresponsive and tried to snap me out of it. He nudges Karma's shoulder in thanks, and replies. Yeah, sure. I was just asking Shinso if he'd like to join. Shinso eyes the two of them. Nagisa tries again. That was your quirk, right? Don't look so cautious, we still want to team up with you. All our friends are already in groups, anyway. He scratches his head. Just don't use it on us again? Shinso sighs and releases the other kid, Monoma, from his quirk. Monoma is beyond irritated that he has to team up with two Class 1A scoundrels due to the fact that everyone else is already in groups, but scoffs. Whatever. Not like I have a choice. Shinso tells them that if Nagisa is the rider as the lightest of them, he can use his quirked brainwash to make other riders hand over their headbands. Monoma says he can be offensive or defensive depending on the need and their opponent. My copying quirk is super versatile, he brags. Nagisa nods. He's not wrong. They receive their headband, a fairly high amount of points from Nagisa and Karma's ranks in the obstacle race. Nagisa ties it around his head and readies himself atop the hands of his teammates as they get into a defensive stance. Start. The second Kiyama announces the start of the cavalry battle. Nagisa's group shuffles to the end of the boundary, away from the chaos. Everyone's going for the 10 million, Karma muses. Pretty stupid of them. Getting a hold of it now would mean they have to defend it until time's up. Monoma smirks. Let's pick off some of the ones hovering around the edges. We don't need to come in first, we just need enough points to move on. He holds up a hand for Shinso to high-five. He sees Shinsu's confusion and explains, I need physical contact to copy your quirk, and it lasts 10 minutes. Shinso hesitates but complies. My mind control quirk activates by verbal response. It deactivates with a jolt or strong physical contact, like pain. Got it. If we act fast, the others should be confused enough to let us get away. We'll have to be careful though. Do the people under your quirk remember what happens while it's active? No. It depends on their mental strength, as far as I can tell, but it's not like I've had many chances to test it out. Generally, it should be a relative blur. It's a mental strength, huh? Nagisa remembers everything. Apparently spending 2 centuries able to think and do literally nothing else fits the criteria. Maybe those who've been affected by similar quirks can build up some sort of tolerance. The next couple minutes are spent in relative calm for Nagisa's team. They get close enough to each group for Monoma or Shinso to get a response from the rider, and then Nagisa accepts the offered headband and they move on quickly. They work well together, coordinating without much issue. Nagisa's glad that Monoma can tuck away his distaste for Class 1A in order to advance to the next round. Karma seems to be winning him over as well, his sly attitude apparently something Monoma can relate to. He doesn't question them further when they say their quirks are useless for this round. When they sit comfortably in third place on the scoreboard, they slow their pace. They don't want to attract too much attention. On the other end of the stadium floor, Team Midoriya and Team Todoroki are duking it out. There's a huge wall of ice, explosions, a jetpack. Nagisa's so glad they decided to stay away from the action. What on earth? There's about a minute left, and the other teams seem to be getting desperate. The 10 million point headband switches possession at the last second. When time is called, Nagisa glances at the scoreboard. First place, Todoroki Shoto, Hayami Rinka, Yaoyorozu Momo, Kaminari Denki. Second place, Shiota Nagisa, Akabane Karma, Monoma Nito, Shinso Hitoshi. Third place, Bakugo Katsuki, Ashido Mina, Kirishima Eijiro, Nakamura Ryo. 4th place, Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka Achiko, Ida Tenya, Hatsune. Seems like despite losing the 10 million point headband, Midoriya's team managed to scrape by. Nagisa scans the names again. From 3E, those that pass to the next round are Nagisa, Karma, Ryo and Hayami. Based on the sports festival footage from previous years, the final round will most likely be a one-on-one fight, like a tournament. Nagisa wonders who he'll need to fight. Kayama announces a midday break for lunch. As Nagisa follows the crowd to the eating area, he pauses near the hallway wall to turn on his phone. Ritsu, the final round isn't actually randomized, is it? Nope. Ritsu claps her hands together. They actually have already finalized the tournament bracket. Would you like to see it? Nagisa considers it as he starts walking again. The hall has cleared out completely, except for Bakugo. Leaning up against the wall next to the corner, the teen puts a finger to his lips. Nagisa lightly pads over, hearing voices and realizing a split second later what's going on. He blinks at Bakugo, finger-spelling with his right hand and hoping that the boy knows the alphabet. It hadn't taken long to learn sign language with Kora Sensei as a teacher, but not everyone had learned such a vast skill set as Class 3. Tilde-ki-dash? Am-I-dash? He tilts his head as Bakugo signs back a sharp, yes, go away. He supposes it makes sense, with Bakugo's quirk as loud as it is. It's not all that surprising that the boy can sign. He lifts his hands. Why are you listening? Bakugo rolls his eyes. Cold Hot told Useless his life story. Useless made a stupid declaration in return. Useless? Huh? Nagisa wonders why Bakugo hates Midoriya so much. Bakugo peeks around the corner. They're gone. Nagisa opens his mouth, but Bakugo just stalks away. He looks contemplative and less angry than usual. Todoroki's life story, huh? Nagisa wonders what he'd told Midoriya. It's none of his business, of course, and he may be reading too much into it, but Nagisa swears that sometimes the guarded and carefully blank expression Todoroki wears reminds him of his own, when he'd had to deal with his mother. Shit. Ritsu's voice interrupts his thoughts. Sorry, you never got to answer earlier. Do you want to see the bracket? Nagisa sighs. No, it's fine. I need to catch up with the others, and the break isn't too long. I'll just find out with everyone else. It's near the end of break when Midoriya approaches Karma. Hey, can I talk to you for a second? His voice is quiet and unsure. For a moment, he reminds Karma of the Nagisa he knew before he joined Class 3E, timid and lacking self-confidence. He follows the freckled boy to a more secluded area. Midoriya fidgets for a moment, opening and closing his mouth. Karma sighs. Midoriya blurts, can you tell me what it was like? He immediately snaps his mouth shut, face reddening as he waves his hands. And no, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Karma gestures for him to continue. What was what like? You were alive when quirks were somewhat of a rarity, right? Karma nods. He sees where this is going, the question is why. That's right. The percentage was a lot smaller. Midoriya folds his hands, then lets go and starts to adjust his uniform. Yikes, he's so nervous that Karma doesn't know what to do. He's about to prompt Midoriya, but the boy beats him to it. I was just wondering, since quirks are the norm now. What was it like when they weren't? How were quirked people treated? What about the bias? And as Midoriya starts mumbling, Karma places a hand on his shoulder. Startled, Midoriya slaps a hand over his mouth. Sorry. Habit. I'm just curious because, I was a late bloomer, like really late. And quirkless people aren't treated quite as well as quirked people, so... Karma can tell that this isn't the full truth. Midoriya isn't a very good liar. However, it's clear that this is important to him. I'm not sure, Karma responds honestly. I didn't know many quirked people directly, so it didn't affect me much. He taps a foot. People were split. Some thought of quirks as a gift, others thought of them as more of an illness. That went away though, as far as I can tell. They're normal, now, and discrimination seems to focus more on mutant type and weak quirks. Am I wrong? Midoriya shakes his head. As for the quirkless, I wish I could say I'm surprised at the treatment of those without powers, But society has shown again and again how easy it is to turn on people who were once considered normal. Unfortunately, it's not unexpected. Midoriya glances around furtively before leaning in. But you don't have a quirk, right? How do you do what you do? I know you said you've trained, but… Karma tilts his head. Quirkless people aren't weak, you know. We're just not crazy overpowered. 90% of quirks are useless in many given situations. For example, a bullet to the head means death unless you're part of the 2 or so % of people that have a hardening, shielding, speed, or healing quirk. Same goes for mind control. Offensive and flashy quirks are only put on a pedestal because of hero work turning into some kind of popularity contest. Midoriya nods, looking thoughtful. His hand twitches as if he wants to write everything down. Before my quirk came in, he begins slowly, I wanted to be a hero more than anything. But looking back, I don't think I could have become a hero without one. He waves a hand, expression panicked, at Karma's frown. Not because I actually couldn't. He tries to clarify, tripping over his words. I mean, until I received my quirk, I never really tried to become a hero. He struggles for a second, straightening out his thoughts. I never tried to train or go to a gym or dojo. I researched heroes, yes, but as a hobby. You and your old class, you all are so skilled. Not because of a quirk, but because of actual effort you guys put in. Scene that made me realize how stupid I've been. I had a dream, but I didn't do anything to get there. The dream was useless in the end. If I'd seen that earlier, I think I could have been a hero whether or not my quirk came in. He looks surprised at this revelation. I could have been a hero. Without a quirk. After a moment, Karma makes a decision. He'd already talked to Ritsu and… If you end up fighting Shinso, the purple-haired boy, he knows that Midoriya is going up against Shinso as his first opponent. His quirk. Midoriya's eyes snap to his face. Karma settles on, don't answer his questions or speak to him. Okay? The hesitant nod he gets will have to be enough. When everyone is gathered back in the stadium, the bracket is displayed. Nagisa scans the names for his own. He's going up against Bakugo. Nagisa's not stupid. He doesn't undervalue himself, and he knows that he could probably kill Bakugo like he did to Takaoka. He's a natural-born assassin, after all. But this isn't that. This is in an arena. Displaying his assassin techniques to all of Japan, no, the whole world, is something he wants to avoid. Some of the moves Lovro has taught him work best with the element of surprise. It would be a waste to showcase it to everyone, revealing his trump cards to his allies and enemies alike. Also, this is just a student event. It may be because of their situation, but Class 3E knows that it isn't as important as it's made out to be. Yes, it's a huge opportunity, but the sports festival is just a stepping stone into the world of heroics. Most eyes are on the 2nd and 3rd years, anyway. Nagisa doesn't think he'll mind all that much if he loses. He's not a brawler like Karma. He's more like a snake, lying in wait and then striking at the right time. The sports festival just happens to be suited to daylight hero wannabes, not the underground route Nagisa hopes to go. The first match is between Hatsum and Ida. Nagisa almost feels bad for Ida, being used as an advertisement and all, but Hatsum's energy is infectious. At least Ida gets to move on to the next round. Next up is Monoma versus Hayami. Monoma has a copying quirk, right? Shit, Nagisa doesn't think Hayami knows that. As the match starts, Hizashi introduces the 2 hero students. Hayami gets into a defensive stance, and it's Monoma who makes the first move, running forward. Hayami goes to block the jab he sends her way, and he taps her hand with his bare skin, grinning. His smile falters when nothing happens, and the two appear to exchange a few words before Hayami goes on the offensive. A few hooks have Monoma scrambling backward, and Hayami drops to the floor with her leg out. A quick sweep knocks Monoma off balance, and it doesn't appear difficult for Hayami to drag him to the nearest boundary line. Monoma pulls her to the ground, but she angles herself carefully and places her shoe soles against his core. With a quick push, he goes toppling over her head, his feet out of bounds. As Hizashi announces the win, the crowd cheers loudly. When Hayami makes her way back to the stands, Nagisa intercepts her. He tried to copy your quirk, right? Could he tell that you don't have one? Hayami sighs. Not exactly. I told him it was a weak balance quirk and that he probably already had good balance. He seemed suspicious but didn't question it further. We may need to keep an eye on him. She turns to watch Todoroki and Mina ready themselves in the arena, Hisashi's voice carrying to the audience loudly. He got cocky and decided to use my quirk instead of one of his classmates that he was more familiar with. I don't think he'll rely on his opponent for their quirk anymore. Nagisa nods. He needs to know that he should be prepared to fight people with quirks that are useless to Holy. The ice that covers the stadium reaches right up to Nagisa's face. What is Todoroki thinking? Karma lets out a whistle. Bad matchup? Nagisa turns to him incredulously. I'm pretty sure being matched against Todoroki would be a bad matchup for most people, Karma. Still, he wonders what's going on with the ice user. Maybe the talk with Midoriya had something to do with it. The next pair to fight is Midoriya and Shinso. Karma leans forward next to Nagisa. Shinso appears to say something, and after a moment, Midoriya shouts something in response. Karma drops his head into his hands, groaning, as Midoriya turns around stiffly and begins walking toward the boundary line. I told him not to talk. I warned him, and what did he do? Nagisa isn't sure what happens next, but one moment there's a wave of sound, and the next, Midoriya is in a fist fight with Shinso. Nagisa blinks, leaning forward. Did he break out of the quirk? Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya wins. Nagisa resolves to ask Midoriya about it later. It would be useful to know. As Karma leaves to get ready for his fight, Uraraka and Kirishima face off. From the start, Nagisa can tell it's an unlucky matchup. With Kirishima's close-range quirk, he has no choice but to face Uraraka head-on. His hand-to-hand looks solid, but he can't dodge forever. All it takes is a tap on his hardened skin, and Uraraka is swinging his weightless body around, releasing him so that he flies over the boundary line. The crowd cheers as she fist pumps triumphantly. When Karma steps out of the tunnel, Ryo on the other side, Nagisa sighs. It's too bad they have to face each other first. The fight isn't extremely flashy, but it's exciting nonetheless. Both students are skilled in close combat. Karma's muscle and strength is balanced out by Ryo's agility, and the two exchange lightning-quick blows for a few minutes. Karma goes in for a right haymaker. Ryo reaches across her body to grab his wrist with her own right hand, turning to her left as she pivots in closer to his body, her back to his front. She stomps on his foot and kicks backward at his knee, forcing him to back up before she can elbow him in the gut. She gets closer, hands raised in front of her face. They dance around some more, throwing kicks and mostly dodging one another. It's Ryo's stamina that runs out first. The high kick she aims at Karma is slow enough for him to catch her leg, crouching as he turns to heave her full body weight over his head in a throw. She lands hard and begins to get back up. When Hisashi announces Karma's win, she looks down, realizing that she's out of bounds. She sags, and Karma helps her up and fist bumps her. Nice fight. Yeah. Watching Karma going up against Ryo brings back memories of their civil war. Nagisa remembers Karma using some of the same moves on him when they fought, the knee to stomach, those fluid hooks. Karma had fought to kill, Nagisa to save. Not that it mattered in the end. He shakes his head to clear his thoughts. He needs to get ready for his match. While Yaoyorozu and Kaminari's match is announced, Nagisa slips out of his seat to head to his waiting room. When he gets there, he stretches a bit before sitting to think about what strategies he can use against Bakugo. The match between Kaminari and Yaoyorozu is short and goes more or less how Karma had expected. Yaoyorozu creates an insulation sheet as soon as Hisashi signals the start of the fight, and Kaminari immediately crouches to the ground, paying no mind to the other girl's actions as he releases a large wave of electricity. As he stands with a blank expression, Kayama declares that he's unable to continue. Yaoyorozu wins. Karma should really talk to Kaminari about predictability and strategy. Not to mention, frying his brain like that has got to have consequences. It can't be healthy. He checks the bracket again. His next fight is against Uraraka. Zero gravity quirk, huh? She doesn't seem to be great with quirkless combat, but she's not to be underestimated. Karma's seen how determined she can get, and she seems resourceful too. It's too bad she's going up against Karma. He has experience avoiding hand contact during a fight, after all. Bakugo stands across from Nagisa, cracking his knuckles menacingly. As soon as "start" is called, he lunges forward, grinning widely. Take this. The explosion that accompanies his swing is aimed at Nagisa's face. A quick duck has Bakugo overshooting, jerking to a stop as Nagisa forcefully grabs his uniform from behind. He has to let go as the boy aims an explosion his way. He backs up to give himself time to think, but Bakugo closes in again quickly. Nagisa contemplates using the clap technique Lovro had taught him, but shuts the idea down quickly. He doesn't want to reveal it to everyone watching. Nagisa resolves not to give away any of his assassin techniques and instead use the close combat skills he has. Bakugo is relentless, sending punches and explosions his way. In the dust, it isn't hard for Nagisa to shrug off his jacket and throw it at Bakugo's face. Hopefully it will obscure his vision for a moment. He silences his footsteps and sneaks around to Bakugo's back. Something alerts him, though, because he turns around at the last second and grabs the front of Nagisa's shirt. His other hand comes around to punch Nagisa, and Nagisa jumps, wrapping his legs around Bakugo's neck in a triangle chokehold. It's a familiar action. Nagisa shoves the thought away again. For a moment, Bakugo wobbles. Nagisa is holding his hands toward his body, rendering his quirk useless unless he wants to explode himself. They teeter toward the line. Bakugo muscles him away, shoving him out of bounds with an accompanying explosion. Nagisa sighs as Hizashi calls the match. He was close. Bakugo gives him a considering frown before turning away with a familiar sneer. You're not bad. For a quirkless, anyway. But Nagisa's honored. In all seriousness, though, he's surprised Bakugo acknowledged him despite knowing that he's quirkless, a fact he'd made his disdain for clear on several occasions. Or maybe it's because he's quirkless. Maybe Bakugo expected him to back down, to be easy prey. He tries to wave away the staff asking if he's injured, but someone ushers him to the nurse's office. He has some bruises and minor burn marks on his arms and face. Recovery girl is brisk but kind. She places a kiss on his forehead before handing him some gummies and shooing him away, and Nagisa thinks about it as he walks down the halls. He thinks that Yue relies on her too much. It's a large responsibility, shouldering the burden of the safety of the entire student body. Nagisa doesn't think he's seen any other medical heroes on campus, or even any assistants to help her. Yue has some events in which students getting injured is seen as normal, which is only accepted because they can get healed anytime. Recovery girl is the reason that's possible. Nagisa thinks, in a way, that it enables an unhealthy mindset in students, that it's okay to get injured and that it's not a big deal. If something were to happen to the healing heroine, Nagisa makes a mental note to ask Nedzu if they could give her a bodyguard or assistant. If villains were to attack, it would be smart to go after the one keeping everyone in good health, after all. Nagisa finally reaches the end of the hallway, heading back to the other students. Karma's waiting for him. Why'd you hold back? Didn't want to show all my cards. Shiro's still out there, Nagisa reminds him. Karma frowns. I still think you could have thought of something. Nagisa laughs sheepishly. He didn't exactly give me time to think of anything. It was a bad matchup, Karma admits, bumping his shoulder. You got to the final round, though. I'm sure you caught some hero's attention. Nagisa nods. Yeah, I hope so. How was the last round? Hayami lost to Ida. He used some super fast special move that pushed her out of bounds. It was a good fight, at least. He left right after, though, something about a family emergency. Nagisa frowns. I hope everything is okay. Going by the bracket, if I win against Uraraka, I'd have gone up against Ida next. I guess whoever wins my next match gets an automatic win against him. Yeah. Who's up next? Midoriya and Todoroki. Nagisa has an idle thought that this match will be interesting. Well, he's not wrong. Several broken bones, screamed words, and explosions later, Todoroki is announced the victor. He seems to be using his fire side too, though he looks conflicted after the match is over. Nagisa decides that he'll talk to the boy after the festival. He doesn't like the way Endeavor is looking at his son, or the way Todoroki responds. Karma appears after a minute, facing off against Uraraka. Nagisa isn't surprised at all that Karma looks so confident. Setting his raw ability aside, this reminds him of a nearly identical situation they were put in a couple hundred years ago. Well, Uraraka is a girl and not a full-grown man, and she isn't a professional assassin either. But it still stands that just like when Karma had to fight Grip, letting his opponent get their hands on him means instant loss. The redhead dodges every attempt Uraraka makes to use her quirk on him. She doesn't tire easily, but Karma is able to guide them toward the boundary until he can swiftly kick her in the stomach. As she stumbles past the line, Karma's win is greeted by some confused cheers. It may have been anticlimactic, but Nagisa knows that Karma ended it as fast as he could, unable to afford drawing it out in case she came up with a different strategy. The next fight is between Yaoyorozu and Bakugo. Nagisa thinks that it's Yaoyorozu's hesitation and self-doubt that do her in. Every slight pause where she second-guesses herself gives her another disadvantage against Bakugo's overwhelming power. She'd be doing herself a favor to better learn how to use the variety of weapons she makes herself, as well. The next match is an automatic win for Karma, due to Ida's absence. Todoroki versus Bakugo, then. Nagisa is unsurprised at the scale of their battle. Ice shards litter the ground, and the light from fire and explosions alike is as sudden as it is blinding. In the end, Todoroki doesn't use his fire side for some reason. Another thing to ask about. Bakugo is furious. He yells as Todoroki is taken away on a stretcher, demanding to know why he'd held back. Unaccepting of a win that wasn't a true win, huh? When the final fight is announced, the crowd goes wild. Karma stands on one end of the arena, Bakugo on the other. The explosive boy is practically bristling in anger. Karma appears to provoke him, and Nagisa sighs. It may help, as anger often leads to sloppiness, but does Karma really need to antagonize the most volatile member of their class? The start of their fight is just a blur. There are loud explosions, each missing their mark as Karma weaves his way around the arena. The two near each other and clash in a swirling mix of fists and expletives, on Bakugo's part, mostly. Karma ducks under a vicious right cross and claps his slightly cupped hands over each of Bakugo's ears. Nagisa winces. Done hard enough, that can be not only disorienting, but also extremely painful. He knows Karma is careful enough to not leave any lasting damage, but Bakugo stumbles backward. It's this split second that Karma lunges forward, pushing Bakugo to the ground. As they roll across the ground, Bakugo letting off explosions in an attempt to control their direction, Nagisa realizes how close they are to the edge of the boundary. Karma gets a knee under himself, head-butting Bakugo's shoulder as he tries to stand. Bakugo sees the white line behind Karma and pushes the two of them forward, releasing little sparks in his palms as he practically tackles Karma downwards. A quick twist of positions, and the first person to hit the ground outside the line is... Bakugo is out of bounds. Karma wins the final round. Nagisa joins the crowd in their applause. He leaves his seat to congratulate Karma, joining the heroes near where the podium will rise from the ground. There's a ruckus, and Nagisa furrows his brows as he goes to see what it's about. When he catches sight of Bakugo, his blood boils in a rare moment of true anger. His voice is quiet, but it cuts through the air like a scalpel. Whose idea was this? The staff all go silent as their gazes turn to where Bakugo is chained to the second-place podium like some sort of wild animal, gagged by a heavy metal piece. He's not cooperating. Koyama tries to interject. Karma scoffs, and it's bitter. So that means you can fucking chain him up like that? This is dehumanizing. Some of the teachers look away as he continues. This is a festival. A festival. If someone doesn't want to receive their award, their medal, they don't have to. Whether they feel like they don't deserve it or for any other reason, nobody should be forced to. This is humiliating. It remains implied that he's talking about the hero's decision, not Bakugo's position. Nagisa steps forward, taking a deep breath. I think you should remove his bonds, and let him decide not to accept his award. Why on earth would you force him like this? Cementos undoes Bakugo's chains with a guilty look. He was going to attack us? Karma snorts. Maybe because you were trying to restrain him and force him in front of a crowd in chains? When All Might gives out medals to Todoroki in third place and Karma in first, the empty second place platform seems to demand attention. Nagisa still thinks it's better than the alternative. As All Might steps back and turns to address the audience, a dark silhouette in the sky seems to get larger and larger. Nagisa is completely on guard by the time it's identifiable, and his heart drops into his stomach. The winged Nomu grips Karma in its claws, and All Might turns around a split second too late as it takes to the sky. When the winged Nomu grips Karma in its claws, All Might turns around a split second too late as it takes to the sky. Within the next 3 seconds, multiple things happen at once. Mount Lady enlarges herself to her full height, snatching the Nomu out of the air. Karma pulls a shaved-down but familiar green knife from his shoe and slices the Nomu's feet until it drops him. All Might leaps the 40-ish feet into the air and catches Karma, holding him carefully as he lands heavily on the ground. Kamui Woods extends his branches, binding the Nomu up in a tight cage of wood as Mount Lady loosens her hold. As Hizashi uses the loudspeaker to try and calm the audience, it's All Might's loud reassurances that have everyone actually listening. They evacuate the stadium, although the Nomu is already in custody and there doesn't appear to be any other intruders. In Nedza's office, the staff and a couple 3E students gather to discuss what happened. Karma is seething with righteous fury, and I told you so practically written on his face. I said this would happen. Things could have gone a lot worse, you know. We had it under control, didn't we? First things first, Karma, why do you have a knife in your shoe? First things first? What do you mean, first things first? It's not, I don't know, let's talk about the fact that a Nomu was just sent to abduct a student from under your noses. Nedzu stares at him until he relents. He pulls out the green knife, bending it against his hand. It's not even real. It cut that thing though. The government created these to defeat the villain we faced all those years ago. The Nomu are similar and have some of the same weaknesses. They still have some, my guardians found them with other government property. And you just carry around a knife with you everywhere? It's a comfort item. Snipe recoils. Your comfort item is a knife? When are you not carrying a gun? Karma fires back. That's different. I'm a pro, and you're a child. I'm not a child, Karma hisses. I'm older than you. The cowboy hero draws back, mouth snapping shut. And yes, maybe that doesn't count since I couldn't do anything about it. But, you know, I thought I'd go insane. I watched the world change, and barely hung on to the hope that someday I'd be free again. None of you know what that's like. I didn't endure all that just to be looked down upon. So don't you dare condescend to me. The awkward silence is broken by Nedzu's nails tapping against his desk. There's no need to get so snippy. Like I said, everything turned out okay, and there wasn't really a chance of them actually succeeding. Karma rounds on Nedzu. And if they'd actually tried to abduct me? Nagisa blinks. Actually tried? He realizes what they mean a split second later. He didn't seriously think it would work, did he? Nedza sighs. I don't think so. He knows the security is top-notch at the festival, with heroes patrolling the inside and outside of the building. For Shiro, this Nomu was likely something he was willing to sacrifice for potential gain. What do you mean? Karma blinks. He didn't care if they succeeded or not. Nedza nods. That's right. If they had pulled it off, the impact from abducting a student right in front of all these heroes, at a nationally broadcasted event no less, would have been devastating. Citizens would begin to question the safety and procedures of UA, and he'd have a student in his clutches. If he'd failed, there'd be no real harm done to him. The Nomu is replaceable, as barbaric as it sounds, and he loses virtually nothing. He most likely didn't use the person with the warp quirk for this very reason. They're an asset he can't afford to give up. It could also have been an attempt on his part to gather information on the types of heroes we've employed the protection of, now that he knows you're attending UA. Aizawa clears his throat. Has the hero team been able to get anything out of the Nomu yet? Nedzu checks his computer. Unfortunately, no. It has yet to respond to any outside stimulus. We have scientists coming in soon to try and see exactly how the Nomu operates, and heroes on standby in case they try to retrieve it with the warp gate. We've used an identification quirk and discovered that there had been a surveillance quirk used on the Nomu, likely to gather video and audio for Shiro. It's safe to assume that he's seen everything the Nomu has. Karma takes a deep breath, trying to calm himself. What's the media making of this? Nedzu pulls up an article on his computer and turns the screen so that everyone can see. Abduction attempt at UA first year's sports festival, foiled by heroes on site. Watanabe Aika, Muzudafu Weekly. Luckily, the media has no knowledge of the planned USJ attack, and has no reason to believe that we could have known this was going to happen. There's no significant negative coverage as of right now. After all, they don't have any real reason to pounce on the decision to hold the sports festival with the knowledge of a possible attack. The decision you made, Karma reminds him sharply. Nedza sighs. Yes, Karma, the decision I made. But look, everyone is safe, and the public is reassured. Things have gone far better than they could have. It was a logical sacrifice. Karma scoffs and folds his arms, but stays quiet. The staff are shifting uncomfortably. As much respect as they hold for the principal, Nagisa can tell that many of them agree with Karma. Nedzu is rational, but he appears to have a hard time straying from what he knows and acknowledging that he's wrong. This is becoming increasingly obvious with the way he's handling things. Nagisa lets out an uncharacteristic huff. This isn't going to work. All eyes in the room swivel to him, and his mouth goes dry. We all need to trust each other, to a degree. If we want any chance of stopping Shiro, we can't tear ourselves apart like this. We should, I don't know, pool all of our information and start planning. But you need to trust us and that we know what we're doing. We may be quirkless and look young, but we have experiences that you guys don't. The opposite is true too, of course. We don't have your field experience. But I think that looking down on us will only hurt you. We'll also do our best to cooperate. He shoots a meaningful look at Karma. The redhead huffs, but Nagisa detects a hint of pride in his eyes. As he registers all the eyes on him and realizes what he's doing, he shrinks inward a little. I'm sorry, I don't know what got into me, I'll just... No, Aizawa's voice is steady. You're absolutely right. It's a little shameful that nobody else said it first, or as well as you did. There's a murmur of agreement. I think we should divide the tasks, Hizashi suggests as the door opens. If we form smaller teams, it will be easier to connect with each other rather than needing to place your trust in everyone here all at once. We could do a couple 3E members with a couple staff members, maybe? Karasuma and Irina enter and sit down, catching the tail end of Hizashi's words. That sounds good, Karasuma agrees. Let's try it. As they sort out the duties, they come to a realization. For the recon team, it would be really useful to have Jairu or Shinu's quirk, Nagisa points out. I don't think we should drag them into this. It's dangerous, Aizawa interjects. It's even more dangerous to let Shiro do as he pleases. If we can get more information on him and apprehend him, things will be safer for everyone. Leave that up to them, Nedza decides. If they don't want to, we can find another way. Aizawa hesitantly nods. Are we asking all of the students who know about us? Nedza hums. I think that would be a good idea, seeing as you are already familiar with them. Again, we'll leave it up to the students how involved they want to be, and leave them alone if they wish to stay out of it. For safety, we'll have at least one adult for every 2 students. Nagisa notices that he's not calling them kid, like the other staff. It's decided that Ishiyama will work with Ritsu and Azui on research, looking for quirk matches and identification, asking for online tips, and researching cases of people or their quirks going missing in past years. Yada, Isegai, Irina, and Aizawa will try to get information from the underground. Though the Class 1A homeroom teacher was originally against it, Irina assures him that between the adults' experience and abilities, not to mention Irina's countless connections, the kids will be fine. They're also mature and level-headed, she declared. They'll stay out of trouble. If Shinso and Jair decide to help, Kayama will work with them to scout out any tips they get from the other teams, including possible locations. They plan to check out the location of Shiro's original base, though he most likely has already relocated and cleared out any trace of residence. Between their quirks, it's the team best suited for neutralizing threats safely and quietly if they run into any trouble. Recovery Girl will take Terasaka under her wing, showing him basic medical procedures and having him assist with supply organization. Karasuma and Ken will take Karma and Ryo, as well as Bakugo and Todoroki if they agree, to the training grounds every day. There, they'll train different aspects of their quirks, or combat for Ryo and Karma. Todoroki still needs to learn to use his fire, and Bakugo could use some work on his quirkless fighting style. Between Nagisa's hobby of taking notes on Korosensei's weaknesses and Midoriya's knack for quirk analysis, they decide to join Nedzu to make a comprehensive folder of the information they have on their opponents and plans to neutralize each of them. Itona is in charge of helping with resources, and with help from Maijima, he'll work on restocking their weapons arsenal. Everyone else from 3E decides to stay out of it for now. Oh, one more thing, Aizawa says. Please be discreet. I've already had 2 students come to me with the worry that Nagisa, Ryo, and Karma have villains for parents. Especially after that phone call. He turns his tired eyes to Irina. You're lucky I was able to ward off suspicion and say that we're dealing with it. She pointedly inspects her nails, humming. Karasuma sighs. The next day, Aizawa stands in front of the class with a mug as large as his face, presumably filled with coffee. Today, you'll be deciding on hero names, which I'm here to help with. The class startles at Kayama's entrance. Hero names should be catchy and reflect either your quirk or the type of hero you want to be known as. Start brainstorming, and I'll pass out these whiteboards. Nagisa joins Karma at his desk. Any ideas? Karma hums. Not yet. You? Something snake-like, maybe? You've always said I give off that feel when we had our Asa. He quiets down. Our attempts with Korosensei. Ryo snickers, pulling up her own chair. You should go with slither, slither, slither. Nagisa groans as Karma laughs. Anything but that. Plus, the memory of those same words coming out of a widely grinning mouth is still fresh. The chatter dies down as Kayama asks for volunteers. Some are terrible, can't stop twinkling? Is this allowed? While others are cute, like Froppy and Tentacle. Some are just weird. Why would anyone just use their first name? Nagisa likes the name Midoriya chooses, Deku. He doesn't think he'd do the same, using an insult and all, but it's good to see that he isn't letting it chain him down. Eventually Ryo steps up. I want my hero name to be the Huntress. It fits with the bow and arrow I use. Sounds chic and dangerous. I'll take it. Ryo grins as she walks back to her seat. All right, Nagisa. You got one yet? Nagisa nods, walking to the front of the room. He exhales, then turns his board around to face the classroom. The Serpentine hero, slight. Not of strong or sturdy build, small, unassuming. People tend to underestimate Nagisa, anyway. Kayama licks her lips. It has a nice ring to it. Short and sweet, I like it. He sags in relief as he makes his way back to his desk. Next up is Karma. Nagisa doesn't know what to expect from the boy, but he somehow manages to surprise him anyway. The Reaping hero, Equity. Nagisa inhales sharply, earning him a couple concerned looks, which he ignores. Karma catches his eye. Nagisa can see a sad smile flicker across his face, and the redhead meets Ryo's knowing eyes as well. Reaping because it's like you reap what you sow. It matches my quirk. Nagisa knows it's much more than that. In a way, it's like what Midoriya's doing. Taking something from the past and turning it into something new. He's paying homage, too, for the original Reaper. And, well, he says, karma is a form of equity, after all. Nagisa gets around 40 internship offers. It's a little more than he expected, seeing how he got booted in his first fight in the tournament round, but he supposes that his tactics in the first 2 rounds and the little bit of sparring skill he showed must have gotten a little bit of attention. Despite winning the festival, Karma gets less offers than Todoroki by a small amount. It's probably a combination of having the number 2's name behind him and the overwhelming flashiness of his quirk. Ryo gets more offers than Nagisa but significantly less than the top 4 students. Nagisa scans his sheet for any familiar names. He looks up at the sound of Kaminari's excited voice. Dude, you got an offer from Best Jeanist? He's number 4. Bakugo puts his paper down. Guess he? Oh no, don't do that. Absolutely not. Rio makes her way to Bakugo's desk. The boy makes a face. Why not? He's the highest ranked offer I got. Rio shakes her head. That means rat piss. You need to find someone compatible with your learning style. Let me see that. She snatches his papers, scanning it until she finds what she's looking for. You got one from Mirko, and she's definitely a better option. From what I've researched, she's a carefree but strong hero. She loves to fight, and some people criticize her for speaking her mind too easily. Some even call her bloodthirsty. She's still popular, though, and is well-liked by plenty. I think you'll be able to learn from her without feeling too constricted. Bakugo looks thoughtful. Rio is suddenly crowded with students pushing their papers in her face. Calls of "Can you look through mine?" and "Who should I choose?" fill the air. Karma looks conflicted. He's gotten an offer from Endeavor, which should make him happy, but he doesn't really like the guy. Oh well, Nagisa's guessing he'll put his dislike aside to see if he can learn something. Pro Hero Ingenium disabled by Hero Killer's stain in Hosu, unable to return to hero work. Fujimori Miho, Hosu Hero paper. Nagisa had frowned as he'd scrolled through the article under his lunch table. Ida's brother, right? So that's why he'd left the sports festival early yesterday. Come to think of it, Ida had been acting brisk and dismissive of his friends when they tried to talk to him at the start of class. Nagisa had made a mental note to try to talk to him about it. Bottling things up never helped anyone. When Karma had seen what Nagisa was reading, he'd been interested. Isn't Stain the guy that's been saying that heroes are fake? Some of them, Nagisa had responded absently. He thinks All Might's fine though. Karma had snorted. Right? What about underground heroes? Then, I don't actually know. He'd shot a teasing look at Karma. I'll make sure to ask the next time I see him. MHM. So, what are you going to do about Ida? He's like about to boil over? Well, that had sounded ominous. I'll try to talk to him. I just hope he doesn't do anything stupid. Karma had nodded. I don't think he knows how to deal with this. It's not a situation a lot of heroes to be find themselves in, and hero society insists on acting like everything is noble and shiny. There are going to be some tough things to deal with in heroics, and babying the students won't help. Nagisa had sat up suddenly. I should ask Nedzu if we can add a situational analysis class. Class 1A definitely needs it. From sorting out priorities to making the logical decision under pressure. I'll ask Karasuma about it too. He helped us with that quite a bit. Good idea. Rio had peered over Nagisa's shoulder, snapping a Pocky stick in half with her teeth. Speaking of changes, I've been thinking about making a request to Nedzu. Don't you think it would be smart to build dorms on campus so that we're always surrounded by pro-heroes? You should bring that up next time. Nagisa had agreed quietly to avoid people overhearing. With us being targeted by Shiro, it's a solid point. The bell signaling the end of lunch had rung, leaving the group packing up their bags. Me? I was thinking of interning with Pro-Hero Manual. Nagisa frowns at Ida's stiff response. He racks his memory. Oh shit. He's stationed in Hosu, isn't he? He begins awkwardly. I know we don't know each other well, but you can always talk to me. Ida looks surprised, but the tension doesn't leave his shoulders. He agrees, but Nagisa isn't convinced. He looks over his list. The manual. Ida might hate him for this, but he plans on making sure the guy doesn't do anything stupid. He circles the name. Ida is avoiding him. Nagisa doesn't know how that's possible, considering that their manual's only 2 interns, but Ida manages it anyway. Nagisa doesn't take it personally. If anything, the other boy seems to be ignoring everyone. For one, during the quick tour of Manual's hero agency, Ida is quiet, nodding robotically once in a while, but not asking any questions. He only speaks when spoken to, which is a clear sign that something's up. All of his attempts to talk to Ida are brushed off. During the 2-hour training session on the first day, Ida stays until the end and not a minute longer. As he grabs a towel and leaves the room, Nagisa pads up to Manual. Manual? I have something to talk to you about. Manuel walks to the back of the training room where he picks up his costume helmet and beckons for Nagisa to follow him. Alright, shoot. It's about Ida. You've probably only seen him during the sports festival, but he's not acting like himself at all. Nagisa looks at his feet. I know it's a stretch, but I think he might try to go after the hero killer? Nagisa's eyes snap up to meet Manuel's knowing stare. Yeah, how? Manuel sighs. Nagisa, I know what happened to Ingenium. On top of that, I know that look in Ida's eye. Nagisa does too. He's seen it on Itona before he'd escaped his bloodlust and left Shiro's side. I'm not a very well-known hero, and Ida got plenty of internship requests. He chose this one, stationed in Hosu, which can't be a coincidence. It's not unreasonable to think that's what he's after, though I do wish he'd think about it more. Then? Don't worry, Manuel assures. We're only going patrolling 2 or 3 times, and it'll only be us 3. I'll be able to keep an eye on you guys no problem, and now I know you'll be watching him too. He won't get the chance to wander off even if the hero killer is still in the city. Nagisa hesitantly nods. Is that all you needed? Yeah, that's all. Okay, you can go finish settling in then, it's getting late. Nagisa thanks him before making the short walk from Manuel's office to his room. As he washes up, his phone goes off. He picks it up after the 4th ring. Hey, Nagisa. Nagisa groans at Karma's gleeful tone. What did you do? A dramatic sigh. Why are you so mean to me? What makes you think I did something? You have the voice. Nagisa turns off the light and shuffles into his futon, the bluish glow from his phone illuminating his face. What voice? Nagisa can practically hear him pouting. I've just fucked with someone and it made my day voice, Nagisa says dryly. A gasp. Did you just swear? Oh, little Nagisa is finally growing up. Nagisa catches a faint sniffle and wishes they were video calling so he could flip Karma off. So, who was your unlucky victim? Number 2. There's a pause as Nagisa processes. Wait, Endeavor? Yep, Karma says proudly. His voice goes a little quieter and infinitely more serious. You know why? Yeah, I do. But it's being dealt with? I know. But it can't happen soon enough. So, what did you do? There's a grin in Karma's voice. I used his work email to sign him up for 3 different dating websites and got him a Pornhub subscription, so he should be getting some interesting emails soon. I also custom-ordered an all-might dildo to his agency. As for my favorite, I emailed a wedding planning company and they're sending flowers and a card. No. Let's see. If I typed in his future spouse's name correctly, it should read something like, Congratulations on your engagement to All Might, whom you'll never surpass, you burnt Wankstain 3. Think he'll like it? Nagisa chokes. Oh, and I also snuck into his office to empty out all of his staplers and remove the ink cartridges from all of his pens. Karma. What are you going to do if he finds out it was you? A snort. He has no proof I was careful. All right. Nagisa readjusts his pillow. As long as you're sure. Anything else fun happen? You? Not much, he sighs. We're going on patrol tomorrow, though. I'll keep you updated on the Enduhor situation. Nagisa tries and fails to keep a fond smile from his face. Netsu had folded his paws on his desk. This is a very serious accusation, I hope you realize. Nagisa had exchanged worried looks with Karma. With all due respect, we know that. We wouldn't have brought it up unless we really thought it was true. They'd gotten a long look. Ritsu? Todoroki's behavior matches that of many abuse victims. He's not emotionless, but appears blank due to his careful control of his expressions and lack of social prowess. He shows great discomfort when others talk about Endeavor, shown by a tension in his jaw and fists. The 2 most noticeable signs are the fact that he refused to use his fire completely until the sports festival, the quirk he inherited from his father, and the fact that he has a burn scar on the left side of his face. Considering that his skin on his left side is fireproofed against his own quirk, it means that the scar came from an outside source. His mother is also registered as a long-term patient in a psychiatric hospital, admitted by Endeavor himself. I've just caught wind of the death of the eldest Todoroki brother, kept even from the media. All things considered, it doesn't paint a pretty picture of Todoroki's home life no matter which way you look at it. Nagisa had been glad that at least one of their classmates' words held weight with Nedzu. It had made sense. Nedzu has always been a creature who values logic and calculations above all else. Ritsu has always been good at that as a digital persona. Alright. I've had suspicions that the Hero Commission's been covering up something when it comes to that family, not to mention covering the property damage costs and casualties from Endeavor's fights. He's got quite the forceful approach, often ending in villain and the occasional civilian casualties. I'll start to prepare a file regarding a potential court case for the abuse, which can be supported by shows of his temper and aggression as a hero. Nagisa had nodded. It won't be ready before internships, however, and I know that young Todoroki has requested to work with Endeavor for the week. I also know that the man's only 2 requests went out to his son and the winner of the sports festival. He turned pointedly to Karma. Have you decided yet? A nod. I'm going to intern with Endeavor too. I can keep an eye on him and Todoroki, plus it's valuable experience to train with such a skilled hero. Nedzu had spun his chair in a circle. You said that your friends are talking to Todoroki and his siblings, correct? It would be best to get the full story from them, since we cannot accuse the number 2 hero of something of this caliber without proof. If Todoroki agrees to help us, I'll give him something to gather evidence of Endeavor's abuse, like a small camera? Nedzu had peered in surprise at the tiny, clear contact lens presented to him by Karma. Itona made it. With a certain blink pattern, it records the feed as well as saving a copy to a software he'll share with you. Brilliant. Nedzu's beady eyes had been excited, with a hint of manic glee. Does it have audio as well? Oh, we have these though. Nagisa had tapped his tiny earpiece, the color blending into his skin flawlessly. We could give him one too. Besides, it's likely that Endeavor won't say or do anything suspicious or indicative of his treatment of his family. It would be a bit too public. This is just cautionary. Thank Itona for me. Aizawa had stayed quiet the entire time, eyes smoldering in quiet anger. As standoffish as he'd always acted, Nagisa had been able to tell early on that he harbors a protective streak for his students. He'd seemed to try to calm himself down, expression flickering from worry to anger and then back again. He'd never shown much love for the brash flame hero, but the man was number 2. It was hard to swallow that a person so many looked up to for his strength could have a cruel side that stayed so hidden. Nobody noticed due to the fact that they've been conditioned to see the world in black and white, and Endeavor worked in a profession that put him on a pedestal. It was disheartening, and spoke volumes about hero culture and society. May I make a suggestion? Go ahead, Nagisa. I think that you should make an offer to Todoroki to see the school counselor for therapy sessions. Hound dog, was it? At Nedzu's nod, Nagisa had continued. I think he could benefit from it. And not just Todoroki, actually. Both Bakugo and Midoriya have some issues to work through. Karma and I agree that Midoriya shows signs of dangerously low self-esteem, which when combined with his flinches at bright and loud stimuli may point to past abuse or bullying. Bakugo seems to have an unhealthy mindset as well, pushing himself to the top out of some fear of not being strong enough. I don't think it's just pride. It seems like due to his strong quirk, people have always had high expectations of him. That's what I've gleaned from our time in this society, anyway. In his eyes, I wouldn't be surprised if being any less than the best would make him feel like a failure. I see, thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'll see what I can do. Anyone else? Nagisa had been beaten to it by Karma. Maybe. Hayami has mentioned Monoma, the kid with the copy quirk, a few times. It seems that his self-confidence is actually fairly low, and he puts on a front when it comes to Class 1A due to his insecurity. This goes for his quirk as well. This bit is speculation on my part, but don't you think that someone whose power is to copy others' powers may have been looked down upon for not having one of their own and instead relying on other people? Ritsu had chosen this moment to inform them of a message she'd received from Ryo. Kurahashi and her empathy quirks were really helpful. She was able to set up a meeting with Todoroki, using her quirk as the reason that she could tell that Shoto had some trauma. Turns out Shoto is an oversharer, not too concerned about who knows of his abuse. He's also extremely resentful of his father and willing to cooperate. Kurahashi just finished talking to the Todoroki siblings about their story. They're on their way. Nagisa had blinked. Then, that means they want to testify. Things have been pretty hectic lately, so I've been spending more time patrolling like we're doing now, Manuel explains. It helps suppress the crime rates when heroes are seen patrolling frequently, for obvious reasons. Nagisa nods as a group of civilians wave excitedly at the hero. You seem pretty popular around here. Ah, no, Manuel waves his hands in embarrassment. It's just because I'm a local face. I'm always in the area, so they know who I am. Humble, Nagisa notes. Straightforward too. As the sky begins to darken, the trio reaches the midpoint of their patrol loop and starts to circle back. As you can see, usually, Manuel is cut off by a resounding crash. Nagisa whips around, bringing his arms in front of his body in preparation. He instinctively scans the tattered building that's shrouded by smoke, heart dropping as a familiar figure steps out of the wreckage. No, it's different from the one that was brought to the USJ. The snooping that Irina and Aizawa had done paid off. They know that the villain alias of the Nomu's commander at the USJ is Mr. Compress. Nagisa doesn't see him. As other Nomu lumber out of the shadows, chasing heroes and civilians alike, he realizes that their orders were likely to attack indiscriminately, causing chaos. But what's their goal? All Might isn't even here. The only notable thing that's in this city is the hero killer, Stain. Maybe they're allied? No, Stain thinks that All Might is the only true hero, and Shiro wants to kill him. He talked frequently about killing the one for all holders, especially All Might, while 3E was frozen. As Manuel works with other heroes to fend off the Nomu, Nagisa's thoughts come to a screeching halt. Ida. Where's Ida? Whipping around, he catches a blur as Ida speeds around a corner, using the chaos to slip away. Shit. Nagisa slides one of his own green knives from his shoe, glad he'd decided to copy karma after the sports festival incident. He spies an elderly hero clad in yellow whose quirk seems to assist him with speed, skilled but unable to deal any damage to the brain-dead creatures. Nagisa runs over, giving a shout as he tosses the knife to the hero. He can deal with the consequences later. Use this. It can cut the Nomu's skin. Nagisa doesn't wait for a response, sprinting the way Ida had gone. Shit. He's been gone for at least 10 seconds, which is plenty of time to get far away with Ida's quirk. Nagisa does his best to speed up, following the skid marks on the ground until he reaches an alley, where Stain pauses, katana poised over Ida's unresponsive body. Paralysis. Another hero wannabe, huh? Leave now, this doesn't concern you. But you're going to kill him, right? What's he doing? Honestly, Nagisa doesn't really know. He's hyper-focused on Ida's limp figure. He's a fake hero, seeking me out for revenge. He must be called. Hero society is overrun by entitled so-called heroes who only want the fame and glory of the job. The only true hero is All Might. Nagisa wants to groan at Stain's declaration. He really does. Instead, he reaches up to scratch his head, discreetly tapping 3 times at the device behind his ear. Emergency signal. He hopes other 3E kids are nearby. What about underground heroes? They don't get any fame, yet they always fight to save people. At Stain's hesitation, he plows on. And how can you say that about a student who hasn't even had time to grow and change? He won't, Stain hisses. He's shown his true character. I'm a necessary force, here to keep the fake heroes in check. A hysterical laugh bubbles out of Nagisa's throat, surprising even himself. Are you stupid? Stain blinks, then narrows his eyes. What are you? Do you even hear yourself? Wait, no, let me think about how to put this. Nagisa pauses to sort his thoughts, ignoring Ida's pleas for him to leave. Stain stares at Nagisa incredulously, probably shocked that he isn't leaving, but rather trying to talk. He hurls a knife at the smaller boy, who absent-mindedly dodges. Oh, I've got it. So imagine a bush, right? And it's sitting in poison soil. This bush is the hero system, right? And the leaves are heroes, making the soil the foundation. Are you following? Stain just stares. Is there a point to this? At this moment, Midoriya runs past the alley, screeching to a halt as he catches sight of what's happening inside. There is, I promise. Okay, so because of the poisoned soil, a bunch of the leaves are turning brown. They're supposed to be green, right? But some of them are growing the wrong color. Brown, as part of the system. What you're doing, killing fake heroes, is like you're taking clippers and snipping off each leaf, one at a time. Right? You're cutting off each individual leaf, but you have to understand, more are just going to take their places. Is Nagisa crazy? Maybe, but he needs Stain to realize how idiotic he's being. Midoriya is gaping. He pulls out his phone, but Nagisa motions that he's already called for help. Stain sprints toward Nagisa, and only a year of physical endurance and speed training allow him to pivot and leap onto a dumpster, jumping back over Stain's head and landing his roll in a crouch. What you're doing, the difference you think you're making, it's nothing. You're not doing anything to help. You know what you should do? Change the goddamn soil. It's poisoned, and changing the structure of the broken system would change the way heroes act, too. I mean, have you never thought about this before? The system of popularity and rankings, it fosters greed. Stain, for the first time, looks contemplative, though no less hostile. Is this why you want to be a hero? To change things from the inside? Nagisa blinks. Kind of. It's not the only reason, but hero society is screwed up. I know that, trust me. If I can help people, though, I'm going to take that opportunity. And, I've read articles about the heroes you've killed. And believe me when I say, by killing them, you've helped cover up the crimes you've slain them for. No, I got rid of fakes. I did society a favor. Nagisa gives him a dry smile. Have you seen what everyone else sees, though? It's a hero, previously under investigation for this or that, laundering or corruption, killed by a villain. Suddenly, people only look at the good sides of them. The world sees things as black and white, under this system, and refuses to look for bad sides in the people they think of as good. Everything gets swept under the rug. Good hero killed by bad villain is what it becomes, and all of the civilians side with the hero. You turn them into tragic losses, when in your eyes, they were everything wrong with society. Stain appraises him for a second. You're interesting. If I were feeling more benevolent, I might even spare you. As of right now, though, you're spouting meaningless platitudes. He crouches, blades in hand, as his eyes narrow. You shouldn't have spent all of this time talking. Nagisa lets a smile creep over his face, blue eyes practically glowing. Stain freezes as a chill settles over the alley. Neither move. The atmosphere becomes suffocating, stifling. Meaningless? Are you trying to convince yourself that you haven't been wasting the past few years of your life? His words are followed by a thud as Stain's stiff body hits the ground. Nagisa raises his gaze to where Karma stands, an empty tranquilizing capsule dart in hand. You're lucky I was able to slip away from Endeavor. Nagisa sighs and walks over. I knew at least somebody would be in the area. How long will he be out? Karma shrugs. Couple hours? Karma's gaze shoots to Midoriya, who's helping a now mobile Ida stand. Should we call in some heroes? Endeavor is coming. Nagisa looks up at the new voice. Todoroki stands at the entrance of the alley, looking at Karma. I saw you leaving and followed you, he explains. His gaze slides to Stain's slumped figure. Is that the hero killer? Other heroes gather, and the old hero from before starts scolding Midoriya. He spots Nagisa and tosses back the knife. I don't know why you have something like this, kid, but thanks for letting me use it. Nagisa catches it. I can explain later, if you want, or if you know any of the UA staff you can ask them. On a distant rooftop, a masked man watches the heroes mill around the unconscious hero killer. Despite our differing goals, Stain has proven to be a valuable asset to keep the show exciting. I believe that we can do so much more. Sensei will no doubt see the value in having a pawn like him. Kurogyri? When a misty purple vortex opens up underneath Stain's body, the heroes can do nothing as he falls into the portal. It closes again and disappears within a split second, not giving anyone a chance to react. Hero killers Stain in Hosu, reformed or planning something? Akijimai, Hosuhiro paper. After a close call last week in which pro-hero Endeavor nearly brought the hero killer into custody, heroes have noticed something strange. There's been no new kills from Stain as of yet. Though the circumstances are unclear, the question remains, has Stain had a change of heart, change of plans, or is he just biding his time? Pro-heroes assure the public that they're doing everything they can to apprehend the hero killer, regardless of his current behavior. Nagisa walks down the stairs to the first floor of the hive. Itona's sprawled on the couch, legs on Terasaka's lap. Terasaka is playing video games with Mahara and losing badly. The circuit board, May, Itona is saying into his phone. That's his support friend, right? Definitely not that one. Karasuma enters as Itona patiently says, because it exploded, May. Karasuma turns around and exits the room. Nagisa follows him, laughing a little bit. Karasuma. Irina said you'll be at school tomorrow, is that true? Yes. I talked to Nedzu and we finished ironing out some details. I'll be teaching a period of situational analysis, which will replace home EC once a week. How many classes? Karasuma sighs. Just the 2 hero classes. I suggested giving these lessons to the other courses as well, but we'll start with the heroes as a sort of test run. That makes sense. When Nagisa returns to the main room, Itona's making some sort of deal with Hatsum. It'll cost around 150,000 yen, you know. You don't even have that much, do you? Maihara chuckles. Oh, he does. Nagisa turns his head to where Kurahashi lays on the floor. We ran a betting pool, she explains, at the sports festival. Business students were allowed to go around the audience to collect bets, and from other students who got knocked out in rounds 1 and 2. Nobody thought Karma would win against Todoroki or Bakugo, so we ended up making quite a bit. Itona and Yada helped and got a split of the funds. How much? She just snickers and ignores him. Being in the management course has its perks, in the end. Ida hadn't answered any of Nagisa's texts since the Stain incident. He'd been unable to return to the internship with Manuel, spending a couple days in the hospital to finish healing. Internships had just ended, and Nagisa had been unpacking for most of the morning. Earlier, Nagisa had been informed that though Ida's left hand would be damaged for a while, his right should have healed by now. He'd probably just been ignoring his texts. Nagisa had gotten the feeling that the weight of his decision to go after Stain was probably sinking in. He'd checked his phone again. Nagisa, Ida, how are you feeling? Nagisa, are you planning to come back to class tomorrow? Nagisa, if you're beating yourself up about this, don't. You know what you did was wrong. You can't undo it, but you can work to be better. Nagisa, let me know if there's anything you need. The details of the Stain incident weren't released to the public, or at least not Ida's active involvement. It was stated that a student who wished to stay anonymous had temporarily incapacitated Stain, which was legal only due to their government-regulated license to use the tranquilizer in self-defense. Since there were no visible burns on Stain when the other heroes saw him, the credit couldn't go to Endeavor. That probably would have been the best outcome, but at least the police, with some nudging from Nedzu, agreed to keep the students' names out of the report. Nagisa had spent the rest of his internship learning from Manuel and talking to Karma. He'd kept the redhead updated on Ida's condition, and in return, got to hear about Todoroki. Apparently, one of Endeavor's secretaries had found the email version of the wedding card template he'd been sent. They never found out who it was, but it was someone with a sense of humor. They'd framed it and left it on a wall until Endeavor noticed it. It's a good thing the entire building is fireproofed, otherwise it would have burned down with the force of his flames. Nagisa had kind of wished he could have seen Endeavor's face when he got his first Pornhub email. Karma revealed that Endeavor had placed even more security cameras in his agency after his office supplies kept disappearing, and Ritsu was able to show footage from the new cameras of his sidekicks at the agency laughing at the All Might dildo and even taking pictures with it in front of the Hero Agency sign. At least something good came out of this week. Welcome to Situational Analysis. You'll be having this class once a week for the foreseeable future. In hero work, tough decisions must be made quite often, sometimes under time constraints or pressuring situations in which people's lives are on the line. The goal is for you to figure out your priorities ahead of time, to educate you about some of the details you must consider that will impact the lives of others, and to prepare you for some of the positions you may be put into in this line of work. My name is Karasuma, and I work for the defense branch of the government. It's nice to meet you all. Nagisa is hit by a wave of familiarity as Karasuma introduces himself to the class, bowing. He'd missed having the man as a teacher. Karasuma spends some time going over the class expectations, then jumps right into it with a scenario discussion. My first question is this. You're in a public space, heavily populated, and a criminal takes a hostage. They list out a set of terms that must be followed and insist that you don't move. The hostage is a civilian, unable to protect themselves, and there are no other heroes in the area. What do you do? Mina's hand shoots into the air. What's their quirk? Nagisa frowns. You don't know, Karasuma says. There are no signs pointing to any kind of quirk, just by looking at them. Todoroki slowly raises a hand. What are their demands? They want a certain amount of cash and to be able to leave the area unfollowed. Let's say they took a hostage because they attempted to steal from a nearby store, but security noticed and ran after them. Bakugo narrows his eyes. Have someone create a distraction nearby and blast the villain while they're off guard. That's putting the civilian in danger of both the criminal's abilities and your own. There's a pause. Anyone else? Nagisa taps a foot absent-mindedly. Talk to them? Karasuma meets his eyes. Close. Listen to them. There's a murmur of confusion. Ida stands. With all due respect, sir, are you sure that's a good idea? The villain may be trying to get into our heads. Could they? If a criminal tried making you help them in their crime, would you? Ida pushes up his glasses. Of course not. I am training to be a hero. Karasuma nods. The reason you need to listen to them is simple. The first thing you have to do in this situation after calling for backup is to deduce what kind of mental state the criminal is in. Aizawa opens one eye from his sleeping bag against the wall. In a hostage situation, emotions run rampant. Logical thinking often goes out the window as soon as a weapon is shown or a threat is issued. I get it, Karma says. Your reaction has to be different depending on their state of mind. If the criminal seems agitated or unhinged, they're unpredictable and could hurt the hostage. If they're calm and collected, you could try to reason with them or stall until backup arrives. You got it. Say they're shouting about a classic, the unfairness of society and how it's landed them in a tough spot. What do you do? Midoriya raises a hand. Are they in a stable mind frame? Sure. They're not acting particularly anxious, gleeful, or unhinged, just angry. Then, Midoriya hesitates. Try to empathize? How's that gonna help? That's just being a coward. Karasuma glances at Bakugo, who's crossing his arms. Midoriya's right. Anyone know why? Is it because? If the villain sees that you're going to listen to them and understand why they're doing it, that they might be more willing to reason with you? Yaoyorozu doesn't look confident in her answer but straightens a little as Karasuma smiles reassuringly. You're correct. Trying too hard to talk them down by shutting down their problems immediately can make it feel like they're being backed into a corner and that there's no reasoning with you. This could cause them to lash out, making the situation worse. Think of it like this. If you were to try to tell the criminal your side of the story, and that what they're doing is wrong, their mindset will go directly to me versus them. You become an adversary, and they'll be more inclined to fight or hurt someone if they need to. The very fact that it's a hostage situation and not a murder situation means that the criminal at least doesn't want to hurt and kill people quite so much as they want their demands to be fulfilled. Getting you to agree to their demands is the priority, and they're banking on the fact that you'll prioritize the hostage as a hero. Letting them know that you're willing to listen and understand their story paints you as less of an opponent and more of an ally, and allows them to shift out of a defensive mindset. He leans on his desk. The other reason is because, let's say the heroes are 5 minutes out. A little bit of time spent conversing and trying to understand the criminal while keeping them calm could be the reason that things are under control when backup arrives. Stalling for time is always a good thing when you can't deal with a situation on your own. Ojiro swishes his tail. I still don't understand why you wouldn't just do your best to apprehend the villain. I get that it would be more risky for the hostage, but what if you can pull it off? Wouldn't you just want to defeat the villain instead of letting them do as they please? Karasuma takes a deep breath. Clearly, we should start from the basics. In that case, can anyone tell me what a villain is? I've been saying criminal, and you've been using the word villain. Anyone willing to give it a shot? Aren't they the same thing? Karasuma looks at where Uraraka sits. Let me rephrase. When I say criminal, what comes to mind? Street thugs, Uraraka confesses. Minor shoplifting maybe? Teenage delinquents or gang members. The rest of the class seems to agree. Alright, and if I say villain? Villains are evil. They hurt people and oppose heroes and disregard justice. So, Karasuma muses, what do those you mentioned as criminals have in common? Uraraka hesitates, so Tokoyami responds. They break the law. Correct. But don't villains also break the law? Shuji raises 3 of his hands. Yes, but they also want to. Their intentions. They have the intention to hurt people or do something bad. Is the difference in their character? Like, criminals break the law on paper, but villains are people we see as fundamentally harmful in their intentions? Karasuma lets out a pleased hum. That's part of it. Now, tell me how you'd categorize the person from the scenario. Villain, Uraraka declares. They had a hostage they threatened to hurt? No, Midoriya mumbles. I think they're a criminal. If they had terrible intentions, they'd hurt someone instead of using them as an incentive to get someone to listen to their demands and get the money they want. They're still a bad person, Shiro objects. Karasuma addresses Shiro next. Do you know why they're trying to steal money? Shiro hesitates. Greed? Could be. Could also be because they have a starving family to feed, or a life-saving surgery to pay for, or a threat from someone blackmailing them. The class is silent again. This is why it's important to understand the full situation. If we were to split it into categories, we could say, people do good or bad things, and they can do them for good or bad reasons. Obviously, I'm oversimplifying. Good and bad rarely exist in reality, but bear with me. The criminal who stole money may or may not be doing it for a good reason. If they are, is doing a bad thing for a good reason better or worse than doing anything for bad reasons? Does it really matter? Either way, your job is to arrest them. Your job isn't to demonize them. Calling them a villain, for example, when you don't know the whole story. Hero society tends to do this to people, which further pushes petty criminals down the illegal path. You've been raised to see things as black or white, hero versus villain, good versus bad. When it comes to determining the right choices to make in the gray area, there's no simple answer, but I'd like you all to think about it. I like what he's doing, Aizawa admits. Nedza looks pleased. Hearing his perception of villains is refreshing, compared to the black and white way many heroes see things. Does it also perhaps have to do with your son? Aizawa sighs. Of course. If I hadn't found Tenko when I did, and if not for my quirk, he would have either been labeled as a villain from age 5. Nobody would have looked past the bodies of his family, whether he had control over his quirk or not. They wouldn't have found out about the abuse, either. Sometimes people are wrongly labeled as villains, and it changes their entire path. He looks at the ceiling of Nedza's office. Sometimes I think about how, if someone else had found him, someone who wasn't able to turn off his quirk, it would have caused more death. I'm lucky he trusted me enough to let me help him. I think that a little more time on his own and he would have grown to resent heroes. Nobody helped him, you know. I can't imagine him as a villain, but he'd be so dangerous as one. Nedza peers at Aizawa's protective expression. He's lucky to have you. Aizawa turns away, burying the lower half of his face in his capture weapon. No, I'm lucky to have him. Final exams are coming up, huh? Nagisa walks alongside Karma and Ryo as they walk to the train station. The others are talking in little groups as well. I wonder if it'll be robots again, Ryo wonders aloud. I don't think they'd use them again, but Class 1B seems convinced that it's what they're going to do. Karma swings his bag in one hand. I don't think so either. A teacher could easily have leaked that so we'd lower our guard. If UA is only gonna make us fight mindless hunks of metals all year, they're dumber than I thought. Maybe they'll pit us against each other, like the sports festival, or against the staff, Nagisa suggests. Or maybe they'll bring in visitors to test us. Are you guys talking about finals? Chiba steps up next to Nagisa. How do you feel about the written portion? Karma waves a hand. We'll be fine. I still remember some old study tricks from from back then. Not last year. Nagisa knows how Karma feels. Most of the time, he unconsciously blocks out their time spent frozen. It's a lot to think about. So he just doesn't. Not a healthy way to deal with it, maybe, but it is what it is. They were right, they find out as they stand gathered in front of Aizawa. Nedzu is peering out of the man's capture weapon and explaining how the practical exam is going to work. They're going to pair up to fight the teachers, and anyone who doesn't pass will not be attending the summer training camp coming up. This is all that's left, with the 3 Ihiro students all getting high scores on their finals, a perfect score for Karma. Jairu and Shuji are up against Present Mike, likely to negate their enhanced hearing. Eijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato are fighting Cementos, probably due to their brute force and Cementos's counter to it. Ida and Nagisa have to beat Power Loader. Nagisa's guessing it's because the teacher's tunneling quirk can render Ida's engines difficult to use while keeping away from Nagisa, who requires close combat to show his skill. The other pairings are Ojiro and Siro versus Midnight, Azui and Tokoyami versus Ectoplasm, Yayarozu and Todoroki versus Eraserhead, Kaminari and Ashido versus Principal Nizu, Uraraka and Aoyama versus 13, Bakugo and Midoriya versus All Might, and Ryo and Karma versus Snipe. The minute the test starts, Nagisa can tell that it won't be easy. His advantages of stealth and hand-to-hand are useless if he can't get close, and Power Loader's tunnels and ability to rupture the earth are making that particularly difficult. Finally, Ida is able to get close enough for Nagisa to hop on his back. He fights the urge to hide his face. This is embarrassing. Ida sprints toward the exit, getting fairly close before the earth in front of them breaks up. Now, Nagisa clambers around Ida's front so that he's left wrapped around his right leg. He's careful not to touch the engines extending from Ida's calves. Are you sure you'll be okay? Ida has to yell over the sound of the ground breaking up. Just do it. When Ida activates Recipro Burst to swing his leg and send Nagisa flying through the gate, it's not hard to readjust his weight in the air. His landing is a little rough, but he rolls out of it without much issue. You need to know how to fall properly when you have to run up and down a mountain frequently and make a hobby out of parkouring over rooftops, after all. Pass. Nagisa high-fives Ida when they catch their breaths. He's glad the boy seems more or less back to normal after the stain incident. It's an anticlimactic fight, but Nagisa is just glad that he passed. He decides that he doesn't like fighting against long-range specialists. Turns out that most students passed, with the exceptions of Kirishima, Ashido, Sato, and Kaminari. Nagisa pities the 2 who went up against Nedzu. Snipe looks a little shell-shocked. Nagisa briefly wonders what Karma and Ryo did. Aizawa tells them that everyone will be attending the summer camp. Another logical ruse. Surprise, surprise. The mall is crowded, but not crowded enough to shake the feeling of being watched. Nagisa can feel eyes on his back. His neck is tingling uncomfortably, and his instincts are telling him that he's in danger. He quietly notifies Karma and Ryo, who respond that they feel it too. So, Kirishima's voice interrupts Nagisa's thoughts. I'm heading over to the athletic shop to get a bigger duffel bag. Who's coming with? As the class splits up to look for their own things, Nagisa surreptitiously glances over his shoulder. He doesn't see anyone looking at him. Maybe they're just being paranoid. They're surrounded by people after all. It would be weirder if nobody was looking at them. They're from UA. People are bound to recognize them from the sports festival. Nagisa tilts his head to the sky. He's excited for the training camp. The teachers aren't telling them where it's taking place yet, for the students' safety, but he knows it's going to be a chance to improve their skills and quirks. Hopefully it'll be a nice break from all of the Shiro stuff, a time to discover new strengths and create new plans, lying low while they prepare. Hopefully. Damn it. Nagisa always jinxes these kinds of things, doesn't he? Nagisa. Ryo waves from the fountain in the center of the mall plaza. Finished. He makes his way over, skirting around the gathered crowd. Yeah, I think so. Where's Karma? He went with Jairu and Yaoyorozu to look at sun protectants, I think. As she speaks, the crowd starts mumbling in confusion. Nagisa cranes his neck to follow their gazes, eyes falling on a large screen billboard that's displaying a 1-minute countdown, old film style. After a glance around, he confirms that all of the other television broadcasts in the mall have the same display. What's going on? Karma jogs up to the pair, Jairu and Yaoyorozu following close behind. Ryo shrugs, eyes not leaving the screen. Dunno. Looks like some message broadcast, maybe? 15. The mall staff seem to be confused as well, Yaoyorozu points out. Jairu narrows her eyes. A hacker? The screen goes blank before switching to a stream of a dimly lit room. A spotlight turns on with an audible thump, revealing a masked and cloaked figure sitting in the center of the frame. Nagisa tenses, and he can see Karma and Ryo do the same. Mr. Compress. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between, and everyone not. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance this fine evening. The crowd is shuffling uncertainly, and Nagisa shifts his bag to his other hand as he pulls out his phone to text Karasuma and Irina on the Hive group chat. Buzz buzz bitch. Gender at 5:23 p.m. Compress is broadcasting a video at the mall. Could be live or pre-recorded. Please send backup in case it turns into a hostage situation. Straight lace at 5:23 p.m. On our way. Eraserhead, Midnight, and Present Mic 2. Nagisa informs Karma and Ryo quietly that backup is on its way. Who's that? And what's he doing? This is Jairu and Yaoyorozu's first encounter with Mr. Compress. On the screen, the man is bowing low. I am the leader of the League. The League of Villains. At the crowd's gasps, he continues. You may wonder why we have decided to introduce ourselves so publicly as well as so suddenly, but, well, I've always had a flair for the dramatic. Nagisa's mind races as Mr. Compress adjusts his hat. That's dangerous, in a villain. This recording is playing on every wired display in Central Muzutafu, thanks to our lovely hacker helper. Why Muzutafu, you may wonder? Mall technicians bustle around, doing their best to retake control of the situation. The crowd remains enthralled and terrified by the broadcast. The answer is simple, for within Muzutafu resides UA High, the school of the next generation of hero fledglings, and most importantly, the teaching place of your very own #1 hero. That's right, we have two goals. The first is to turn the world into our show. The second is to kill All Might. I know that some of you are thinking that it's impossible, and that All Might is untouchable, to which I only have one thing to say: All Might may not be the unstoppable force you think he is. He's hinting at All Might having a weakness. To stir up unease, maybe? Though, Nagisa doubts many will take his word for it. Either Mr. Compress knows of a weakness, or Shiro is just feeding him lines. If All Might does have a weakness, Nagisa believes that it's the injury he'd gotten from Shiro a few years back. It seems like Shiro got the worse end of it by the looks of what used to be his face, but the way he spoke makes Nagisa think that All Might didn't get away unscathed. Nagisa exchanges glances with Karma, who tilts his phone so that Nagisa can see the screen. He's audio recording. Good, they can listen to it again later. Mr. Compress had declared what their two goals are. Unbeknownst to most, these are very separate goals. One is Shiro's, the defeat of All Might. The other is purely an incentive he used for Mr. Compress to join him. He's a showman at heart, and by making him the leader of the League, Shiro can effectively give him a playground with all the resources he could want. Mr. Compress isn't finished. Hero society is rotten from its very core. You all stumble around like sheep, ignorant of the mass brainwashing that leads you to place your well-being in the hands of so-called heroes while ignoring the true suffering that plagues the world. You feed the system that fails so many, turning a blind eye to it all. To expose its true nature, well, we'll see how you fare without your symbol of peace. We'll show you what the true world looks like under your layers of glitter and light. Then, together we can create a new world. His voice echoes a little, sounding particularly eerie through his mask. The spotlight begins to dim. His voice lowers at his next words. One more thing. Little rats, the ones who don't belong. You know who you are. You've run free long enough, all of you. Cease your little games and make this easier for all of us. His tone turns playful once more. Now, as fun as this is, I believe we have taken up enough of your time. It's goodbye for now, but we'll be seeing you again, very soon. With a snap of his fingers, the video and audio feed cuts out. Aizawa had been restless with anxiety. We now call the first witness to the stand. The prosecution had waited until the witness was seated to speak again. Please state your name and relation to the defendant. My name is Todoroki Natsuo, and I am the third eldest child of Todoroki Enji. The prosecution's direct examination had caused unrest and shock from the inhabitants in the courtroom. Detailed description of Endeavor's abuse of his wife, Rei, melted into explanations of Endeavor's treatment of Natsuo himself. He'd talked about the harsh training he'd endured, only to be discarded like a broken tool when it became clear he wasn't as powerful as Endeavor had hoped. It didn't stop there. Aizawa had clenched his hands into fists as Natsuo continued. When asked to describe his relationship with his siblings, Natsuo's face had hardened. I barely know Shoto, he'd replied. Endeavor made sure of that. As his golden boy, he wasn't to associate with us weaklings. There had been several flinches at the way he'd spat the word. As for the others, Fuyumi and I are on good terms. And do we used to be? There had been a nearly imperceptible tightening in Endeavor's jaw from where he'd sat, glaring at Natsuo. Aizawa had fought the urge to growl at him. Could you elaborate on that? Todoroki Tuya was the eldest of us. He hated Endeavor as much as I did. He was also forced to train past his limits, under the guise of being a hero. I still don't know exactly how he died, but it should never have happened. Natsuo had clenched his jaw, eyes burning. Endeavor never spoke about him since. It hadn't gone unnoticed that Natsuo never once called Endeavor father or dad. The lawyer and the other HPSC officials showed no surprise. They'd likely helped keep Tuya's death from the media to protect Endeavor's reputation. After another minute of questioning, the prosecution had sat down. No further questions. The judge had called for cross-examination, performed by a HPSC head lawyer. The very first words out of her mouth had garnered a reaction from Natsuo. His eyes had flashed with anger as he'd registered the question. Why did you keep quiet about it? Secondary victimization. They should have seen this coming. I didn't keep quiet. Do you think anyone believed that? The number 2 hero, abusing his family. Do you know what I heard? Oh, you shouldn't be so quick to try to get attention. Training his children to be good heroes is truly the act of a good number 2. I went to a police station once, to show them my bruises. At age 6. And they laughed and told me they'd expected the son of Endeavor to be less clumsy. Then, they contacted him to come and pick me up. I got extra training that night. Natsuo had taken a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Blowing up wouldn't help anything. Endeavor's lawyer had given him a falsely sympathetic look. I think it's too soon to completely rule out other emotional factors that could be influencing your memory, don't you agree? Aizawa had pressed his eyes shut. He'd always hated this part. Your resentment, perhaps, that he doesn't spend enough time with you, or that you never felt good enough. Your father casts a long shadow, after all. It's understandable that you may have felt neglected when your father couldn't keep training you. She'd been trying to paint a picture of a hard-working father and entitled children. Aizawa could practically feel his blood boil. I'm sure, Natsuo had responded through clenched teeth, that my memory is just fine. I'm thinking clearly and I know what happened. I lived it. How would you know that your memory is clear and unbiased? You wouldn't be able to tell, would you? I was abused. And not just me. This is exactly what everyone says, since it's the fucking number 2 hero. You seem awfully hateful and aggressive. Is this not a sign of clouded judgment? The prosecutor had stood abruptly. Objection, Your Honor. Badgering the witness. They'd gotten a nod from the judge. Sustained. Move on to the next question. After an infuriatingly drawn-out cross-examination, Natsuo had been dismissed in favor of the second witness, Shoto. Aizawa had never wanted to comfort one of his students so badly. He could tell Shoto was nervous from his frequent blinking and stiff posture. He'd introduced himself the way Natsuo had. Alright, Shoto. Can you tell us about how you got your scar? Karasuma taps a pen on the table. This is bad. Chiba tilts his head. But Compress seems to have a childishly showy disposition. Won't these values make him more predictable and more focused on flashiness rather than effectiveness? Irina shakes her head. It may seem juvenile, but in reality it can be far more dangerous. As a self-proclaimed entertainer, Compress needs an audience. Civilians, to be precise. Take the mall incident. That could easily have turned into a large hostage situation. By involving everyone in his show, that means we have to be all the more ready to protect people from getting involved. He's after heroes, and us in particular, but his way of doing things ropes everyone into it. Karasuma sighs. It's true that his type of mindset can lead to mistakes in practicality, but it's overruled by the difficulty we'll have trying to decipher Compress's true intentions. People like him can switch up very quickly. He just wants to have fun. And drag everyone else into his sick games, Ryo finishes. Then again, I still think that Shiro is more dangerous when he's allowed to pull all of the strings like this. He's got plenty more experience than Compress. She tilts her head. So, what are we going to do about the broadcast? Irina and I are meeting with Nedzu and the staff tomorrow to discuss it. We already have some UA staff speaking of the incident publicly to reassure the public and keep them calm. After the training camp, we'll probably implement more security measures around UA and main public areas in Muzutafu, Cyber, and otherwise. Irina plays with her hair absently. We also have the dormitories nearly finished. They've estimated that they should be ready by the time the training camp finishes. Nagisa fondly thinks of the preschool they'd renovated as an apology for injuring the owner. They'd done a great job, though the dorms undoubtedly went quicker this time with Cementas's quirk to help. Alright, well, it's good that nobody was hurt, but we should set more regulations on leaving campus to prevent this kind of thing from having more consequences in the future. For now, you guys should get to sleep. There's school tomorrow if you've forgotten. It takes Nagisa a while to fall asleep, his mind racing. Alright, off the bus. As the students pile out, Nagisa stretches an arm over his head. They're standing on a ledge of rock overlooking a forest. It doesn't appear to be a conventional rest stop, so why are they here? Nagisa's getting a bad feeling about this. He's proven right when the rescue heroes, the wild pussycats, introduce themselves and then proceed to fling Class 1A off the cliff. Oh, and if you don't get to the camp base by midday, no lunch for you. Pixie Bob's earth quirk is incredibly impressive, a fact Nagisa may have been able to appreciate more if he weren't trying to dodge the attacks of her vicious earth beasts. It's past midday when the group stumbles, tired and sore, into the clearing where the training camp resides. Class 1B is already there. Hayami playfully nudges Nagisa and teases him for missing lunch. He glares half-heartedly at her, unable to help the smile that pokes its way out anyway. At least they'll get dinner. Ah look, who's that? Nagisa follows Ryo's gaze to a small boy standing next to the pussycats. A kid of one of theirs, maybe? The boy turns out to be an orphan the heroes are taking care of. His name is Koda. Nagisa begins to approach him, but hesitates when he sees Koda nail Midoriya in the crotch. He winces sympathetically. Brutal. Dinner is satisfying after their trek to the forest, but Nagisa can't help noticing that Koda sneaks away while it's being served. He grabs a second portion and follows the boy. When he catches up, Koda is sitting on a ledge overlooking the forest. He seems familiar with it as if he comes here a lot. Nagisa steps closer, and Koda whips around, bristling. Did you follow me here? Leave me alone. Stupid hero students, thinking they can do anything they want. Nagisa pauses. The light from his phone is flickering in Koda's eyes, illuminating his expression. Nagisa can detect resentment, frustration, and beyond that, a hint of sadness. He sits down. Here, have some. Koda eyes the plate of food pushed toward him. Don't want any, he mumbles. Hate heroes all you want, but don't do it while hungry, Nagisa insists. Koda snaps his eyes up, eyeing Nagisa suspiciously. Nagisa shrugs. I've got no love for heroism either. He receives a bitter laugh. Yeah, right. You're a hero student? Yeah. I'm a hero student. Nagisa leans back on his hands and tilts his gaze to the sky. I have people I want to protect. Family. That's what 3 is to him, isn't it? And I want to be able to help people. To honor someone I used to know, and to make up for the things I've done. But heroics? The profession? It's all kinds of messed up. Kota seems to be listening now, and Nagisa briefly wonders if he's doing the wrong thing by saying these things to such a young and impressionable kid. Kota huffs. I know that. Heroes just die in the end, and they're congratulated for it. For leaving everyone behind. What's even the point? Villains, heroes, none of it matters. Nagisa appraises his answer. There's a lot of venom in Kota's voice. He's an orphan, so his parents, maybe? Or some other relative. Either way, Nagisa would guess that he lost someone to heroics. His heart aches for the young, angry child. Young, angry, and scared. Nagisa blows out a breath. I want to change that, he confesses. He hasn't told anyone this, yet. It's naive to want that, maybe, but I hope that I can be a different type of hero. Not like All Might, who's bright and inspiring and strong. Not like Midnight, who appeals to the public. Someone who understands the flaws with hero society and isn't afraid to act accordingly. Someone who isn't afraid to expose its problems but works hard to fix them. Someone who can deal with the darker sides of the profession, because it is a profession, a job, no matter how much it's glamorized, and use what they have to actually help. Or, rather, help those who actually need it. I don't want to shy away from the things that are said to be too ugly for heroics. He blinks slowly. I like the idea of becoming an underground hero, and I think I want to start there. But, if I actually want to make a difference, I'll need to venture out there a little bit. To introduce new ideas to the public and such. To make a more realistic approach to heroics acceptable to others who are used to only seeing what they want to see. Nagisa replays his words in his head and laughs self-deprecatingly. This must all sound like a pipe dream, huh? Kota hesitates, then shakes his head. He slowly picks up the plate of food. With Bakugo, Nagisa with Ojiro, and Yaoyorozu with Aoyama. It's the 3rd day of camp, and Nagisa is exhausted from physical training. The Pussycats have organized a test of courage for Class 1A and 1B, pitting them against each other. They're going to make the forest loop in pairs. Something feels off, though, and it takes Nagisa a minute to pinpoint it. The smell. He whips around. There's smoke in the distance, rising in thick black plumes from the treetops. He turns back to the Pussycats and his eyes widen. He freezes, taking in the bulky figure and reptilian silhouette standing over Pixie Bob. We are the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains, the reptilian form growls. And you're in the way. Villains are attacking. Is Shiro here? Mr. Compress? Mandalay's voice suddenly sounds in his head. She must be broadcasting her thoughts to everyone. Kota? Kota? Where are you? Shit. He opens his mouth. I know where he is. Midoriya yells, turning around and sprinting off. I'll protect him. Nagisa is about to follow when the burly figure turns and catches his eye. Oh? Look, Spinner, we've already found one. The reptilian villain, Spinner, inspects Nagisa, who drops into a defensive position. You're right, big sis. He turns to Mandalay. You know what? Let's make a deal. I'll hand over this one. He toes Pixie Bob's limp form, and you gimme that one. This one's important to you, right? Mandalay tenses. Beside her, Tiger puts a hand on her shoulder and steps forward. Magna, he says, glaring at the burly woman. Wanted for multiple counts of robbery, murder, and attempted murder. Magna waves her arms around, laughing. I sure am famous, huh? She moves forward, and as soon as she steps away from Pixie Bob, Tiger springs forward to meet her head-on. Mandalay rushes to Pixie Bob's side, dragging her out of harm's way before whirling to face Spinner. She orders the students to get back to base and let them take care of the villains, but Nagisa doesn't move. Carmen Rio, he thinks. They went ahead into the forest a while ago. He slips away from the clearing and sprints down the trail, following the smoke. As he runs, Nagisa hears a voice echo in his head. Mandalay. We've identified the villains' targets. They are Tokoyami, Bakugo, and any of the N kids. You have permission to fight back and use your quirks in self-defense. Stay safe and get back to camp as soon as possible. Nagisa narrows his eyes, not slowing his pace. The Den kids. Does Shiro want to kill them? Does he want to kidnap them, to speak to them? Their last interaction was when they poisoned him. He shakes his head. It doesn't matter right now. He saw Chiba and Hayami heading back to camp with gas masks, likely made by Yaoyorozu, but Karma and Ryo are still out there. Nagisa, stop. It's Aizawa. He's standing in the middle of the path. What are you doing? Get back to camp now. Nagisa steels himself. No. What do you mean no? We don't have time for this. Get back to camp. There's villains. I know. I'm going to find Karma and Ryo. Nagisa's voice doesn't even tremble. He'd be proud if he weren't so terrified. Not of Aizawa, but he's scared for his family. I don't know which villains are out there with Karma and Ryo. I'm going. I won't let you. Erase my quirk? Aizawa freezes as Nagisa stares. He lets his visage melt into a familiar smile. It's startlingly easy to let his bloodlust soak through. He twirls his small knife in one hand. It's not sharp, but the message is clear. He won't go down without a fight. You're welcome to try and stop me. You probably could, actually. Then we'd both end up injured and we'd still have to face villains. Is it really worth it? Aizawa glares at him for a minute. Fine, he spits. We don't have time for this. Focus on finding them and keeping safe, and keep yourself out of trouble. Try not to engage. I'm going to help the pussycats. I received a telepathic message for backup. Nagisa nods and slips into the shadows. It takes a while, but he eventually reaches a clearing that's been absolutely ravaged. Ice shards litter the ground, and trees have been cut and knocked over. Bakugo, Todoroki. The two teens whip around at Nagisa's voice. Nagisa? It's not just them. Beside them is Midoriya, whose arms are obviously broken, on Shuji's back. Tokoyami huddles nearby, and there's a limp form on the ground. A villain? Did you all get the message? Tokoyami, Bakugo, stay in the middle of us. Have any of you seen Karma and Ryo? They went in ahead of you guys. Nagisa does his best not to let panic seep into his voice. He needs to be the hero slight right now, not Nagisa. Todoroki shakes his head. Oh. Who are the end kids? You only asked about the other two. My whole class. Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya seem to understand, nodding in recognition, but Shuji and Tokoyami look confused. Anyway, we need to find them and meet you. Nagisa? Nagisa whips around. Ryo? His gaze slides over. Karma, are you guys okay? Yeah, Karma pants, but we've got to get back. You heard the message? Where are Chiba and Hayami? Back at camp, Nagisa reassures him. I passed by them earlier. Midoriya calls them closer. Since we know the villain's targets, we can make a formation with them in the center. We'll need to cut through the forest if we want to avoid the villains fighting the pussycats. With Shuji's hearing and Todoroki controlling Dark Shadow with his fire, I think we can make it. I don't need protecting. Bakugo snaps. The group ignores him and heads in a straight line toward camp, leaving the main trail. Uraraka? Tsu? A girl who looks to be around their age jumps off of Uraraka, who's on the ground. Well, there's too many people now, so I'm gonna leave. Bye-bye Ochako Tsu. She flounces off, her school uniform skirt flapping. Nagisa rushes to where Tsu is pinned to a tree with a knife through her hair. He lets her down and then turns to Uraraka. Are you okay? I'm fine, I can still walk. Midoriya nudges Shuji to carry him closer. Join us. We're on our way to camp, and we're cutting through the forest while protecting Bakugo and Tokoyami. Uraraka glances behind them and then looks at Nagisa, puzzled. Where are they? Shit. Are you perhaps looking for these? The group whips around looking for the voice. They find it in a tree. Mr. Compress stands there, flipping 2 marbles between his fingers. I took them with my magic. You see, I can't allow such sinister talent to remain with the heroes. We'll give them a place where they can truly shine. Give them back. Midoriya yells. Sweat drips down his face. Give them back? Why would you say such a thing? Humans aren't possessions, you know. They don't belong to anyone. He leaps onto a taller branch. I'm simply opening up a possibility for them. A new path, if you will. Todoroki sends a wave of ice his way, but he only jumps onto yet another branch. You're wasting time by talking to us, Todoroki says, voice dark. You're underestimating us. Mr. Compress chuckles. Oh, my bad, my bad. I was an entertainer for a while, you know. You could call it a bad habit of mine. This just all makes the show more interesting, no? He sighs, still fiddling with the marbles. It was improvisation on my part to grab Little Red as well. Nagisa's blood rushes through his ears as Compress flicks the fingers on his other hand, seemingly manifesting another marble from thin air. Karma is nowhere to be seen. It could have been any of the End kids, he muses, but not only do I get an End kid, I get the one who pulled a knife from his shoe on live television in a no-weapons event. I guess all three of them have villainous potential, no. Nagisa bares his teeth. What do you want with the End kids? Is Shiro so desperate that he'd send his pawns, his lackeys, to get us? Shiro's fingers still. Pawns? Lackeys? You misunderstand. We are equals and we simply have a deal. It's mutually beneficial. Nagisa laughs bitterly. You think so? That's what he told one of my closest friends years ago. My friend hates him. He's manipulating you. You know damn well that he's above you and that he's just using you for his own goals. Todoroki punctuates Nagisa's sentence by sending a wave of ice toward Mr. Compress. The man dodges, leaping high off the branch. Sorry, but tricks and running away are my only redeeming features. I'd never try to fight hero students like you, no matter how misguided. His gaze slides to Nagisa, or ignorant they may be. His attention shifts once more as he flies through the air. Vanguard Action Squad. I know it was quick, but we have our targets now and the show has come to a close. Head to the retrieval point. They sprint after Mr. Compress, but he's practically bouncing off the treetops. He's too fast. I know what we can do, Midoriya says. Uraraka, make us float. Tsu, throw us with your tongue, and Shuji, use your limbs to correct our trajectory. Then, Uraraka can make a judgment call on when to release her quirk. I see, Shuji says. It's risky, but we've got to try. Let me come too, Nagisa insists. I'll cling to Shuji's back. All right, Shuji says, but hurry. Uraraka splints Midoriya's arms quickly, and then they're being thrown lightning fast through the air. They collide with Mr. Compress hard, and the group tumbles to the ground a second later. Nagisa feels something in his wrist snap and his senses are flooded with pain. He bites his lip to keep from crying out and tastes blood. Nagisa blinks rapidly to clear the tears that spring to his eyes. Those kids. Dabi blasts them. Nah, the man in a black and gray jumpsuit turns his head incredulously, eyes landing on a young man with burned scars on his face. Crude staples hold his skin together. What did you say? Fair enough. How dare you? Dabi waves a hand. Oh, twice I did what I said I would. It's time to go, right? He shoves his hands into his pockets and walks through a purple misty portal. Kurogiri from the USJ. Mr. Compress shoves the students off of him, but once they're a safe distance away, Shuji nudges Todoroki to stop. He holds up 3 marbles in one hand. They were in his pocket? Nagisa grimaces. Something's off. Mr. Compress isn't worried at all. He only begins to step backward into the portal. Twice looks shocked. Why are we leaving? We don't have the targets. We don't need them anyway. Nagisa grits his teeth. Could it be misdirection? One of the simplest magician's tricks. With a snap of his fingers, the marbles in Shuji's possession turn into large chunks of ice. As Mr. Compress removes his mask and opens his mouth to reveal all 3 marbles resting on his tongue, a beam of electric blue light blasts the hat off of Mr. Compress's head. The marbles fly, seemingly in slow motion, out of his mouth. Aoyama stands behind a bush, eyes terrified but determined. Shuji reaches out his hand and manages to grab one. Todoroki aims to do the same, but a tape measure whips around and snags the marble, sending it toward twice. Nagisa snatches the third. Mr. Compress snaps and suddenly Nagisa is being shoved into Karma, and he can't stop himself from stumbling. Magna wraps an arm around Karma's neck and hauls him backward. Nagisa lets out a yell, but a disoriented Karma is no match for the burly woman. Twice and Magna jump into the portal, and Nagisa reaches out a hand to Karma as he gets pulled in. The end. Mr. Compress bows and jumps backward into the dark mist, which disappears without a sound. Nagisa falls to his knees. The marble in Shuji's hand expands until a disgruntled teen is standing there. What the fuck just happened? Bakugo growls. Nagisa feels numb. The background chatter of his classmates is nothing but a dull humming in his ears, like a pesky fly buzzing around. Aizawa must notice the dullness behind his eyes, because 1 minute Nagisa is sitting against a wall, his back aching, and the next he's being shepherded into a comfortable chair in the next room. The room is empty. Aizawa's shuffling is the only thing that breaks the silence. The quiet is nice. Nagisa. That's his name. Nagisa. He snaps back to reality. Yes, sorry. Aizawa's expression doesn't change, but his voice softens. Are you alright? Nagisa chokes out a laugh. Or maybe it's a sob. It could also be both. No. That's not his voice. He looks to his side. His head feels heavy, and there's a throbbing ache behind his eyes. Oh, it's Rio. When did she get here? Neither of us are. Why is she whispering? There's nobody else here. Nagisa opens his mouth, but his throat feels raw. Oh, maybe that's why. When he brings himself to speak, it's not what he expects. Karma gets sleep paralysis? Why did he say that? His head feels like it's stuffed with cotton. Aizawa is studying him, and more words force their way out of Nagisa's mouth. He doesn't like to talk about it, though. He tries to be strong. But he's not okay. None of us are, actually. Rio is staring at him too, but she doesn't say anything. Nagisa lifts his pounding head so that he can meet Aizawa's eyes. Rio dissociates. 4 minutes at a time, just goes completely unresponsive. Sugino gets nightmares. He's been having Okuda formulate strong sleeping solutions for him just so he can get enough sleep to function. Half of us have taken up meditation, just to get out of our heads for a bit. Aizawa notices that Nagisa is breathing a little faster. He mimes inhaling deeply, and Nagisa does his best to copy him. Itona still gets panic attacks when he thinks too much about Shiro. He was his apprentice, He was to Shiro exactly what Compress is now. I don't think he ever got over the guilt of trying to hurt us. Of trying to hurt Korosensei. He hears Ryo's breath catch. We didn't want to kill him, he mumbles. At this point, Aizawa probably doesn't know what he's talking about. That's okay. It's a story for another time, anyway. The lights are making his headache worse, so he shuts his eyes and lets his head droop a little. We've been distracted. There's been a lot going on, He coughs a little. A lot. Sometimes I wonder. His voice drops, his whisper barely audible. What did we do to deserve it? We had to have done something, right? Was it because of Korosensei? Aizawa's eyes are sad but his voice is firm. You didn't do anything wrong. Bad things happen to good people. You're still here though. You're so strong for that. Nagisa stares blankly at his hands. I don't think so. It's like we're being dragged along. Helplessly. Aizawa sits up straighter. And you haven't let go yet? That counts for something when you've been through hell and back again. Rio is quiet. Our parents, Nagisa doesn't even register that he just called their old teachers their parents. They've done so much for us and help in every way they can. But it's hard on them too. It's just too much to handle. For anyone, I think. It was so lonely. We just got stuck. We don't belong here, but we can't go back. The universe has moved on. We'll never get to see anyone again. There's a sniffle, and then Rio is crying openly. When's the last time any of them cried? We didn't even know if we'd ever get our bodies back. I thought my brain would shut down before we were ever free. I accepted it. And we made it through because we had to, but it was only possible because we had each other. We have to go get Karma. We need to. We need him. Don't you get it? Before Nagisa realizes it, his cheeks are damp as well. Shit. Aizawa blows out a breath, forcing his clenched fists to relax. I was afraid of this. You were put into an impossible situation. For years. Of course you're not okay. That's important to admit, It's incredibly admirable that you're willing to talk about it. Nagisa hiccups. As an underground hero, I come across many cases of PTSD and quirk-related trauma. I'm going to talk to Hound Dog when we get back to UA. He's the counselor and therapist, and specializes in this kind of thing. You can also come to me anytime if you need anything. I think your entire class would benefit from talking about your situation. That doesn't matter right now, Ryo chokes out. We need to get Karma. We need him. Aizawa opens and closes his mouth. He sighs, looking weary and worn out. The heroes are working on it. We're searching for their location this very second. There? Tokoyami. Ryo freezes. Fuck. At this point, Nagisa doesn't care about what terrible people they must look like. The fact is, Tokoyami is the second priority in his mind. He knows that it's selfish. Messed up. But Karma is family. For 200 years of paralysis, 3E had nothing but the knowledge that their class was still there with them. They were the only constant. The only ones who understood each other's situation, because they were all in the same boat. Sinking. Codependency is expected in such a situation. Aizawa reaches out to the pair but hesitates. Is it all right for me to touch you? Nagisa pauses but manages a jerky nod, and then he's being pulled into an awkward hug. Ryo is nestled against his other side. He can feel the sobs racking her body. Nagisa adjusts so that his wrapped wrist isn't in a strained position. Aizawa slowly rubs their backs, and he idly thinks about how awkward and uncomfortable this must be for the man. But when he tries to pull away, Aizawa holds the two of them a little closer. It's all right. Let it out. Nagisa waits until his shaky breaths even out before pulling back. As he does, he bumps into the side of Ryo's head. Pulling back and disentangling himself from her hair, he freezes. His eyes don't move from the spot behind Ryo's ear, and his focus goes pinpoint sharp. His eyes widen. Where's Itona? With a burst of static, the speakers begin emitting faint white noise. And, finished. Ritsu slumps dramatically. I've successfully hacked it. The audio playing from these room speakers is what Karma's earpiece is picking up. None of the sound from this room will be transmitted unless we want it to, though. Nagisa, have you contacted him at all? Nagisa nods. Though my earpiece, I told him that Itona's working to find his location and that the heroes are organizing a raid. I didn't get a response, so either he was unconscious or tied up so that he couldn't reach his earpiece to send a reply. Alright. The device is small and subtle enough that the villains shouldn't notice it. His hair is also covering it, and it blends into his skin well enough. Karasuma nods, eyes serious. Aizawa, have you informed Nedzu of the entire situation? Yes. He's actually on his way now. While the students move into the dorms, he's bringing me along to a public press conference where we'll release a statement on the kidnapping. I don't recommend watching it. There's going to be a lot of verbal attacks toward Tokoyami and Karma. As far as the media and public knows, the villains chose those two because of their villain potential. Tokoyami because of his quirk, which many see as dark and dangerous, and Karma for pulling a knife following the sports festival where weapons weren't allowed. I don't think they should have caught wind that Bakugo was also a target. Besides, the press conference is just a cover. Understanding dawns in Ryo's eyes. Nedzu's planning on sending a task force during the press conference? Aizawa nods. Best case scenario, we give the impression that we're floundering, and the villains let their guard down based on the assumption that we don't know where they are. It's not the most likely outcome, considering the intelligence of our opponents, but it's worth a shot. Can we come? Nagisa's question pulls the hero up short. No. All students are moving into the dorms during the raid, no exceptions. Nagisa takes a step forward. We need to go help Karma and Tokoyami. We'll be able to help somehow. As I said only. Aizawa is interrupted by his ringtone. It's Nedzu, I need to answer it. Whatever Nedzu tells him must be good news, because there's relief visible in his eyes as he hangs up. What is it? Yaoyorozu was able to attach a tracker to the Nomu that was with the League in the forest. We have a location. He shows them a picture of a map, presumably sent to him by Nedzu. The room seems to let out a collective sigh. Nagisa makes a mental note to personally thank Yaoyorozu later. As for the hero unit, There will be a group of offensive heroes and a smaller number of rescue heroes. Unfortunately, we can expect casualties with a villain as unpredictable as Mr. Compress and one as powerful as Shiro. Some of the heroes beside All Might are Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, Snipe, Tiger, Gran Torino, Mount Lady and Kamui Woods. The rescue heroes include 13 and Alleviate. Karasuma narrows his eyes thoughtfully. Alleviate? That's your son, right? Nagisa doesn't miss the flash of pride that crosses Aizawa's face. Yes. His quirk seems destructive at a glance, but it's incredibly useful in rescue situations. He's saved countless civilians from being crushed underneath things, rubble and the like, by disintegrating the load. The name Alleviate suits him. Hayami raises a hand. Forgive me if this is rude, but his quirk isn't anything like yours. Are you not blood-related? Aizawa shrugs. It's not rude. Tenko is adopted. He was in a really bad situation when I found him. For a time, when I first took him in, he wanted to live a normal life completely separate from villains and heroes. He's been through a lot. What changed? He realized that there are people just like him, kids asking for help but being ignored. The whole someone else will help them mindset is so damaging, and decided that he could be there for those kids. His patrol routes delve deep into the poorer neighborhoods and slums, and he's helped a lot of people who thought nobody even noticed them. That's really admire. Guys. Ritsu's tone is serious, and the room falls silent. Itona's gotten the location, he just notified me. Karma isn't at the same place as the Nomu. There's a pause. Karasuma clears his throat. We'll split the group of heroes, and send one to each location. We should call for more reinforcements too, since we don't know what we'll be dealing with. Is he awake? The voice is fuzzy but clear, and it takes Nagisa a minute to realize that it's coming from the speakers. Karma's earpiece. The sound of muffled footsteps stops abruptly. It's pretty rude of you to interrupt my nap like that. You don't have to be so loud. Definitely Karma. Watch your tone, kid. Wouldn't want to get on our nerves, eh? That's Spinner's voice. Nagisa grits his teeth. If they touch Karma? Oh, you're welcome to do anything you want to me. There's a grin in Karma's voice. As long as you're fine with it happening to you as well. Eh? La Brava, what did you say his quirk is? Nagisa strains his hearing and catches a faint tapping of keys on a keyboard and a quiet, feminine voice. Karma, like his name. If you hurt him, you'll end up with the same injuries one way or another. Spinner clicks his tongue. Fine, whatever. Nagisa sags a little. Karma's quirk is showing use. Alright, gimme the rest of my payment. I'm outta here. Rough, low voice. Dobby? That's no fun. Why don't you stay and play with the new recruit for a little bit? That's the girl in the school uniform. Nagisa shudders at her manic giggle. Shove off, Toga. He doesn't have to stay if he doesn't want to. Dobby, why would you leave? You're stuck here forever. Twice. However, there's a palpable sense of dread in the room when the next person speaks. It's distorted as though it's through a speaker even in the room Karma is in, but it's undeniably recognizable. Dobby, are you sure you don't want to stay? You'll get the chance to mess up some heroes. Dobby hesitates, likely choosing his words carefully. You don't piss off someone with an aura like Shiro's. I appreciate the offer, but this is only a job I took because I need the cash. There's only one hero I'm interested in killing, and he's behind bars for the next 4 years. He pauses. I guess he's not a hero anymore. His license was revoked. The suspicion that had tickled the back of Nagisa's mind at the training camp rushes back like a bullet train. Striking blue eyes, fire quirk, a child declared dead, a villain, criminal, with a grudge against a recently imprisoned hero. There's no way it's a coincidence. Nagisa shakes his head. That can come after Karma and Tokoyami are safe. It's not the level of hell he deserved, but his fucking rank can cover his ass no matter what, apparently. I'll just have to wait until he's out of prison. Until then, he sounds conflicted, hesitant. I'm sort of floating around. Nagisa's sure he's not wrong about this. A smooth and chilling voice snaps him out of his thoughts. Very well. It's unfortunate. Remember that you have a place with us, should you want it. Such power shouldn't go to waste. Kurogyri, Give him the remainder of his sum. Since it. 2 sets of footsteps fade out. Twice, where are you going? None of your business, you goddamn lizard. I'm going to meet Compress somewhere. He asked to talk to me privately. Karma and Tokoyami remain silent, and Nagisa isn't sure whether or not Tokoyami is even awake. It'd be pretty difficult to sleep through all of this, he supposes. He wonders what Tokoyami's quirk is doing. Dark Shadow is sentient, but it's probably not active. The League wouldn't allow it. At least neither seem to be hurt. Spinner and Magna continue to talk about a variety of topics, frequently coming back around to their attempts at recruiting the 2 Class 1A students. That is, until Shiro's voice crackles to life once more. Kurogyri, bring Karma to me. I'd like to have a chat with him. As shuffling sounds can be heard on the other end, Karasuma uses his own earpiece to transmit extremely quiet bursts of static to Karma's. Listen. Morse code is incredibly useful. They don't want to be too obvious, in case Shiro has acquired a hearing quirk. The next time Karma speaks, it's with barely concealed surprise. Nagisa can tell he's making his voice intentionally light. You weren't on life support last time I saw you. Aizawa writes that down. Nagisa feels a surge of pride in Karma. He's sending information back now that he knows they're listening. Nagisa's glad he's keeping a level head. Oh, this? It's nothing but a ventilator. Don't worry about me. Slow, steady beeps can be heard in the background. Nagisa makes a face. Nobody's worried, trust me. There's a tense minute of silence before Shiro breaks it. You were conscious the whole time. It's not a question, and Karma offers no answer. And you didn't go insane. This time, Karma speaks. How do you know? A dark chuckle echoes from the speaker. I know insanity when I see it. What's your goal? Nagisa nearly jumps at Karma's bluntness. It doesn't deter Shiro at all, though. You know that already, don't you? To kill the symbol of peace. That's why you wanted to turn us into weapons. You want to kill All Might, but why? Telling you would spoil the fun. Tell me, Karma, what is it you wish to accomplish with the heroes? Nagisa isn't surprised when Karma throws the man's words back in his face. Telling you would spoil the fun, wouldn't it? Shiro, why am I here? Shiro's voice is serious when he speaks again. Karma, would you like a quirk? Silence. Rio is gripping her pen so tightly her knuckles are turning white. Why would you offer? My, this entire conversation has been questions upon questions, and hardly any answers. In all honesty, I think we can help each other. By help, you mean you want me to be a spy in UA for you, right? There's an amused silence. I wonder. In any case, think about what you really want. I've already learned a lot today. Kurogyri, take him away. We can discuss this further in the morning. When it becomes clear that nothing more will be gleaned from the audio, Aizawa speaks up. Netsu has finalized the hero teams. They're set to leave in less than an hour. I've got to go get ready for the press conference, but I wanted to ask if there's any more questions. Karasuma steeples his fingers. I have one. How exactly are you planning to deal with Shiro? Injured or not, he's got an arsenal of quirks at his disposal. Are we just going to throw All Might at him? That's plan A. All things considered, All Might is the only one who really stands a chance. If he can't beat Shiro, we might as well say our prayers. Is there no plan B? All Might is only human and has limits. More than meets the eye, if Shiro's implications of All Might's injury hold any weight. Irina has been silent for a while, so all eyes shift to her when she speaks up. About that, I have a plan. She takes a deep breath. But we're going to need one more hero. Have Chiba and Hayami been escorted back to campus? To the dorms? Yeah. The hospital staff dismissed them since they weren't in the fight at all and didn't seem to need medical attention or observation. Nagisa pushes off the white wall he's leaning against. Rio, they're leaving soon. She nods. Nagisa doesn't need to elaborate for her to know that he's talking about the raid team assigned to rescue Karma and Tokoyami. The rendezvous point is near the hospital since Tiger was just discharged. Another nod. Nagisa gives her a searching look. Then we'd better get going. Rio falls into step with him as the two slip out of the hospital. They arrive at the rendezvous point just as the heroes are leaving. As they begin to walk away, presumably to their modes of transportation, Nagisa stays behind and steps in front of Nagisa and Ryo. Nobody speaks for a minute. They all know what Nagisa and Ryo are doing there. Ryo eventually sighs. "Let us through, Nedzu." Nedzu glances behind him and then down to his tiny body before tilting his snout to look up at Ryo. It's as if he's saying, "You could take me if you wanted. It wouldn't be hard to get past me." It's bullshit and they all know it. Nedzu holds the power here. Nagisa and Ryo, as his students, are completely at his mercy. Nagisa scrubs at his eyes. "So you're not on our side about this? You know we can take care of ourselves?" Nedzu's eyes flash. "Not on your side? Let me ask you something. Do you think animals just manifested quirks on their own?" The change in topic is so sudden Nagisa gets mental whiplash. A dash. No. The answer is no. No animal was quite at that level of evolution by the time quirks began to appear in humans. Scientists checked and checked again. Now, of course, things are different, but quirk factors were limited strictly to human DNA at the time. The implications of that start to sink in. Just like you, I was trapped. Just like you, I was imprisoned for years. Just like you, I know the fear of being turned into a lab rat. Of already being one. Nagisa's eyes flicker involuntarily to the scar running through Nedzu's right eye. "I'm on your side. I've been doing what I can to protect you and to keep your secrets, and I will continue to do so. Which is exactly why I can't let you do this. Turn back now." Ryo crosses her arms and neither student shows any sign of moving. A dangerous expression takes over his face. "I'm not letting you ruin this for yourself or anyone else. You're being irrational and it will put people in danger. Do you understand how precarious this situation is?" The stare down is greatly uncomfortable, and Nagisa is nearly trembling in frustration. The heroes disappear from sight around a corner, and still, Nedzu doesn't look away. Doesn't even blink. It's clear this isn't a fight they're winning. With Nedzu's intelligence and determination, along with all of the heroes attending the raid, it's undoubtedly going to be near impossible to tag along against orders. So when they slink back to the hospital and see a group of students outside planning to follow Yaoyorozu's tracker on their own, Nagisa and Ryo don't hesitate to ask if they can join. It's not the location they want to go to, but with their route to Karma and Tokoyami functionally blocked off, it's the closest they can get. Ida is the only one in the small group who's not on board. Even Bakugo is seething quietly at him as he tries to talk them out of going. "You're making the same mistake I did." Nagisa doesn't mean for his scoff to sound so cutting, and even Ryo looks surprised, but he's tired and frustrated and worried and Karma is in danger and that's what Ida is worried about? How? How is it the same at all? In what way did your actions back then help anyone? It may have felt right, avenging him like you wanted, but it was pointless and you gained nothing from it. Nobody else gained anything from it. Justice is a weapon. It can't help, it can only harm. What we're doing isn't that. A rescue mission aims to save, not hurt. Ida glances from Nagisa's fierce expression to the determined faces of Midoriya and Todoroki. Bakugo, Uraraka and Kirishima look a little bit confused at Nagisa's words, having not been present for the battle at Hosu, but Midoriya waves them off. Then, nearly in sync, the entire group turns toward Yaoyorozu. She shrinks back slightly under the attention before straightening authoritatively. "Ida, we aren't going to get into a confronta. So you're allowing this, then? Don't be stupid." Ida's voice begins to raise. "We're still students. What if you all end up injured? When I saw our classmates in hospital beds from the attack, I couldn't help but see my brother. Selfish. What if you end up the same? Do you not understand how scared for you I am? Selfish. Why don't you care about my worries? Do my feelings mean nothing to you? Selfish." Ida draws back at Nagisa's snappish tone. "My worries? I'm scared? What do you think Karma and Tokoyami are feeling right now?" Ryo steps forward before he can start really yelling. "We aren't going to fight the villains." Todoroki nods. "We can extricate our classmates without fighting." Yaoyorozu clears her throat. "That is precisely what I was saying earlier." She shoots a look at Ida, who glances away. With pro-heroes doing what they can against the villains, I am not so arrogant as to say we'd be of any help. In fact, we may be a hindrance. But if we keep out of the way, out of sight, it's possible an opening might arise to save our classmates. There may be something we can do to help, no matter how small. In that case, a familiar glow emits from her hand as a coordinate receiver begins to take shape. What are we waiting for? The girl had been bored. Boss made it sound so exciting, but she really had no idea how she was supposed to find this fun. Who would have thought she'd hate tailing someone this much? She supposed it was interesting the first time she saw the man change forms, but it became old news pretty quickly. Then she just followed him around for the better part of a day. Her head had been splitting the entire time, too. Boss said it was because of the gift he gave her, so she decided she could put up with it for a bit. She'd also been told he'd take it back as soon as the mission was over, which was completely fine with her. She'd looked down at her body. She was an old man this time, short and stooped with gray hair. Unassuming. How long would this take? She just wanted to go home, where there were more interesting people. Like Boss and the other people who seemed okay with her. Well, not all of them, but that wasn't because of her quirk or personality. Some of them just didn't like anybody. She'd pinched her thigh to snap herself out of her thoughts. She was tailing this man for a reason. He'd moved and he'd taken a handkerchief out and coughed blood into it. She'd seen it. Quite a bit of blood, in fact. Alrighty, then she just needed an opening. Maybe she could bump into him? She'd resisted the urge to skip as she made her way closer to him, her old man knees unable to support her weight for anything other than walking. It may not have been fun, but Boss was relying on her. Plus, nobody else could have done this job. It had to be her. These disguises are terrible. Do you have a better idea? Rio sighs, adjusting her beret and wrapping her trench coat tighter around her waist. Guess not. Let's hurry, we're nearly there. Momo looks up from her receiver. Around that corner and 2 blocks more. If the blinking dot is any indication, the Nomu is somewhere in the warehouse that looms starkly against the darkening sky. A peek inside a high-up window reveals. Nomu, Kirishima breathes. Rows of them. Do you think? Guys. Look. Nagisa whips around, nearly falling off Rio's shoulders. Is that? Bang. Mount Lady brings her foot down hard onto the warehouse. The gust of wind is enough to unbalance Nagisa from his perch, and Rio quickly crouches to let him down before they get knocked over. And look, Gang Orca, Tiger, and Best Genus too. They're restraining the Nomu with their quirks. Ida and Yayarozu are practically radiating relief, but Nagisa notices that Midoriya still looks worried. The heroes are here. Let's get out. They clearly have this under control. The heroes, as they find out, very clearly do not have this under control. The figure that emerges from the shadows, Shiro, sends Best Genus flying with seemingly little effort. All Might is supposed to be here. Where is he? Nagisa freezes, realizing that All Might went to the location of Karma's earpiece. He'd better hurry up. He's our plan A. After a short and painfully one-sided skirmish, all 4 heroes are out of commission. Nagisa tenses when 2 new voices can be heard. The first is teasing, kept intentionally light despite the undercurrent of caution. You called Sensei? Why have you taken us here? I've already told you, I lurk in the dark only to support those in the light. Karma and Tokoyami. Nagisa peeks around the corner, catching a glimpse of gray sludge as more figures appear from thin air. There's Twice and Spinner, and there's Magna. Mr. Compress stands and adjusts his hat as Kurogiri hovers nearby. Wait, there should be. Not now. Nagisa shakes his head. What can I do to get them out of there quickly? They're surrounded, and even with Ida's quirk we'd only put everyone at more risk by rushing in. With a whoosh, the clouds seem to part as a figure comes barreling down, landing with an impact that makes a small crater in the ground. Nagisa has never been so glad in his life to hear that stupid catchphrase. All Might doesn't attack. He just stands there, grinning, the look somehow wrong. Nagisa tenses when he starts laughing. It's not his usual booming laugh, the one that brings a feeling of safety. It's harsh and manic, a gleeful cackle, and Nagisa pieces it together a split second before his skin begins melting like wax over an open flame, sloughing off his clothes. Oh man, I've always wanted to try saying that. Toga tilts her head, still grinning, and saunters over to Shiro's side. What's next, boss? Oh? What happened to All Might? Karma is doing a fantastic job at keeping his voice mildly interested. Nagisa feels nauseous. Oh, don't worry. Toga giggles. I just stepped in earlier at the bar and tapped him with a little quirk. She turns to Shiro with a wide smile. Oh boss, you want it back? It feels like it's killing me. Nagisa focuses on trying to even out his breath as Shiro places a hand on each of Toga's shoulders. There's a palpable tension in the air, a dark aura wafting from the two silhouettes. Red sparks seem to fly for a split second, and a heavy shifting feeling settles onto Nagisa's bones. It could have been a minute or an hour later when the oppressive aura disappears. Toga collapses, but her chest rises and falls shallowly. Nagisa blinks harshly and swallows, his ears popping. What quirk did she use on him? Nagisa shrugs at Ryo's frantic whisper. Whatever it is, it can't be good. Without All Might, it's straight to Plan B. Sensei, Mr. Compress says smoothly. I do believe it's time for the final act. A low chuckle, raspy through the respirator that wraps around his face. Indeed. And look, an audience is arriving. As Shiro speaks, the whir of helicopter blades sounds above. Nagisa cranes his neck. It's a news channel. Then, any minute now. A simple side step takes him just out of range of the branches that extend from a familiar pro-hero's arm. As Kamui Woods and Edge Shot make their entrance, Shiro ignores them in favor of turning to Kurogiri. Kurogiri, would you take Karma and Tokoyami here somewhere safe? Take Atsuhiro and the rest of the league too, and don't forget to pick up Dear All Might along the way. I trust you know his location? The mist bobs as he nods, yellow eyes narrowing. And you, Sensei? Shiro waves an arm. I can handle this. Give me 3 minutes. Edge Shot tenses at his non-committal tone, and in the blink of an eye, he's unraveling. Red string-like ribbons shoot toward Shiro, but he only laughs as it ricochets off his suit. You think I didn't take precautions? I know of you as able to flatten yourself enough to slip in between skin cells, enough to enter the body and block blood flow and rearrange things however you please. It's rude, you know. He takes a languid step forward. No dice though. My skin is unpierceable now. Impenetrable if you will. Edge Shot reforms several steps away, eyes narrowed into slits. Mr. Compress's breezy voice has Shiro half-turning. Why would you make us leave, Sensei? Things are just picking up. You're not needed here anymore, Atsuhiro. I'm just doing some cleanup. We have more important things to do, or have you forgotten? More important? Nagisa grits his teeth. Could he be talking about All Might? No. Why is he still alive? Still doing hero work? If Nagisa could have flinched, he would have. In all the years he'd been stuck in this room, he'd never heard Shiro quite this angry. Though he was yelling, there was something different about his voice. It was almost muffled. Sir, you need to rest. It's only been a month, you can't be. I will be fine, Shiro's voice had interrupted, seething. Stop hovering and do your job. His assistant had only sighed and left, footsteps echoing as they faded. Shock had pulsed through Nagisa as Shiro had finally stepped into view, fists and jaw clenched. Aside from his mouth, his face had become a mass of scar tissue. His eyes were either gone or buried under his mangled skin, but either way he obviously couldn't see from them. Nagisa reasoned that he'd acquired a quirk to help him see somehow so that he could navigate. A wired contraption curled around his face, and his breaths were harsh. Nagisa couldn't tell if it was because of breathing problems or just sheer anger. Shiro had slid into his desk chair, posture tense. Nagisa eyed the lines of his back as he clacked away at his computer. After a while, the dull clicks had lulled Nagisa into a dazed state, his mind largely unaware of his surroundings. Idle thoughts floated into his head, followed by a heavy, but not sudden, wave of helplessness that had crept in. Nagisa had never been a stranger to panic attacks, with his subpar home life. He was well acquainted with the feeling caused by his mother's episodes or his teacher's scorn. What he was new to, though, was having a purely mental panic attack. The still state of his body, his hands, which would normally shake, his lungs, which would normally be hyperventilating, and his eyes, which would normally be spilling over with tears, frightened him more than ever. It was a reminder, a jarring reality check. Physical reactions? Gone. Instead, his mind had been overwhelmed, intrusive thoughts layering, and the panic and the worry and the fear crowding together as they'd clamored for attention, and he waited for the tears to well up, but his eyes stayed dry. He couldn't even control his own self. And slowly, too slowly, the storm that was raging behind his blank eyes had dulled to an ache, a desperation for the freedom that he'd resigned himself to live the rest of his life without. He'd felt hollow. Call it spacing out, no, dissociating, but Nagisa had felt the moment he'd disconnected from it all. His thoughts, his feelings, even his sense of self. This wasn't unusual for him either. It could have been minutes or hours when he'd finally snapped out of the detached state. He'd searched for the cause of his sudden awareness, realizing it was probably Shiro's computer screen. The harsh light became unobstructed the moment Shiro had left his chair, giving Nagisa a full, albeit fuzzy, view of it. He'd strained his eyesight as much as he could. The screen was split. One side was on a HeroTube video, titled All Might Saves 12 Civilians from Escalated Hostage Situation, and on the other side there were lines of text. It seemed to be a message, though to whom, Nagisa couldn't discern. The wording appeared concise but was slightly confusing due to Nagisa's lack of context. It's been far too long, but I must ask for a favor. The symbol did not go down as I'd previously believed, and has returned to hero work quickly. Unfortunately, I'm not in the condition I'd hoped to be in at the moment, though that won't be the case for much longer. Your information network is vast. If you would do a little digging on his current whereabouts, it would be tremendously helpful. I trust you have the necessary sources and connections. As always, you can contact my assistant to pass on the information. Apologies for the untraceable one-way mail, but you know how it is. This is of utmost importance, and is rather time-sensitive. This game has gone on for too long and I must end it before a new variable is introduced. I trust you will hurry. Nagisa would have tilted his head if he could have, rereading the last line. What could AFO stand for? He'd used it several times in his messages, but it clearly had nothing to do with his real name, Kotaro Yanagisawa, or even the name Nagisa had always known him by, Shiro. That aside, what could he mean by unknown variable? And symbol as in All Might, the symbol of peace? Whatever was going on, it had sounded serious. Nagisa waited with a detached sense of curiosity. He'd find out eventually, when Shiro came back one day, victorious or otherwise, Nagisa and his classmates still in their prison of time. Oh, I see. Nagisa freezes as Karma's voice floats nonchalantly across the rubble-covered battlefield. What's he doing? Evidently, Shiro is curious as well. Something you'd like to share? Karma waves a hand. Oh, I was just trying to figure out why you keep on trying to get him out of the way. Mr. Compress folds his hands behind his back, and Nagisa notices the tense line of his back and shoulders. Is that so? Do share? Karma grins lazily. When we were talking, your sensei said some interesting things. He offered you something, right? Great power, in return for being his dog for a while? Great power? Understanding creeps in as Nagisa eyes the look on Karma's face. It's calculating, sharp. He's spouting vague bullshit in the hopes that something will land. It's true, though, Shiro likely promised something to Mr. Compress in return for his cooperation. You're spouting nonsense. It's a mutually beneficial agreement. His voice raises slightly. Still clinging to that delusion, are we? The second Mr. Compress lunges at Karma, Shiro holds out an arm, an air blast pushing the magician off his feet. His patterned mask clatters onto the ground. What are you doing? Mr. Compress glares up at Shiro through the eye holes on his cloth, skin-tight second mask. As he responds, Nagisa turns back to the group behind him. We need to get them out of there. Midoriya nods, muttering and making a motion with his hand like he's writing in the air. I know how we can get Tokoyami out, but it's risky. As for Karma, Nagisa shakes his head. It's hard, but he forces the words out. Karma has a plan. I know the look on his face. If you can't think of anything now, we should wait. Todoroki blinks at him. That's your friend. Are you going to be okay? Nagisa exhales harshly. If we have the chance to get Tokoyami out and don't, things could get harder and more complicated later on when we need to get both. He looks back to where the few heroes that can move fling themselves at Shiro, only to be dodged and skillfully incapacitated without so much as a blink. He's finished speaking calmly to Mr. Compress about how karma will play an important role, or something. Said redhead is standing with his hands in his pockets, talking to Mr. Compress in a tone that's nearly conversational. You know what he said? That he isn't going to follow through on his promise. He's just using you to do his work, and then he's going to replace you. Thinks you're too childish, too immature. It must be terrible being in a position like yours. Being treated like a puppet. His voice is filled with false sympathy, eyes assessing. Shiro turns a glare on him. What are you trying to do, Karma? He says the boy's name like he's a particularly annoying mosquito. Mr. Compress is dusting off his coat. I know what you're trying to do, and it's not going to work. I know, Sensei. Karma's eyes glint, and Tokoyami narrows his eyes as he watches. Midoriya, Ida, Kirishima and Todoroki are getting ready. So do I, longer than you even. Shiro glances sharply his way and opens his mouth, but Karma beats him to it. He knows me too. Thinks I'm important. Even told me that he's only using you as his dog, sorry partner, until I become the more convenient option. Says he's biding his time, since he knows I'm a better fit for what he has in mind. Mr. Compress goes deathly still, and Nagisa thinks that whatever it is Karma was taking a stab at blindly, he hit it spot on. What does Shiro really want from Mr. Compress? And vice versa, too? Mr. Compress slowly turns to Shiro. He's lying. He doesn't phrase it as a question, but to Nagisa it just sounds like a confirmation, a desperate grab. Of course, Shiro says smoothly, which we will be discussing later. As Shiro turns to glare at Karma, Mr. Compress glances between the two. His mask makes it difficult to discern his emotions, but his fists show his strain. He'd never choose you over me, he says with a sort of shaky finality. Karma gives him a sad smile and drives in the finishing blow. He already made the decision. He stopped you from attacking me earlier, didn't he? He protected me. From you. It falls silent. The next thing that happens is quick and decisive. A chill sweeps over the area as a ramp of ice forms, glittering in the low light. With a flash of green light, the wall in front of Nagisa breaks and Kirishima, Ida, and Midoriya burst through. The shock in the air is palpable. As the trio rockets off the edge of the ice, reaching the high point of their rise, Kirishima flings out a hand. Dark Shadow. Nagisa had known, in theory, that Dark Shadow could fly and is always, in fact, floating. It's another thing entirely to see it in practice. With a loud call, Dark Shadow picks up Tokoyami in its beak and takes to the sky, the darkening hour doing nothing to hinder them. Seconds later, there's no sign either of them were there at all. Nagisa breathes out in relief and turns back to the scene in front of him. Mr. Compress appears to have attempted to stop Tokoyami, but he's kneeling on the ground, a hand over his stomach, with Karma standing above him. Nagisa shakes his head a little, trying to fight the smile that creeps up on his when Karma easily steps back out of range of Mr. Compress's hands. The magician looks up, a wild look in his eyes, and Nagisa's smile fades instantly. Though he's seen it when Itona went wild with bloodlust and tried to kill Korosensei, but no, this is worse. Far worse. Mr. Compress lets out a single chuckle before his smile falls as though it were never there at all, an unhinged gleam in his eyes. There's unquestionably a trace of insanity there. Nagisa instinctively shrinks back, fighting his instincts that scream at him to run far, far away. I'm the puppet master, he says quietly. Not the puppet. I'm the puppet master. He looks utterly mad. Shiro had sighed deeply, having lost track of how many times he'd done so in the past month, during which his perfect lab rat army had disappeared. He'd fired his incompetent assistant for nearly letting him die upon their escape, and recruited some new minions for his cause. It was undoubtedly one of the most tedious and frustrating months he'd had in a while, barring his recovery from the injuries All Might gave him. 6 years. It had been 6 years since the 8th holder had taken off much of his face and ruptured part of his respiratory system. He'd acquired a limited regeneration quirk sometime prior to the big fight. It was the only reason he'd been able to survive with his airway crushed as it was. Once the quirk had run out, he'd settled for a weak but invaluable quirk he'd nabbed off an unsuspecting civilian. It didn't speed up healing per se, but it allowed the body to continue healing past the biologically allotted time. It had been a dispiriting realization that the quirk essentially kept his wounds and injuries fresh so that they'd heal completely instead of scarring over, but it wasn't enough to deter Shiro. If not for the, albeit slow, healing extension quirk, 6 years would have been more than enough time for his wounds to scar over, leaving him with debilitating injuries just like his knuckle-headed nemesis. The process he'd still been undergoing day by day had been painful, but he'd known that when he's fully healed, maybe in a couple years, it would have been worth every second. And then there'd been Atsuhiro, a fresh-faced, single-minded, and somewhat naive criminal looking to make a name for himself. It had been easy, mind-boggling so, to recruit him. All it had really taken was a promise of the glory Shiro had the resources to give him, and of course, once the time was right, his quirk, all for one. What a joke! His nearly 300-year-old legacy, left to such an infantile jester? He'd rather let it die out. God knows what the boy would even do with the quirk. Shiro had never seen Atsuhiro as an apprentice, nor a successor. The tool maybe. A means to an end. He'd had a successor in mind, a long time ago, one that he'd tried to condition against his failed creation. He'd been a perfect fit, someone Shiro wouldn't have had regrets leaving his quirk with once he'd grown a bit. But his young, malleable, precious mind had been corrupted by the empty ideals thrust upon him by both his failed creation and said creation's little minions. Shiro had realized at some point that Itona had likely gone through his whole life not knowing that Shiro had actually cared about him. What a shame. He won't make the same mistakes this time, though. He won't get attached. He'll make empty promises to Atsuhiro to keep him near. He'll squeeze every bit of usefulness he can from the boy, and then once he's outlived his purpose, Shiro will dispose of him cleanly. Nagisa doesn't move, doesn't blink, doesn't dare to breathe deeply. He can only watch as Mr. Compress's gaze flickers from Karma to Shiro, his body deathly still. When he rises, it's like his weight is being dragged upward by an invisible force, like a puppet's role being revived by its master. Only here, is it really his master who's controlling him? How long? His voice is pleasant, conversational even. With most of his face still covered, there's nothing to indicate that he's anything but mildly curious. How long were you going to string me along? If Nagisa had a death wish, he might have laughed. Mr. Compress's voice, calm but deliberately slow, sounds like he's just found out his partner has been having an affair. He would have found it funnier if the tension in the air weren't so thick it could be snapped by a well-chosen word. Nagisa stays silent. Shiro sighs. How inconvenient. I suppose you won't believe anything else I say now? Mr. Compress gives him a thin smile. It doesn't reach his eyes. Oh no, he says idly. I'm not entirely sure why I should. Not sure why you'd even suggest I would. Am I missing something? Nagisa shivers. A rookie hero with a bright skin-tight suit and wide eyes takes the momentary lull as a chance to charge Mr. Compress. The villain doesn't even glance his way. With barely a brush of a gloved hand, the entire upper half of the hero's body disappears with a soft whump, leaving a teal marble to fall to the ground alongside a pair of bloody, unaccompanied legs. Nagisa closes his eyes and fights the urge to gag. He can practically feel the fear of his classmates behind him. The hero was clearly inexperienced. The fact that the few mobile veteran heroes aren't moving in yet means that's what this precarious situation calls for. Mr. Compress seems to be directing his anger, after all, at Shiro. The masked magician doesn't linger on the failed attempt to take him by surprise. He merely sidesteps to put some distance between himself and the growing pool of blood, humming under his breath. The scent reaches Nagisa, thick, coppery, seeping into his senses and giving him the overwhelming urge to curl up on the ground. Things take a sudden turn the moment Shiro sags theatrically, faux regret in the line of his shoulders. Maybe I did choose wrong when I said it would be you. I'd really hoped it wouldn't come to this, Atsuhiro. Actually, the masked man enunciates slowly, it's Mr. Compress. His words hang in the frigid air, and there's a shift in the atmosphere. Shiro's face hardens. Is that so? Mr. Compress takes a single step forward. All at once, quicker than a whip cracking, Shiro's arm is up in front of him and a tiny, compressed ball of air rockets forward and slams through the magician's chest, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. Nagisa's jaw loosens with shock. But Mr. Compress is laughing, giggling as he dissolves into dark muddy sludge. Nagisa's mind whirls as he tries to keep up. Shiro whips around, sudden understanding in the slight tilt of his head. There's something else in his gaze that Nagisa can't quite place. He stops, facing the frozen group of villains and singling out one in particular. Twice, he murmurs slowly. Would you care you explain what exactly is going on? Like I'd follow your orders? Twice sticks a thumb up cheerfully, attitude doing a 180. Just doing what my boss asked of me. He's not your boss, Shiro seethes, anger growing. I'm your boss. Nope, never have been, never will be. His tone turns apologetic. Sorry sensei, you know how it is. Compress saved me, helped me. My loyalty was always to him first. Next to him, Togs pouts, crossing her arms and turning away with a HMPF. She's with Shiro, and Magna, on the other hand, is looking furtively between Twice and the space where Mr. Compress's clone just disappeared. Nagisa sees a flash of red and immediately tears his eyes from where Karma is ambling away from the League unnoticed. He doesn't want anyone to catch where he's looking, endangering Karma. Shiro turns away a fraction of an inch. He knew. He knew this was going to happen, or at least had his suspicions, and he asked you to send a clone of him instead. Then, he's not actually insane. Twice nods brightly, then shakes his head vigorously. My clones are an exact copy, personality, mannerisms, speech, character. What fake Compress did, real Compress would have done in the same situation. He puts his hands on his hips, smile turning into a scowl. You should have already known that. Sensei my ass. Nagisa dissects the implications of that impales. It wasn't physically Mr. Compress, but in a way it absolutely was. So, wherever he is, he's still got the potential to go mad, if he hasn't already. He's extremely cautious, nearly paranoid, and always prepared, Twice continues solemnly. He breaks out into a grin. It's what makes him so good. Shiro takes a single step forward, and then there's a flash of yellow and pink and a short woman is set behind Shiro as the yellow continues to blur past and the woman presses a kiss to Shiro's exposed hand and Nagisa feels hope well up in his chest. Shiro feels someone approaching behind him, at high speeds no less. But he doesn't need to worry. He's made himself vulnerable over the past few months to any and all offensive quirks, to physical weapons and poisons and chemicals. He will not be harmed by a blade, or a gun, or a quirk meant to inflict harm. He can drink liquid lead and deflect nuclear bombs with a wave of his hand. In all honesty, he doesn't really mind these little attempted attacks, the ones that give him the vague impression of flies buzzing around a room, annoying but not dangerous. They can try to kill him all they want, and he'll have some short-lived entertainment before he gets rid of them. So when feels a slight pressure on his hand, clearly not meant to harm or kill, he's confused. And then he starts to sway, his stamina draining like someone has pulled a plug. Impossible, I have countermeasures. No offensive quirk. What does this quirk do? Sleeping quirks shouldn't work either, same with poison, drugs. What's going on? If he falls asleep, or unconscious, or frozen, who knows what they'll do to him? Prison, death, worse. It could be anything. If it were prison, Shiro is confident he'd be able to escape. But while he's out, they could find a way to kill him, and then, it could be the end of a legacy. Nobody to tear down the other legacy, the one he'd unintentionally created all those years ago. Shiro's mind races, faster than ever before, and it takes him 5 seconds exactly. What? Kurogyri. Get them out. A nod, a swirl of mist, and they're gone. Nobody says no to that tone of voice. Shiro focuses on the fading dregs of that quirk, the summoning one, and pulls, yanks hard as his head begins to feel lighter. 3. He's focusing on a successor. He can't think clearly, a cotton blanket pulled over any coherent words, and there are only ideas, but there's a feeling of trust, responsibility, continuation, manipulation, safety, old familiarity, so he grabs it and doesn't let go. His eyesight blurs, and the sludge-covered figure that coalesces in front of him staggers, and he reaches out as he falls and grabs their ankle. On the ground, he pushes, with all his might, at that feeling, instinct urging him to pass it on. And then everything goes dark. It takes Tenko a couple seconds to realize what's happening. He sees it in the way the mass of skin covering All for One's face begins to recede, in the way he clutches at his throat, maybe subconsciously. He sees it in the way his eyes roll back soon after he latches onto the new arrival, a boy, and doesn't move after his initial collapse. Recovery Girl has a powerful quirk, a healing one. Of course it has drawbacks, the main one he knows from the times she's healed his father being that it uses the stamina of the patient. He's seen Shoyuta pass out while being healed of a gaping stab wound, the energy it sapped too much for him to stay awake. The severity of the energy drain depends on the severity of the wounds, and Tenko can't help the way his mouth twitches upward in understanding. Because going off the respirator and the remains of his face. All for One's really fucking injured. And the quirk drawback very likely just saved them all. Tenko may not have been a pro hero for a long time, but he's worked with enough experienced heroes to understand the reasoning behind this course of action. Someone as intelligent and powerful as All for One wouldn't have gone into a fight injured as he was unless he'd protected himself in a few different ways. He'd seen edge shots attempt to knock out All for One, and he's willing to bet that the man not only made his skin invulnerable, he's likely also nabbed the ability to protect himself from quirk-based harm. In that sense, this solution was probably the smartest move of all. Because, well, nobody in their right mind would immunize themselves against a healing quirk. A scream rips its way from Nagisa's throat. There are sounds of shock and hopeful cheers and a rush of heroes to detain Shiro's fallen figure, but none of it matters because Itona's falling like a puppet with its strings cut. And they're both lying in a heap, side by side, former mentor and student, and they're both unconscious or worse, and Nagisa sobs, stepping out from his hiding spot. This wasn't supposed to happen, this wasn't in the plan, what's happening, this wasn't supposed to happen. Nagisa lurches forward, scarcely aware of his own movement. Stay back! Recovery Girl roars, voice far louder than her size would imply, and she's touching Itona's neck and she's checking for any sign of life, and then she signals that she can feel his pulse and Nagisa nearly chokes on his relief as he rushes forward. He drops to his knees and cradles Itona. He's pale but not freakishly so. His chest rises and falls shallowly. Nagisa blinks harshly, ignoring the wet feeling on his cheeks. Heroes, police, paramedics, they're swarming the area. Someone nudges him to get out of the way as they layer quirk suppressant cuffs onto Shiro's limp arms, and restrain him tightly and carefully, and inject something into him as they cart him to a heavy-duty transport truck. And still, Nagisa doesn't let go of Itona. Oh, we need you to move, Nagisa. We need to get Itona to my office. As Recovery Girl swims into his vision, blurred by tears, Nagisa can only nod numbly. He doesn't leave Itona's side the whole car ride, and neither does Karma. When did he get here? But at least he's safe, and Ryo's safe, his family is safe, but not all of them because Itona's not. Itona's unconscious or hurt or worse, and it's Shiro's fault. Nagisa's hands begin to shake, violent tremors that only get worse as Ryo layers her own hands on top of his. Karma is staring at Itona, unblinking, searching for something, movement, anything. The ride seems to take hours, and when they finally arrive at UA, Recovery Girl insists that she needs to examine Itona alone. Gang Orca has to herd the unwilling students out of the room long enough to slam the door. The three of them stare at the nurse sign, and Nagisa sags so suddenly he has to lean against the wall to support himself. By the time Gang Orca cracks the door open to slip out, the three students have slid down the wall to sit on the floor. They jump back up the second Gang Orca opens his mouth. What hap? Can we? Hey. Slow down and I can tell you. Karma tightens his hands into fists, and Rio nods as Nagisa looks away. Sorry. Is he? He's fine. There's a collective sigh of relief. Recovery girl says there's nothing wrong with him physically, though he has yet to wake up. But he hesitates. Something is wrong with his quirk factor? What? Nagisa can't have heard that right. But he doesn't have a quirk factor. Never has. Gang Orca nods hesitantly. Right? That's what Recovery Girl said too. That's the problem. Irina gasps as she sets eyes on Itona, and Karasuma clenches his. He still hasn't woken up yet. His face is pale and the hospital gown dwarfs his already small frame. They calm down considerably at Recovery Girl's assurance that he's fine and will wake up soon, pulling up chairs next to Nagisa. He grabs Karasuma's arm, almost afraid to ask. Shiro? On his way to a high-security life sentence in Tartarus? He nods once and exhales harshly. And the League? Compress? Karasuma hesitates. We don't know. There's a team hunting for their location now. Tokoyami? Safe with the other students? Nagisa nods, and Karasuma patiently answers his questions, the mental checklist he's going through. All Might? Karasuma sighs grimly. It's bad. He was found at the bar where the League used to stay, but he's not injured, is he? This is All Might. No, he's not. But he won't be moving anytime soon. Realization hits Nagisa like a truck. Is he frozen? A nod. Just like we were. I've explained everything to Nedzu, so he's staying with All Might to update him on everything that's happening. Does this mean Japan doesn't have its #1 hero anymore? Well, he's cut off as the door opens once more to reveal Aizawa, still in his suit from the press conference. They quickly catch him up, and he leans against the wall with crossed arms. Then, do we know why all for one? He gestures to Itona's limp form. No, Irina answers, but during the fight, his wobbling and confusion implies that he wasn't thinking clearly due to the sheer exhaustion caused by Recovery Girl. Itona used to be his protégé, of sorts. Maybe it was simply instinct? The question remains, what did he do to him? We can only wait and see, I suppose. His quirk factor? There's a moment of solemn silence. It was a risky plan, you know. Karma's first words in a while come out scratchy. What if it hadn't worked? We didn't have another way to deal with him. True, Karasuma says, lifting his hand and gesturing vaguely at each of the two women in the room. But it did work, and we owe our success to these two. And Gran Torino too, I suppose? Rio looks at Recovery Girl, wincing. I do wish we didn't have to put you in the line of fire, she says. We kind of banked on the idea that he wouldn't see us as threats in his all-powerful state. Recovery Girl smacks Karasuma's hand away good-naturedly. Oh, I was fine. I know you like to do things yourselves, but you can leave some things to the heroes, you know, she chides. Irina, for her part, smiles. Apart from this unknown variable, she waves in Itona's general direction. I was fairly sure it would be fine. She goes on to explain how she'd seen the way Shiro's face continued to heal bit by bit over the years despite the fact that it should have cicatrized, and that she suspected he'd used a quirk to do so. And in that case, healing the rest of his windpipe and the like would have been possible and energy-draining. Karasuma levels his decisive gaze at her. That was incredibly smart. Her proud smile warms Nagisa more than he'd care to admit. Short, genuine reassurance from Karasuma is one of the best feelings in the world. Well, leave it to Irina to come up with a plan that involves kissing. Nagisa freezes at the weak croak, whipping around to meet bleary golden eyes. Itona blinks and Nagisa wants to cry all over again, relief crashing over him like a tidal wave. Itona, how are you feeling? Do you need anything? Water? Rio, Karma laughs, eyes shiny. Quit it. How do you feel? Nagisa asks, struggling to keep his anxiety out of his voice. Fine. Tired. I sort of have a headache. What? Itona suddenly winces, and the wince turns into a full-body flinch as he grabs at his head. Itona? Karasuma steps forward, alarm written all over his face. What did he put in there? Something's wrong. That wasn't there before. What's going on? Nagisa gently pries his hands from where he's tugging at his hair. Itona? The tone, talk to us. There's something there, and it doesn't belong. Does it hurt? Recovery girl asks urgently, hands quick and efficient as she takes his temperature and checks his pulse for any change. No, not really, but it's really weird. Okay, I need you to calm down. Can you do that for me? We'll figure out what's going on together, dear. Itona breathes out shakily. Yeah, all right. Perfect. Can you describe the feeling for me? Itona's shaking his head. No, fuck no. Anything but that. Aizawa sighs. You have to admit it makes sense, considering the feeling you're describing. Can you poke around, see if you can activate it? Itona closes his eyes reluctantly. Like a bundle. I don't know how to activate it. Are all quirks this weird? How do I get rid of it? A bundle? Aizawa ignores the last bit. Try to sort through the bundle. A furrow appears between Itona's eyebrows. His eyes shoot open. I think there's multiple. Aizawa blinks. Bundles? Itona shakes his head. Quirks. Recovery girl sits down heavily. So that's what's going on. What? He didn't give you a quirk, dear. He gave you all of his quirks. Tell me, is there a core to this bundle? Then, horrified realization dawns in his eyes. It's his original quirk. All for one. Aizawa's eyes widen. It would make sense. He must have transferred his quirk to you. This is such a mess. Ah, wait. Nagisa jumps to his feet. Then, can you unfreeze All Might? Itona closes his eyes again. I think so? If I concentrate, I can get a read on the quirk's names. Their cannon, spring-like limbs, blood curdle, preserve. I bet it's that one. Karasuma stands. Then let's go find him. Do you think you can activate, or, rather, deactivate the quirk? Itona hesitates. I think so. It's a feeling, and if I focus, I think I can switch it somehow. Alright. Aizawa, you should stick with Itona for a bit so you can erase his quirk if it goes out of control. You also have your capture weapon if the need to restrain him arises. We're working with a lot of unknown variables here. Itona frowns but doesn't say anything. He clearly wants nothing to do with this quirk, but until they have more information, there's nothing they can do about it. Karma breaks the silence, voice disbelieving. Wait, that's all good and well, but did you just say blood curdle? Notes. Smiley face. I said Stain would come back, didn't I? The age-old question. Does one give a quirk back to a serial killer? Did Kamino go how you thought it would, or was it unexpected? If I had more time I'd push the Gran Torino and Recovery Girl being friends and Menace's agenda, but alas, tongues sticking out. Shiro referred to Compress as a boy regardless of his canon age because being 2 to 3 centuries old tends to do that to you. Uneasy face and Shiro is referred to by different names depending on the POV, which is why Tenko thinks of him as All for One, his villain name. I already gave a shout out to King Jackson 10101010, but she's the one to thank for suggesting more Itona involvement. Love, keep your chin up, babe. This FIC got a lot more attention than I was expecting, and reading all of your comments has been the highlight of my days recently. I can't thank you all enough. Omega. Part 2 is probably gonna be darker and angstier, glances at my plans and chuckles, so stay tuned, winky face. Song link, How to Eat Life. Please, I love Eve and his music. If you got this far and it's been a wild ride, thanks for reading. Check out my other works if you like this one, wink with tongue sticking out. Also, feel free to join my Discord for updates on my works and random talk in a safe space. It's a tiny community but we're chill and judgment-free, smiley face. Take care of yourselves, and this FIC will be back soon-ish. In Part 2, smiley face. It'll include provisional licenses, more focus on other teachers, snipe, etc., overhaul, and more. See you then. Glitch signing off.